is the whole of our heart and heaven. Well, welcome, followers, to Midnight to Midnight number 24. It is I, Cardinal Sin, and we are going to relax, have a chill stream, rock out, talk about various things. What is the phrase? Clippings, wax, and other fancy stuff, paper. I don't remember how it goes, but I would like you to all join me in saying hello to Canadian Spider-Man and Rod Thunderheart. Greetings, gentlemen.
Hello, everybody.
You're still muted.
Greetings.
There you go.
Hello.
That's a nice shirt you got on there.
You like that?
Yeah.
Let me throw some light on it.
This is my Lawrence, Kansas hardcore shirt.
Ooh. Lawrence, Kansas. Yes, they have sports teams, don't they?
Well, we've got the Jayhawks.
For the old sports ball.
Yeah.
That's I like that shirt.
A mighty nice shirt you've got on there. Interviewer, unboxer, and sniffer of ancient Egyptian air. I'm a sniffer. How about you, Rod? Are you a sniffer?
Here and there.
Well, look at who we've got already. Of course, Canadian Spider-Man is here. Sci-Fi Mombi is here. Anti-Derivative Jill is here. And
hi, Jill.
Hey, Jill.
Link. Tiger Stripes is here. Gang's
Tiger
all here
Stripes.
now. Radioactive is in the house. Band normally says, "Are you ready to rock?" And sometimes the crowd says, "No, give us 5 more minutes." Woo. Party. Hard root beer with vodka. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They don't make such things in the United States, as far as I know.
Well, this Caribou Brewery is out of Prince George.
I've heard a lot about Caribou.
Right in the middle of British Columbia, pretty much. It's dangerous.
It's right in the middle of British Columbia.
It tastes like root beer, and I'm telling you, ooh, dangerous.
It gets you fucked up,
nice.
doesn't it? Oh,
it goes down so fast.
Said the F word in the first 30 seconds.
Excellent. Good. Well, we're off to a good start then.
Well, that, Midnight to Midnight gets demonetized because we go for 16 plus hours anyway. So there you go. I was looking for mine earlier. That is a handsome mug you've got there. Let me close you up on that. Can you pull back just a little bit?
I can.
Yeah. Where'd you get that fancy piece of mugware?
Well, a very good friend of mine sent this to me. So
Really?
I have warm coffee.
I bet you can get it right here at gillstore.org.
You're darn right you can.
Woohoo!
Shot glasses, I've heard too.
Yeah. There's all kinds of good stuff up there. All right. Let's see what Tiger Stripes has to say. Cardinal Sin, you won't want anyone else in the room with you tonight. I mean, you really need me and Anti-Derivative Jill there to keep things lively when Rob starts to snore. No, I want both of you up here. I asked you earlier if I could if you would a direct message me, because Twitter screwed up all of my connections, so I don't have you're not in my list anymore. But definitely message me, and I'd be happy to invite you onto the panel.
I don't snore that bad, do I?
No, not at all.
And there used to be a hard cola, and I loved it, but I can't find it anymore. And of course, she meant Rod. So we'll go up here. There she is. And I can't send her
what you drinking?
a link because I'm not verified. So she'll have to send me a link first.
What you got there, Canadian Spider-Man?
Oh, sorry. I thought you saw it earlier. This is made by Caribou Brewery in Prince George. Hard root beer.
Oh, okay. Non-alcoholic. Okay.
What? No, it's hard.
Oh,
it's hard, like hard cider.
Yeah, it's
Sweet.
5.5,
okay.
Rod. 5.5. Cheers.
No, this is not
Yeah, I
Bud
don't.
Light.
To Tiger Stripes, I don't have a verified version of Twitter. I haven't paid the $8 yet, so I don't have your list thingamajig
Cheers, Rod.
or message or whatever. I can see you. I just can't send you a link. Or you could send it to. Uh-oh. There we go.
So I don't know about you, but the weather's kind of turned into fall weather all of a sudden as of like last night.
In a good way or a bad way?
Chill. No, it's getting good because it'll help the forest fire situation, which is getting
exactly.
control, but I tell you what, it's time to start having fires in the wood stove if it gets much colder.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the garden is popping, man. The peppers and tomatoes are finally starting to come. That's great.
No, I got to dig the potatoes actually tomorrow. Actually, now that you point that out,
I've already dug mine up, half of them, and the ones that the voles didn't get.
Dug what up?
So. The potatoes.
Oh, good. Okay, I thought you were talking about, landmines or. Something like that.
Man, my plants are huge too. Like, I pulled one. I was just curious, so I pulled one this morning, and like, holy cow! First of all, the plant was huge, and like, secondly, like, I started to dig away, and oh my god, my spuds are like, man, they're giant.
Really?
I can't wait to dig them all up.
Big old spuds.
Mine are tiny. Yeah. That's awesome.
You never want to tell anybody you've got tiny spuds.
I do have tiny spuds. Although,
never tell anyone you've got tiny spuds.
That's not a bad Roma tomato. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I got a dozen of these. I don't know what the hell to do with them.
Okay, now you just made water go down the wrong pipe, but I'm going to tell you a secret that you didn't know about me. In a previous life, is that a
zucchini?
Is that a zucchini in your trousers? Or are you just happy to see me?
Both.
Spinal Tap. So back in a previous life, I was a salesman for a local company called Phoenix Agricultural Group, and we manufactured plant food, organically, environmentally friendly plant food, and bio stimulants for problem soil, because you have to feed the soil before you can feed the plants. The plants get fed by the soil. Yeah. So people would send us in soil samples, and we'd send those off to Omaha labs, and then they'd send them back, and then we would get a fertility recommendation, and I would send the information. I would call up the client, and I would, hey kitty, and I would tell them what they need for the, however much soil they sent us. You could, even back then, like 1995, they could use a satellite and point it at different parts of if they had like a huge, farm, and then they could find which part of their land had problem soil. Anyway, so we would then send them out these bags of plant food and environmentally friendly biostimulants, and that would rebalance their soil. And people that said, for generations we've had this farm, and down by the fence there's just this bad soil where all the water kind of drains to, and we can't do anything with it.
Right.
And then we'd send them the plant food and the biostimulants, and they'd rebalance the soil, and suddenly they were growing huge plants, and a lot more fruit, bigger fruit. And the reason I bring it up is I had a customer in Ontario who was just north of Lake Ontario, and he said he had a longer growing season than Texas, and he was grazing cattle, and so he was obviously feeding grass on his property. And I was like, I didn't realize that there were places in Canada that were not cold.
Well, Lake Ontario is massive, and it's like being next to an ocean. It moderates the temperatures. Victoria also is a peninsula that sticks out in the ocean, not far from Seattle, and that also rarely snows there. I lived there for a few years.
Okay, so Tiger Stripes, you have a link.
And I'm thinking we need to make some sort of arrangement with Mexico that Canadians can just like annex parts of Mexico or make some sort of agreement.
Yeah.
That didn't work out so well for the States, though, did it?
There used to be a game. I don't remember what it was called, but it was like a North American sort of aftermath like board game, and it was all of North America, and it was like an invasion of the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and there were cards that you would draw, and you would have partisans and
did you say courtesans?
No, partisans.
No, that's not as fun.
And well, if people are invading your country, it's more fun. Yeah. Now you're trying to make me forget what I'm talking about. Stop that.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
But Mexico was involved, and Canada was involved, and it kind of centered on the United States. But it was a lot of fun because these cards were random, and so you would draw one at the beginning of your turn, and shit would happen, and you'd have to deal with it. And then, it's somebody else's turn. They draw a card and something different happens to them. So that's what it made me think of.
Board game of all time, Cardinal Sin?
Favorite? I think probably Stalingrad.
I'm not familiar with that.
Really?
It's a honest to God war game. It's got, the hexagonal maps and everything like that. It takes forever to play, but it's a ton of fun.
Is that like Axis and Allies where it can take like a week?
Kind of, except that Axis and Allies doesn't take that long, and it has its own board. This had its own board also, but yeah, it can take a couple days to play.
Yeah, I really like Risk and Axis and Allies. How about you, Rod? What's your favorite board game?
Board game?
Yes.
Well, I guess it's been a while. Guess I'll probably have to go with the old classic Monopoly. Although I was so with it. I mean, I didn't mind it, but I'm ultimately in my mind, I got annoyed with the concept of somebody controlling everything too.
Actually, to be honest, if I had to tell you what my favorite board game was based on the one that I've spent the most time with.
Yes,
it would probably be Dungeons and Dragons. Although I don't know if that's a board game.
No, I don't think that really counts.
It's a role-playing game, so I'm not sure. Ahoy! Scotty R37.
No, I agree. No, I mean honestly, man, even for my days of playing it on playing Advanced Dungeons and Dragons on in television. I mean, it counts, man, because it's a fucking board game, As much as sorry, man, but it is a board game.
It's not a board game. I mean, you don't have dice and little figures you move on a board. Where's the board in Dungeons and Dragons? There's no board. It needs to have a board in order to be a board game.
No, it does actually.
Well, in Dungeons and Dragons, we'd use graph paper instead of hex paper.
Yes, Scotty's here. Nice.
Yeah.
And have you played Stratego? The game Stratego?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If I played Stratego, it was when I was a kid.
Yeah. I played that till I left the board out in the rain one night, and then I discovered the wonders of warping. Hey, Scotty R37, good to see you. Has Antiderivative Jill mentioned whether she was going to be able to join us, Cardinal Sin?
I was just messaging her about that now.
Oh, good. Good. Did you tell her we have punch and pie?
I didn't tell her we had punch and pie. I think she has her own, stuff. So, but I'm drinking daiquiri made with tequila. You've been there.
Yes. Oh, I love tequila.
Crushed ice.
Oh, and Antiderivative Jill, yes, Battleship. I've spent a great many hours playing Battleship.
Battleship is like, there's so much luck involved that, I mean, if you hit somebody, if you hit them first, you're pretty much going to win the game.
Yeah.
Well,
Martin
I don't know.
Taylor
I've been
says,
stuck
I'm
on the
bored
last
with this game.
chip for a while. Once
GBGB.
or twice.
Cool, Trident, I, Pentagon, Lightning. Cardinal Sin is a very smart man. I used to be. I tell people it's a good thing I started off as a genius because now I'm just a regular average Gil.
Yeah, well, that's the day. Average Gil is better than most, I would hazard.
So, what do you say we blah 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 blah. Start off with a song.
Ooh.
There was something I wanted to show you guys. So check this out.
Sure.
Anyway, you get the idea.
Fantastic.
Tiger Stripes is here.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Hi, Tiger Stripes.
Hey, you guys.
Hey, Tiger Stripes. Good to see you.
Hello, Todd. Rod.
And that was my version of an Overmen song. I think it's this one.
Oh, hi.
Hey, Jill, you made it.
Hey, Jill.
Awesome.
Hey, Joe.
Hey,
Nice.
hey, Spidey. Hey,
Good
Rod.
to see you.
Hey.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
hey,
was
Tiger
excellent.
Stripes. Oh, you've
Hello.
got a new avatar. What's that about? It has a wolf.
Yeah.
It's a little Red Riding Hood with a wolf's head slung over her shoulder. It's a Gus Grimley illustration.
Oh, that's Little
He's
Red
wonderful.
Riding Hood. Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Made me wonder. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
What?
Yes, it's
What?
very Grimly.
Oh, no, Cardinal's
It
taking off.
is. Why is it like that? Well,
That's
no,
the way he
he's
is as an illustrator. That's his nature.
Huh.
Cardinal Sin. His computer rebooted, but that's
did.
just like how he draws.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
He's very goth.
Ah, there. Ah,
Can
you're
you hear
back.
me now?
Sort
Can you
of
see me?
dark
Am I
fairy
here?
tales, that kind of thing.
Mhm.
Hey, good thing to get this out of the way early, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What? Oh, right. Don't worry. You'll only reboot about 4 more times.
Yeah. It depends on whether we go 16 hours or not.
Does that artist
Great to
Tiger
see you
Stripes?
guys. Thanks for bringing some much needed feminine energy to midnight. I
you're
hope
welcome.
you guys are
Yeah,
well.
that's me.
I'm doing great. I've had some vodka and
Yeah,
some
thank
beer,
you.
so I'm having a good time.
That's
Vodka and
awesome.
what?
Vodka
Thank
too.
you.
What'd you say, Jill? Vodka and what?
Cranberry juice and
Hey,
Cape Cod, my favorite.
Very
Nice.
healthy.
vodka and anything is good. Yeah.
yeah,
and
the
cranberry
cranberry juice is healthy, not so much the vodka.
Yes, it's really good
Well,
for your
The Russians might
system.
argue.
You
Yeah,
can have a
root
drink
beer
a
and
day
vodka
as a
myself.
woman. That's healthy. It thins the blood.
Yes.
And please welcome to our midnight to midnight party, Scotty R37.
Hey,
Hey,
thanks.
hi,
Scotty.
Scotty.
Greetings.
Scotty.
Ahoy!
Good to see you, brother.
Hi.
Nice.
What's going on, guys?
Fellow
Oh,
Canadian.
we're just having a bit of a party up in here, you know.
Another fellow Canadian. Yeah.
We've got
reached our
female
quota.
energy, we've got
Three
Canadian
Canadians.
energy.
3
Man,
of them.
it's a
I
party.
know. That's a bit much, isn't it, Jill?
That's a lot of people.
It's
A lot of people
exciting.
spelling words with U's.
So how
Tiger
much of
Stripes,
Red Car
does
Red
that-
Groove did you guys hear? It said that it stopped at 56 seconds.
We didn't hear the full song, but it's fine. We got the gist
No,
of it.
it was excellent.
No,
Yeah,
I heard it
so-
was like, was that the guitar? That was fucking awesome, yo. Sorry for
The
the swears.
guitar riff that I was playing was
Yeah.
from Red Car Red Groove,
Yeah, it was great.
which was, you know, back in my a previous lifetime.
You don't rock anymore?
I rock like this. But that gets kind of old after a little while.
I thought my neck hurt.
Did you rock out too hard?
I rocked out too hard.
Well, don't blame me.
I do. I blame you. How is your day?
Martin Taylor says it's 6:29 here in Bowie, Bromley, Southeast London, UK, Great Britain. Woohoo!
Nice. Oh,
So we got some UK energy in here as well.
Is that
Right.
Brighton?
Now I have to
No, Brighton's
insult
on
him
the
by
southwest.
not sounding British. It doesn't even sound Australian or Kiwi. I have to get a couple of beers under my belt. Then I do a pretty good range of accents. Unless, of course, if you'd like to hear James Mason, I can do right off the cuff, you see. Come here, Lolita. It's time for your pedicure.
I really enjoy, I like when Kevin Pollak does the Liam Neeson impression, the one-word
He's
impression.
good at everything.
Well, and the impression is one word. The word is bananas, and Liam Neeson says, bananas.
Bananas. I
There you
saw
go.
a movie that he was in, and it might have been his first movie. And
Excalibur?
he was like a heavy, kind of like a punk rocker.
Oh, wait. Are you thinking about like the Deadpool, that Dirty Harry movie?
No, that was
he was in that.
That was what's his name? Jim Carrey.
Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson is in the Deadpool.
He is? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah.
God, now
I'm
really
looking
embarrassed.
forward to the new Deadpool.
Deadpool 3, yes.
Different Deadpool.
Different Deadpool. We're talking about the
Okay, so Scotty, you got to educate me.
We're talking about
then.
did he fire
What
5
is the
shots or
Deadpool
6?
that has nothing to do with Marvel? Tell me.
Okay,
now.
so there is a character named Harry Callahan, and he's in a
there
series
is.
of films, and they're called the Dirty Harry movies.
Yes.
So Dirty Harry's the first one, as it would be. And then I think it goes to Magnum Force.
Magnum Force.
Yep.
Then it goes to, what's the third one? That's like, I want to say Lethal Enforcer because of the video game. It's not the Enforcer, is it? It's the one where he says, go ahead and make my day.
Magnum Force.
Oh my God. Canadian Spider-Man.
Yeah, see? Someone knows. Are those salt guns
Enforcer.
for
Yes,
flying?
they are.
Impact and the Deadpool.
And the Deadpool.
So
And so
the
the
Enforcer
Deadpool
is
is
the
the
third one.
first.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Salt
Enforcer
has-
is the third.
There's the salt right there.
The third one, yeah.
And then the fourth one is
You shoot
Deadpool.
flies.
Sudden Impact. The fifth one is Deadpool.
Nice.
Fifth one.
And you
And
purify
the first
your
one
home spiritually at the
Was
same
very
time.
popular, but
they
it was
work?
met with
Oh, yeah,
met
they
with a
do.
lot of anti-gun sort of fear, and so in the second one, he kind of is protecting. He's a protective cop rather than like a rogue cop like he was in the first one.
Well, yeah. In the first one, he throws away his badge.
Yeah,
I
It's
prefer
kind of
that
like.
one.
Like when Worf throws away his badge during that episode where there's a Klingon Civil War.
Canadian
no.
Spider-Man.
Wait.
We can't see you.
Right here.
I got him.
see him. I see
You can
him.
see
He
him?
was just showing the really cool salt guns he has. That
I
don't
heard the
understand.
pistols are way better, though.
Oh, really? Ooh.
Just a little bit more compact. Like I'm not flexing. I don't have either. I would love a assault rifle.
Yeah.
Assault rifle.
Yes.
Oh, I don't think
Soon
anybody
these
needs
will
an
be
assault
unlocked
rifle
again,
unless
won't
they're
they?
a
Why
soldier.
made of salt?
It won't be long. You friggin' wait.
Table salt, just iodized. I believe.
Absolutely. Pleasant Valley
That's
Picker, my
kosher
friend.
salt.
You may join
It's
the
kosher
channel.
salt.
Just send
'Cause
me
it's bigger.
an email or
You'll
look me
know
up on Twitter because I lost all my Twitter.
You lost your Twitter? How did
Yeah,
you lose your Twitter?
I lost
They
everything
changed the
back to
name of
like
it.
May of
That's
22.
X.
and all my contacts were gone except for 3.
How did I not lose you?
Well, you
Kismet.
could see me, but I couldn't see you. Like, I'm
Weird.
still connected to everybody, but they don't realize that I need them to send them. I need them to send me a DM.
Wow. I didn't know that. Let me
Yeah,
make
they
sure I
really
do
fucked
that.
up my Twitter. Thanks, Elon.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. I'm not even following you. That's crazy.
Isn't that weird?
Weird.
Weird. My Twitter handle. That's a good question. There she is.
At Cardinal Sin 16.
Yeah, and I used to just be at Cardinal Sin, so this really screwed me up. And I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, Martin Taylor says Twitter is X-rated now.
Yeah.
This is true.
I'm sorry.
Dang.
It's all your, yeah, it is your fault, Scotty. I was gonna say.
What did you do?
I
Oh,
don't see card
Jill
on
beat
my
me to the
list
punch.
either. How can that be? There's
I got you.
Barstools.
Say again?
I got you.
I don't think I'm following you either, and I certainly was. And how did
I
that happen?
can't
Tiger
send you-
Stripes, I love your voice, and I want to hear it a little louder.
Yeah, I do too. You need to
Oh.
be a little louder. I'm not
I
verified.
gotta be right back.
And
No,
it
there I
says
am.
under
Follows you and following. No,
under
I'm-
your name,
I
it says you
still
cannot
see you on
message
my
this
list of
user
people.
because you are not verified. And that means I haven't spent the $8 to get the blue check mark.
I'm not verified. I'm a verified nobody.
Mm-hmm.
I verify you.
My
I'll
voice
get
is my passport. Verify me.
It's a good
I
point.
am hearing my voice.
Did you guys hear about the I think it was like a 92-year-old black lady that had a SWAT team come to her house because facial recognition software fucked up and got the wrong person?
No way.
No, the
Really?
one I heard about was the woman who was the mother of the guy, and I think this is in your part of the world, Cardinal, in Kansas. And it's a small town, and the guy was
Marion,
the owner
yeah, I
of a
heard about
local
that.
newspaper.
Yeah, this
And
was a different
they
thing I
went
was
into
talking
the
about.
house, and she was so distressed by this that she died the next day.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's it. Yeah.
Yes.
What? Really?
It's
Yes.
Holy
really.
shit.
It's
A little
absolutely
tiny
appalling.
town.
They had no warrant. They just went
Yep.
in. It was apparently
Yep.
some sort of private issue between a local merchant or something who had something against the paper. And he got the cops to go into the man's house and also to go into the newspaper and take everything. They took everything. They took all the computers. They took everything. So it's
yeah,
a
because
really
of
ugly
stress,
story.
she died.
Yeah.
Holy
A very
shit.
sad, very ugly story. Very because the press is supposed to have protection from that kind of
Yeah.
forfeiture or
Supposedly.
taking of things from the cops. They're supposed to
Hello,
have freedom
small
of the
time
press.
republic.
So it's
Ahoy.
really appalling. And she died, which is just
Yeah.
horribly sad.
Right.
And there's footage of her giving them a ration of shit, as they bust into her house. God bless her.
Yep, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
That
I can't.
sort of
I
thing would
still
be
can't
sad
see
story.
Spidey. Can you all see Spidey?
Yes.
Huh.
I'm gonna remove myself and try and come back.
All right. We have the boat, everybody. Let's do what we. Oh,
No.
All
I'm
right.
still here.
Full speed ahead. Ramming speed.
Now, stop your belly aching. Not gonna hear
Ramming
anything like
speed.
that. And let's check. Yes, retweet the stream, please, if you guys have
Both my profiles already done. Already done.
Oh gosh. Oh no. Well. Yes, Jill has followed me.
I have to say this. I'm sorry. I love Cameron Pasha. I really do, and I'm a patron of his. But he loves Barbie. I'm like, I haven't even bothered trying to like take issue with it because I can just see,
Did
I'm
you
like,
see it,
I'm
though,
not,
Rod?
you know,
Did you go and see the movie?
Yeah. Yes, actually, I saw it. In
Okay.
fact, I purposely saw it, and like, and again, everything that everybody said, Midnight's Edge, Critical Drinker,
Which movie?
that Anna, that Star Wars girl, like everything that everybody said, it was absolutely true. And like,
What movie?
yeah, no, like Andre from Midnight's Edge, he's right. It's a
What
breakup
movie?
Barbie.
Oh,
yes, Barbieheimer.
I heard that the twist ending was that Ken was not anatomically correct.
No, they revealed that very early on in the
sort
film.
of, as I understand, it's the twist ending is exactly the opposite, but it's a twist ending, and I haven't seen it, and I wouldn't want to spoil it for people. I'd like to go, Rod, because now I'm kind of wondering. I know that there's a viewpoint that says
that's the
that
thing.
It's
that's
very,
what bothers me.
I'm trying to finish the sentence, Rod. That there's a viewpoint that
Sorry.
says that the movie is very meta and self-aware, so that when they use words like patriarchy, which I understand they throw around a lot, and which for me personally is a red flag, that they're very self-aware of what they're doing. So there's a level of parody there.
So it's
And
like
now
a tongue-in-cheek thing?
I'm starting to
Yes.
wonder. I don't know, but I'm hearing that can be interpreted that way. But Rod has actually seen it, and I haven't.
Well, and I got an opportunity to see it myself. And I was there on the Saturday of opening weekend. I wore black pants, a white dress shirt, and a black tie because I thought it would be funny if I dressed like I was going to see Oppenheimer, but actually went to see Barbie. So I went and I saw it, and I was expecting something like the Brady Bunch movie, and it didn't turn out to be that good.
The Brady Bunch movie was very good.
Yeah, and that's where my bar was sort of set. I was looking at like a mid-90s. I wanted the Beverly Hillbillies. I wanted that remake.
That was good
and
too.
It should have been funny.
So,
it should have been like
and it was fine. But it was also, and my experience watching it again, I saw it on opening matinee afternoon, so it was moms and daughters and me. And they ate it up. They thought it was great. It was made for the audience that it was made for. And at the end of the day, when I got out of there and it was like, how was that? And I was like, you ever go to Toys R Us and just end up in the Barbie aisle and be like, how did I get here? Like, what am I doing? I know I don't want anything from here. Why am I in this aisle? And so that is my review of it. Like, it just wasn't made for me. So I'm not upset with it. And if it had an agenda, I was like, yeah, that agenda is not for me.
Okay. So
I find it funny.
We have a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
Real quick. We have a question. Admiral Teague says, I challenge the panel to answer the question. And the question is okay, so
we're waiting with bated breath.
Who will pledge to boycott named attack streams?
You're paying money for this? Okay.
Because what I was seeing in my Twitter was that there was a bunch of stuff going on that people had tagged me and someone else, and it was looking really nasty. So James Caserta is here, but does not have all devices attached. And Radioactive wants to know what is an attack stream. And Admiral Teague says, I want every panelist to have a chance to say how they feel right now. Hey, James Caserta.
Hey, James.
Serta.
Hey.
Greetings, my
Oh, it's here?
friend.
Hey.
How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you?
So, I guess starting with Canadian Spider-Man, Admiral
Hi.
Teague wants to know if
Who is
you
here?
would pledge
I can't.
to boycott named attack streams.
I really have
What's
no
going on?
talking about,
Everybody.
so I can't.
That's my
What-
favorite.
what's the
To
question?
boycott named attack streams.
Oh, he wants to bring drama into this stream instead of talking about fun movie stuff.
I
That's
don't
what it
know
is.
that.
Yeah, no, that's what that is.
But it's a super chat, so I have to read it.
Yes, yes.
Of course. Yes.
Of course,
welcome,
definitely.
Pleasant Valley
I thought he
Pictures.
was going to.
definitely
I,
support the super
I thought-
chat. Sure.
I misread it because I thought I said who will pledge to boycott named attack streams, and I thought he was going to name the attack streams that we have to pledge
they would be
to boycott.
streams that are named at a certain YouTuber that are attacking them.
Well,
Hmm.
if we're referring to the same person that no one wants to refer to, he's made more content out of me than a lot of people. So I'm not even going to, apathy. I don't care. I don't want to talk about him.
Apathy.
Okay.
Particularly.
Exactly.
What?
That guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Third
all right.
base.
William Shake Spielberg is here.
Oh, hey.
Welcome to join our panel.
No,
If you'd like.
I
Popovich.
don't like when any YouTuber uses content against at someone else's.
Can I
expense.
say
It doesn't
hello?
matter who they are.
Hello.
If you're wasting airtime
It's
talking about other
It's like
people.
so many people
it's
talking
stupid.
over each other, and my head's starting to split open here. Come on, guys.
No,
The
Hello.
next
we
person
haven't-
talking over
we
anyone
haven't
is
been
you at the
talking.
moment.
That's correct.
Hey,
Hi, PvP.
Hey, what's
Hello.
actually what's with the echo? Because I don't even have YouTube on. I've just got the
I don't hear
StreamYard
an echo.
window.
No echo here.
There's an echo happening though.
Echo base.
Just on
There
your
goes
end.
that.
5. Standing by.
Oh. Shout out to Echo Base.
I don't
Network.
have an echo.
Slow
Yeah,
vote.
shout out. To
I've only.
So hello to Kronos.
This is weird.
Kronos.
Kronos.
Kronos
Kronos.
is here. Hey.
Kronos is like the best chatter on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm hearing an echo every time I say anything, guys. This is weird.
yes, the problem seems to be on your end, sir.
I don't hear anything on.
Is this a YouTube thing?
I do not know.
Do you have a
No, I think
YouTube
it's a
window
you
open?
thing. I think it's a
Hard to
tube
say.
you thing.
That's odd. 'Cause the only thing I have open is the only thing I've got open is the StreamYard window. I've closed everything else, and I'm definitely getting this weird echo.
No, I'm not having any of that difficulty. So my
And
best wishes.
I'm getting like a 30-second delay, which is a real pain. Hey,
Right.
But just you.
Gil,
We're all here to affirm.
Probably, yeah. Probably just you.
Hello, hello.
Testing 1, 2.
guys-
Something in the background?
Testes 1, 2.
I think I'm going to try rebooting if that's okay, and hopefully it'll work. So
Sure.
And Dadman Walking is here.
Probably, yeah.
Says Cookie StreamYard had a guest on Tuesday. The
That's a
guest
really
heard the
good
whole
name.
time and the stream, and I didn't hear it.
Dadman Walking.
Small
good to see
Time
you.
Republic says no
Oh
echo here.
yeah,
in the chat.
Dadman Walking. He is going up in subs so fast.
Rock and roll.
Nice.
It is a good name.
Yeah.
I would never have an attack stream.
No, I'm not a fan of
I
those
don't.
at
Nobody here would either.
I
No.
Hey,
wouldn't
Tim
say
Cardi,
anything
what's up, my
about
friend?
somebody that
Hey,
I would
look
say
at
to
him.
their face.
Cardi?
Precisely.
I wouldn't really say something about somebody while they weren't present because I think that's balls. So
I
that's
agree.
it. That's my opinion.
That's true. Scotty and I insult
Yeah.
each other face to face.
That's a good
So-
policy.
That's how it has to be done.
To watch
Totally. But
that-
if I already said the thing that I said to you before and I say it again elsewhere, but I've already said it to you before, I'm just
That's
waving
right.
my flag.
Yeah, that's
fair enough.
And it's not like I don't title my streams like, I'm not down with the sickness. Like, I don't care. Like, I'd rather talk about the fun stuff. It is a cool song. I like it when Richard Cheese does it.
The first time I ever heard it was
Richard Cheese is performing tonight
during
live on stream, I believe.
Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead 2000.
Who is Richard Cheese?
Ladies go crazy for that.
He does lounge versions of popular songs.
You guys get the joke, right? Dick Cheese, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just checking.
I missed it,
guys.
but that one could go over my head because I don't think I want to
Probably
catch it.
better.
I don't know what's going on tonight with StreamYard, guys, but you guys are all echoing endlessly, and I'm not even seeing your mouse move.
We don't hear any echo.
There's some
He's
kind of
looking
weird screw
really
up going on.
nonplussed.
Can you try to send me another link, maybe, Cardinal? Because
Sure.
everybody is echoing, and something weird's going on.
You have
That is
all your other
strange.
windows
That is
closed?
strange.
I have everything closed, Joe.
Crazy.
That's weird. That's weird.
I've got everything closed, Joe.
Oh, yeah, Dadman walking a new look in terms of
The
that. I
only
have my
window
camera on.
the only window I've got open is StreamYard, and I've never.
You've got a new email with the
I don't know what's going on, but
try popping out and hit that new email link.
I will definitely. I'll give it. Yeah, I'll give it
in the
another
meantime,
go.
we're gonna play
another go.
some punk rock.
Rock and roll. Or no, punk rock.
Now, this is a band I don't play often enough.
Thank God.
And it's the Fish Sticks, a band that I was in the 90s.
I thought I'd die for you.
that was the fish sticks.
I like it.
Tell me, how much do you like my Vogon poetry?
I was going to say fish sticks and custard.
Fish
was
fingers.
I think it's working now, guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Cool, man.
I'm not
That's
hearing
right.
any echo, so you guys are cool.
No, I like the name. That's an excellent
Where do you
name.
put the custard?
I think. Oh shit! I'm still
Because
getting
it's
an
a
echo.
Doctor
What
Who
the
thing.
hell?
Fish fingers and custard.
My mother would say,
I
milk
don't
and
even have.
fish, milk
I
and
don't even
fish."
have YouTube on. I'm still getting a damn echo.
You're getting the echo again?
Wow.
Are you guys hearing any echo or?
Nope.
No.
I thought you said the echo
Nope,
was
None.
gone.
way to make it all about you,
It
None
seemed
whatsoever.
to be at first, but
as usual.
I'm still getting that like
I'll be back.
I'm
Okay.
still getting a bloody
Hey,
delay.
Jill.
It must be StreamYard, guys, but
We're all using StreamYard. Nobody
As
hears an
long
echo except for
as
you.
long. Yeah, I don't get it because I've only got StreamYard on. I don't have YouTube on at all. I closed the YouTube window and I've only got the StreamYard window.
Do you have
It
another
was-
browser open?
Christ
If you
needs
go
to
down
get
to
I got nothing
settings
open except StreamYard.
If
So
you go down to
I'm muting
settings-
myself.
and audio, do you have echo cancellation clicked?
oh, maybe.
That might help.
Huh.
Echo and the Funny Men. Actually, Echo and the Bunny Men are one of my
Audio.
favorite bands.
Nice.
I've got exo cancellation on though, so
Well, there's one way we can find out. Do you
I
hear
really
an
don't know
echo?
what the hell's.
Do you hear an echo
This
when
has
I'm talking?
never happened before. But if you guys aren't hearing any echo, then it's
Pleasant Valley Picker, hang on a sec. There's one way we can find out. Is there an echo when I'm talking? Check.
no.
Okay. Canadian Spider-Man, talk for a bit.
Yes. Hello. Yeah. I'm hoping you don't have an echo when you hear me.
You guys sound great.
Goes.
Okay, Tiger Stripes.
You're in the Kamloops
chat
area,
for a
aren't you?
bit.
I don't get it. I've
One,
You're in the
never had
camp-
this happen before.
Hang on a sec, Rod.
3, 4, 5.
Is she echoing? Pleasant Valley Picker, did you hear an echo?
You guys all sound fantastic. It's just when I talk, I hear myself like 30 seconds later.
Okay, is your phone on?
I don't have a phone on. I don't have a phone on. I don't have YouTube on. I don't have a phone or YouTube.
Or another computer?
Where did Caserta go? I want him back.
It's very weird.
It is
Yeah.
strange.
He just left.
He's having connecting
He's
difficulties.
having issues
The
with
only
God.
thing
Oh,
I've got
no.
on,
And
guys,
Caserta.
is
We want you
StreamYard.
back. God loves
Yes.
you.
You know what?
Absolutely.
Just roll with it. You know, because you can hear it. You know it's going to happen. Fine. Just roll with
You
it.
sound fine to us. We don't hear any kind of echo.
We can deal with it. We can deal with it. You know?
I mean,
Yeah, well,
Or not.
Radioactive suggests you might be getting speaker
I
feedback
think I'll
through the
just
microphone.
try and put up with it and, muddle through it. But
Radioactive suggests you might be getting speaker feedback through the microphone. Do you have speakers on your mic?
James
Or on
your-
Caserta
or on
says
your camera?
God doesn't want me doing anything. What does that mean,
I
James
know,
Caserta? What are you
that's so
talking about?
sad.
What?
He says, I want you too, Tiger Stripes.
Well, I believe I said we want you here. So
Yes.
That was the royal we.
Yeah.
However, God loves you. I'm here to tell you, James.
And if he doesn't
The
want
royal
you,
we.
I think so
God
too.
loves you. Yes. And if God don't want you, we do.
Everyone sounds 5 by 5. So let's
Yeah.
go, Nee.
yeah, I don't know what's
Finally.
going on my end, but something's really screwed up.
Sorry, man. But we got a show to do.
Yeah, maybe another night. PvP can listen and be in the chat. If you can't hang, I don't know.
Hey, Jims.
Hey, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Ever the voice of reason, Joe.
Yeah, it sucks. I like hanging out with you guys, but
Yes.
And then there were 6. And then there were 6.
Now we are 6.
Next time. Next time.
Yeah, there's always a next time.
I tried to remaster this, and I don't think that we got there. James Caserta is here, but it says device is not connected. That
I've had
sometimes.
trouble getting James Caserta on too, so don't
So
feel
let's
bad.
try this one.
Shoot your missiles the other way. I wanna live another day. Shoot your missiles the other way. Shoot your fucking missiles the other
All right. So that was the Overmen. Shoot Your Missiles the Other Way. That was a band I was in 1986.
Ooh, wasn't that the year the original Top Gun came out?
And believe it or not,
Hey, it works.
we recorded that on a boombox, a stereo boombox, because I worked at Radio Shack and I had 2 really crappy omnidirectional microphones, and it was like a prosumer grade boombox that had inputs so you could record, but they stopped doing that. They didn't want you to be able to do that unless you spent lots and lots of money. And that was recorded in the jam room in the Skull Hall where the guitarist lived. Not even a studio.
Oh, this is, guys.
See you and hear you, James Caserta, but you're
hey, James.
You're muted.
Welcome back.
This is beyond weird. Now I'm hearing Cardinal echoing. Something very weird is going on in the StreamYard tonight.
Well, YouTube has been known to do worse. But
yes, StreamYard's
let's all
effed
have
up
fun.
tonight for
It's
me.
time to party.
Oh well.
Now I hear an echo on your end, or on somebody's end. Yes, back in the day when boom boxes were boom boxes. And I still haven't heard anything from Canadian Spider-Man in a long time, and I haven't
I'm
seen
right
him in
here.
a long time.
Hello.
Spidey, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah. Can everybody hear me?
You guys
Yeah,
all
I
see
can hear
Canadian
you.
Spider-Man?
I can
Oh, yeah,
see you,
totally.
and I can hear you.
Yeah.
What's the topic? What's going on?
You
I
guys
was
can
away
see
from
Canadian Spider-Man?
Indeed,
I
he's
can't
wearing.
see him or hear him.
I can see him, and I can
Yeah,
hear him. He's wearing
I see him and hear him totally.
He's wearing an unboxing shirt for your channel.
I can't see him. I don't know why.
Oh, I see
Something's
him.
going on with StreamYard tonight.
Something's.
I'm still getting that damn 20-second delay or whatever, but
It's not even
It's
Halloween
weird.
yet.
Hey,
That's
James
spooky.
Caserta.
I don't need to talk much anyway, so I'll just hang out and shut the hell up.
Sorry you're having issues.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not Halloween yet.
It's
It's
a
sort
shame,
of the
yeah.
beginning of spooky season. If only it were
It
as
is.
cool
Why
here
can't I
as it
see
is
Canadian
It's very
Spider-Man?
weird, Gil.
It's
I've
It's
never
not
had
the
this
midnight to
happen
midnight
before,
without
but
Canadian Spider-Man. Guest destination from Canadian Spider-Man.
I think the Halloween candy's already in the stores.
Oh yeah, it is. That's crazy.
What is that?
I picked up some
resisting
today.
that.
It won't make it
Not
till
helping.
Halloween.
So, is anybody here a Terry Pratchett fan?
Terry Hatcher?
A what?
Absolutely.
Pratchett. Terry Pratchett, the author.
What?
Late.
Yes.
Huh.
I liked Good Omens, and I've heard of Ringworld. Or is it Discworld?
Not Ringworld, Discworld.
Sounds
That's
familiar.
the one.
Yes. Oh well, then, but you haven't
Hmm.
read him.
I've read Good Omens, but not Discworld.
Yeah,
Hey,
well, Discworld is
PS2
a series
chipper.
of books. It's many, many books. And
Mhm.
the main city of the Discworld is called Ankh-Morpork. And it occurred to me that there may be a pun there that I'm not getting, because I'm sort of a literalist. And I thought if I brought it up, somebody might be able to say, well, of course, it's this, and that, which would be obvious, because I am the girl who took years. Somebody had to tell me that Diagon Alley was a pun on the word diagonally. But it did not work it out for myself.
I'm
So I just
extremely
wanted to
I didn't know
gullible.
that until the movie made that joke where Harry does say diagonally.
Yes, it took me forever. But anyway,
He goes.
Diagon
He
Alley.
accidentally.
That's funny.
He goes
Morpork,
diagonally.
a pun that I should
Accidentally.
just be obviously
Didn't he
getting.
just
Does
mispronounce it?
anybody- No. Well, it's an Ankh, like an Ankh.
Diagonally?
Thank you very much. And Morpork, Morporkh, maybe? It's Morpork. But I just thought somebody might know.
I've never read Discworld.
Oh, they're
Sorry.
wonderful. It was wonderful. I mean, funny. Everything.
Is
just
that by
sparkling
Terry
and
Pratchett?
hilarious and deep and wise, but always funny.
Is that a Terry Pratchett book?
Yes. Well,
Series.
That's what I thought.
a series. The Discworld is a series of books with different titles. I can recommend the movie The Hogfather, just for starters. If you
Mhm.
like that, you will probably, because it's a parody of Christmas. If you like that, you'll probably love everything he does. It captures his
Oh, I
vibe
love
very
everything
well.
I've ever read from Terry Pratchett. I just haven't read Discworld.
Yeah. Well, all right. I just thought I'd throw it out there just in case, but
James Cassert is having connecting difficulties.
no, that's a pity.
There's something very weird going on with StreamYard tonight, guys, because I'm actually hearing Tiger Stripes. For some reason, I'm hearing Tiger Stripes echoing. It's very odd.
She sounds great to me.
Me
In
too.
fact, just in
Yes.
terms of the reference that you were saying, the Ankh, what Ankhs? Morpork.
Yes.
And so when I was living in Australia, there was a girl that I worked with at the restaurant that I worked at, and she was always all about
Oh
Terry
shit!
Pratchett. And
Scotty.
she said, "No, I know, but I'm explaining something, PV."
Scotty,
Yes, sir.
Oh God, Scotty, you're echo. You got like a.
So she
You've got
said
a
that it was like a
15-second lag going, dude.
no, everything's fine by
I want to
me.
hear the rest of what Scotty
Not
said.
on my end. It's
Yeah,
all
Scotty
fucked
sounds
up.
great.
It's you.
No, but it's all screwed
Yeah.
up here.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
you.
it's you. I don't know how,
Well,
but it's you.
something's
So-
bad on my end because it's all
So there was
all
this
messed up.
Finish your
lovely
story,
girl
Scotty.
in Australia.
So anyway, she said it was
Yeah,
a
great. Can
parable
we
for things that were going on in
Scotty
Australia. So he was sort of Discworld was Terry Pratchett's interpretation of Australia. So or at least I vaguely remember this. This would have been at least like more than a decade ago. And it was one time in a break room and she started telling me about Terry Pratchett. And I said the same thing that I said now. I said, I've read of Good Omens, but I got nothing else. And so she started telling me about it, and she said it was a parable for Australia. So if you're looking for answers to sort of a play on words, maybe look into some Australian vernacular.
No, I just think that's very charming of her because I
Yeah,
think
what-
she's
what?
sort of projecting because he
It
spoke
could have
about
been.
contemporary matters and addressed them in this mythological Tolkienian other world, a secondary world. But I think everybody could relate to the things that he addresses, and she was just taking it very personally as an Australian. So I think that's charming.
What do you
But
think?
not
The
necessarily
Australian are like child
specific to Australia, I think. Other than they're both flat. I don't know.
And
people? Australia?
said it was
Goodness.
Ankh More Pork.
Ankh
Yes.
More Pork.
Ankh-More Pork.
There's a board game called Ankh More Pork.
No doubt, because there's all things Terry Pratchett. People who are Discworld fans are really Discworld fans. And they get together and they cosplay and they do all kinds of things. It's a massive fandom.
Wikipedia, it says the name Ankh More Pork refers to both the city itself, a walled city about 5 miles across, and surrounding suburbs and farms of its fiefdom. The city lives on the river Ankh, the most polluted waterway on Discworld, which divides it into the more affluent Ankh and the poorer Moorpork, including the slum-like Shades. Lying approximately equidistant from the cold mountainous hub and tropical rim, Ankh Moorpork is in the Discworld's equivalent of the temperate zone. I always thought I always thought that Discworld was like a joke on flat earthers.
No, I think that it's just as a secondary world, he just decided that it was going to be a flat world and it was going to have these mythological references that it's on the world itself is rest on the back of 4 elephants, which rest on the back of Atu, the giant turtle who flies through space.
And
these
it's
are
turtles
things that
all the way
actually
down.
already exist mythologically. He just sort of glommed onto those and put his world on top of that. Yes. In it, there's a reference at the end of the first book, I think, to the giant turtle. Oh, no, it's just one book. At the very end of the book, there's a reference to the giant turtle. And I was very disappointed because it's never made any of the film versions. I'm like, if there's no giant turtle, it ain't it. And did they stick it in the movie? I don't think so. This recent movie, I think maybe in the second movie there might have been a glimpse of it at some point. It just kind of went flying by, but I was really looking for it. I wanted that damn turtle.
Yeah, you would think they would at least make some visual reference to it.
I can't remember if they did. I don't think they did, because it's the kind of thing where you can see the producers are like, no, we're not paying $20,000 for a flipping turtle, a giant turtle. Oh, the audience is not going to get it. We're not going to go there. So you can hear them thinking from here.
Yeah, but it's just cool, even if they don't get it.
It is very cool. It was sort of a sad thing, I think, in the book, but I don't want to ruin the book for anybody. If you haven't read it, all fricking 1,200 pages of it, or whatever the heck it was.
Wow.
It was a big book. It was a big frickin' book, as I recall.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Canadian Spider-Man, in terms of length comparisons.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I read that book. Actually read it back in the day. And it sort of infused itself into my psyche. And I even had a very it moment, at the time. So it was very peculiar. I mean, everybody's seen it, right?
No.
Yes, I've seen
Yes.
both
It's kind of
versions
vague.
it.
I had no car at the time, and I was on a bicycle, which is
Smartass.
very juvenile right there. That's kid stuff when you're riding a bicycle for transportation. I was going home from work, and I was going up a little incline, and I mean, and I had a long way to ride from work to home at that point in my life. Substantial. It was like a good 50 minutes of pretty hard pedaling, and I was going up this little incline, and this pink metallic balloon sort of floated in front of my bicycle. And it was like made for me. It was pink, it was metallic, it was a balloon, and it was sort of floating around, my head height on the bicycle. And I had the thought, all I have to do is sort of swerve over and reach out, and I'll be able to grab this balloon. And I didn't. And as I came up over this incline, this massive truck came over the other direction. And had I swerved, I would definitely have been hit very hard by this massive truck. And then I realized at that point that I was over the LA River, which is, completely encased
Terminator
in
2.
concrete. It's basically a canal. So it had all of the it things: the balloon, the river, the canal, the bicycle, just everything. I'm like, oh my God, I have read too much of this book. It's coming into my life. It was a really nice, creepy moment, but I am lucky I survived. So,
Indeed.
balloon, leave the balloons alone, kids.
Wow, no kidding. That's
Wow.
Yes.
That's crazy. That's a cool
I thought
story.
that
Hilarious.
Tim Curry was a much more effective Pennywise than Bill Skarsgård,
That's
because
interesting. I don't know that I
it wasn't
compare
supposed
them.
in the book. It wasn't supposed to be scary. It was supposed to be like clown scary, but not like
No, I'm sorry,
scary.
I disagree. Yeah, I think in the book, if you get up close to that clown, you start to notice things like teeth.
Well,
I
yeah,
think in
if
the
you get up
book.
close to it. But also,
And clowns are
I'm just
terrifying.
such a huge Tim Curry fan.
Yes, I mean, my first thought was, well, he was just out of the park on everything. And I mean, yeah,
Wow, I
can
think
do
it
no
actually
wrong, Tim
worked this
Curry.
time.
You think
That's
so?
what you
That's
said last
great.
time.
Also,
That-
hello,
Yeah.
Oh, I saw.
to Suzanne Eckstein
Suzanne
and
Suzanne.
Eckstein. Hello.
Suzanne's cool. I like
Hey,
Suzanne.
Suzanne.
PS2 Chipper.
Hey, sweetie.
And also hello to Jedi Bill.
I think it's
Hey.
working, guys. There's no
Jedi
echo
Bill
now. It's
there?
like, it's weird. Like I thought it was cool, and then I just said, screw this. I'm going to just close all the windows I have open. Even my usual internet window. So I closed that, and then I went back in and got your connection in the email there, Gil, and it's all good now. It's
Well,
like,
we're
damn.
glad you're here.
Oh, I'm glad I'm here too. Every day I'm here on planet Earth is a good day, right?
Every day above ground is a good day.
Damn right. But that was so weird. Like the weirdest thing was I could hear Tiger Stripes talking endlessly. Like it must have been some kind of weird feedback loop or
Well, let's
something.
not talk about it because we might
Anyway,
jinx it
yeah.
and bring it back.
Yeah.
And you're
Anyway, it's
hardly
all
one
good.
to
It's all good. It's all good. So
criticize
I'll
someone
shut
for
up.
talking endlessly.
No, come
but
on.
you-
It wasn't endlessly. It was a great story. I liked
But
it. I
you
liked
were
that.
some kind of weird.
Merci beaucoup.
It's not your fault, Tiger Stripes. It's not like I'm saying anything bad about you. It's just like there was some weird loop where your voice was going on and on and on, and it was very strange. It had
Well,
to be
now that it's gone,
it was
let's
something
talk
messed
about
up with
something
the internet,
different.
so it's all good now. So let's forget that.
We shall rejoice.
Sorry, guys. Let's just move on and have fun.
Yes. Heavens.
Let's rock out.
Yeah,
Heavens.
let's.
Is it time for some more punk rock?
I think it is.
I'm always
Let's
good for some punk rock,
try.
man.
How about some Wayback Machine?
Sure. What the hell?
They're great.
I'm open-minded. I don't care what you want to show. Go for the way back.
And that was called Fight Song, and it got quite a bit of airplay on our local student station, KJHK. It was in heavy rotation. And James Caserta says, hey, I think I heard of Wayback Machine. Might have heard of it here. So tell me how much you liked my Vogue on poetry. I can see Canadian Spider-Man now.
That's funny because he's just an avatar to me.
Well, that's what I meant.
But at the same time, he's muted. It is. It made me think of Rocky and Bullwinkle.
I'm here.
Mr. Peabody and Sherman.
Enjoying listening to you guys talk.
Yeah, it's the name of their time machine.
I have one bumper sticker left.
Hello.
Hello, Scotty.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I went on a field trip. I hope you didn't miss me.
You look marvelous.
Stop.
No,
Stop.
really.
Thanks, man.
You're a very handsome guy.
You're good looking.
Yes.
Oh,
everyone's good looking.
Yeah, everybody on this panel is good looking.
Beautiful in their own
Exactly.
way.
Yeah. Who sings that?
Good night, Dad Man Walking.
Stevens? Can't believe I know.
Maybe. Yeah, that's crazy. I think it was. Yes. See you, Dad Man.
Good night, Dad Man.
Good night, Dad Man.
Hey, Dad Man.
Admiral Teague says, I saw an actual Spider-Man today on my way to the Mets game.
Nice.
Really?
Seeing a Spider-Man in New York. Would be
Wow.
You get used to it in New York, right? He's all over the place. He's just your
guess.
friendly neighborhood Spider-Man.
Was he climbing buildings, Admiral Teague?
He was spinning webs any size, catching crooks, just like flies.
He's from Queens, like the Ramones.
Ramones
I
are
know
great,
someone on
man.
this panel that likes the
There.
Ramones.
I
I
do.
love the Ramones, man.
Everybody loves the Ramones.
Especially
doesn't?
the
Everybody
first,
the
love
real
the
question.
Ramones.
especially the first 3 or 4 albums. Those are absolute classics. They're so good.
You know, one of their sort of mid albums that I like is "We Want the Airwaves." I think it was an EP, but
We
I
Want
love
the
that lead
Airwaves.
song.
I remember that song.
That was a great
I like
song.
their cover album, Acid Eaters.
What's
I
it called?
have not got around to listening to
Acid
that one, actually,
Eaters.
Tiger.
Say again. Tiger Stripe.
Acid Eaters?
Acid Eaters.
Yes, that's
I've never
What's
even
that?
heard of that.
It's an album of covers.
Nice.
Yeah, that
I
was the
want-
covers album, wasn't it, Tiger? Yeah, I gotta check that one out. That could be great.
Have you
fun.
heard
Yeah.
Joey Ramone's last solo album before he died?
I have not.
Yeah, that's lovely.
I'm
That's the
ashamed.
It's
I'm
amazing.
ashamed, but I should listen to it.
And check this out. This is the really cool thing about it. He recorded the vocals with no backing tracks, no guitar, nothing. And then
Really?
all of his friends, he had lots of friends in musician land, and they came in and they wrote, guitar parts and bass parts and
Wow.
played drums, and it all came together because he
Jesus.
was a very gifted musical genius.
I always thought Joey was an absolutely amazingly talented vocalist.
He was also very intelligent. He was on a show.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
With
yeah.
Gene Simmons of Kiss. And
there's a difference in intellect.
Well, he's also a very intelligent guy, but here's the
Yeah.
thing. The person whose show it was looking at Gene Simmons and said, I understand that you're a genius and you speak 9 languages. Joey, tell us more. And he pointed at Joey and said, that's Joey.
Well,
So
you know what? I find Joey is like, he was a remarkably great, talented singer, but I liked him because he was a down-to-earth dude, basically, like all of us. The one thing I don't like about Gene Simmons is I've seen numerous interviews with him over the decades, and often he really comes across like an arrogant dickhead, I gotta say.
Not Gene Simmons.
I wonder how match. I swear to God, I'm not drunk yet.
That's okay.
I wonder how much of that is
I am.
part of the show.
Oh, you're drunk? Oh my God, Jill's drunk. Oh,
I
my
wonder how
goodness.
much of that is a put on, because he has sort of an image, a bad boy image to maintain.
I guess, but I have seen him. Actually, Gil, guys, I want to give you a personal story about Kiss.
Go
if
for
you
it.
will, if you'll give me a minute, if you'll
Are you part of the
indulge me
Kiss
for a minute.
Army?
No, I had a friend who worked in a hotel in Vancouver, and he was like one of those people. What do they do? Room service, right? They'd take the food up to the guests.
Mm-hmm.
He was one of those guys. He would just spend his evenings taking food up to the guests when they ordered it. And he went up, and guess who was in the room? It was Kiss. So he took it into the room, and he put their food down, and he was very polite and nice. And he told me, I've never met such a bunch of assholes in my life. They were really rude to him, right? They treated him like total shit. And I don't even think they gave him a tip. That was how bad Kiss was, back in the 70s, right? So it's like
Not Kiss.
Oh yeah, it was Kiss. Gene Simmons, Peter Criss, all the dudes. Yeah.
Kiss was kind of like
they treated him like shit.
They were the only mainstream alternative to disco during the 70s. So,
well, yeah, I was
by that time, I imagine they were really big, and they probably had really big egos to match.
Oh, they did. Believe me, my friend told me they were like total jerk offs. They really treated him like dirt. And it's like, it's just a guy going up and he's bringing your supper up on a tray, guys. Like, couldn't you like tip him a quarter and say thank you? Like, and apparently what he told me, they did not. So, yeah. I do like the early albums, though. I think the first album is actually brilliant, Gil. I really do love the first album. I think, and a lot of the songs are under 3 minutes long, and I think it's quite brilliant. There's a lot of great songs, and I think I like the first 4 up till Destroyer, and after Destroyer, I started to lose interest, to be honest. So, anyway,
I never got into Kiss. I was too young for Kiss. I think that was more my older brother's kind of age group. He had some Kiss albums. Brother.
Yeah, I was a teenager back then, and I think it was like 15 when 73. I think Kiss dropped their very first album, and I was not a big Kiss fan.
I was 5.
Okay, there you go. Well,
what
you're
year again?
Probably a little too young.
a little young for Kiss.
Yeah. A little too young to get into songs like Cold Gin Time, right?
What year was it again?
73, I believe, was their first.
I was -5.
I was 5.
Oh my good Lord, you guys are babies.
Yep.
I remember actually my introduction to like punk rock or rock music. My friend Andrew Murphy had me over, and he played the Dead Kennedys album "Fresh Fruit for Rotting Vegetables," and the very first track was just a bunch of noise, and he played it really loud, and I was like, I hate the Dead Kennedys. And then the track played, and I was like, oh, okay, that's different.
The best way to
I borrowed that album too from a friend.
I love that album.
Good. Me too.
The best way to
I recorded it on my cassette tape.
Yeah, well, gee, that's great, Jill. My buddies and I in the 70s, we would borrow each other others' LPs, and we take them home, put them in our stereo, and make a cassette copy. We were like totally pirating everything, right? We could get a little hands on, but that's so cool. You were doing that too, Jill. That's great.
Yeah, that carried on to the 90s for sure.
Awesome.
Copying off the radio.
I did not realize that.
I'm trying to think which song I have queued up would be most like Kiss.
Yeah, pirating cassettes was a big thing back then.
Oh yeah, but one of the reasons that cassettes actually made it was, the record companies were really concerned that people were going to be recording songs off the radio and off of their albums and stuff. But it turned out that like 99% of all the cassettes that were sold were blank. They were just empty tapes.
Oh, blank cassettes were a huge market back then, Gil.
Yeah. Oh,
and that was why, because me and my buddies were all taping albums off of each other and copying our albums.
I bet this is probably the one that this is probably the song that's closest.
Weren't even a drama when I was a kid. It was when LimeWire and Napster came out that was the big monster.
Tell me what you guys think of this one. This is the song that I have queued up that I think is the most like Kiss.
White rabbit,
that was called White Rabbit.
Yeah, I wish I could hear the lyrics. I like the title.
It's
I
about
like
fixing the guitarist's girlfriend's car.
Oh my God! Really?
Got nothing to do with the Jefferson
It
Airplane.
reminds me a lot of Motorhead.
Yes, actually, he did sound a lot like Motorhead. That's Jay Haupley, and he was the rhythm guitarist and lead singer for the Micronauts, which was a band that I adored so much that I listened to their album, The Beast That Devoured Itself, before high school every day, and after I got home from high school every day. I literally just wore the grooves out and had to buy a new record.
So the lead singer in this band that you were in was in the Micronauts?
Yes.
How did you put that together then? How did you get to work with him down the road then?
It's interesting that you would ask. The original bass player, a friend of mine, Jeff Gaines, and I were at a place called the Bottleneck, where during the afternoon you could play free pool, and we were just drinking a beer. We were probably barely legal to drink at that point, if at all. And it was just the three of us, and Jay was sitting at the counter, and we were off like in the bleachers at the back, just drinking beers. And he nudged me. He said, "Hey, go ask Jay if he wants to jam." And I'm like, "You go ask Jay if he wants to jam." And he was like, "No, seriously, go ask him." So I was like, "Okay." So I took my beer and I went up and I sat next to him, and he was like my idol. The Micronauts were obviously a huge influence on me as a musician. And I looked at him and I said, "Jay, Jeff wants to know if you want to jam." And he was like, "Sure, why not?" I do a pretty good Jay Haupley.
Well, that's one nice thing about people that aren't superstars.
Hang on, I'm not done.
Let Card tell his story for the love of Christ.
Sorry.
And we did a demo tape of 4 songs with Jeff, and then Jeff moved to North Carolina, and then I discovered our second bass player, who went on to become the bass player in Wayback Machine, Sean Saving. And we got back from, it was about equal, half and half. We did a demo with Sean also, and they're both on the CD. Yes, there's a CD. And we got back from a show in Des Moines, and we were like packing up our gear, and Jay said, "Okay, guys, I quit. We're done." And we were both like, "What? Why? What do we do?" And he said, "You didn't do anything. I'm just done." And we were both like in tears, because this was like our band. This was such a cool band. And actually, we played what KU calls Day on Green Hill, and we beat out 600 local and regional bands to open up for these national touring acts like Toad the Wet Sprocket and Buffalo Tom, and I don't even remember. It was like 1992 or something. That's where most of the footage from 2 Mile Death Plunge comes from. That's that I've played and that I will play. My brother's shooting us on a mono VHS camcorder, but it sounded pretty good. And we were just like both shattered, like, whoa, why? But he had come from Nebraska, where he was in a band called like Crazy Legs or something like that. And then he had been in the Micronauts, and then he had been in 2 Mile Death Plunge. And I think that he just wanted to settle down and get married, which he did. And it wasn't anybody's fault. He had just had enough. So there you go.
Oh, I love that story.
It was.
You were kids, and you had the moxie to go up to your idol.
Yeah.
And ask him. Jeff wants to know.
Yeah, and he was a generation
I like the way you
ahead.
put it to Jeff.
he was a generation ahead of us, and I remember my very first show ever, before I saw the Dead Kennedys, was the Micronauts live at the Birds Union, which was like a secondary union that KU has over by the residential halls. And it was like a free concert. And I remember talking to some of the musicians in the band, all of whom I know really well now. But at the time it was, I was really, shy about going up and talking to them, but I did anyway. And yeah, it was really just kind of surreal ending up in a band with like my hero. But eventually it became number one. I got used to it.
What was the name of that band?
2 Mile Death Plunge.
2 Mile, and was that your first band? Was that
your
first
No,
band?
my first band was called the Exploding Rodents. My second band
we never
was called...
hear any songs from the Exploding.
No, there's no surviving
and
Exploding Rodents,
band was called...
which believe me is probably all for the best. The second band that I was in was called the Cum Puppies.
Mm-hmm.
As it would be. We opened for Doggy Style at the Outhouse, and so that flyer was pretty interesting.
Headlined by Snoop Dogg.
Then I was in Merely Twisted, which turned into No Difference, and that singer became the first singer in Wayback Machine Phase 1, which I suppose I should play because there's only one song that I have with Sean, and it's this one called Tell Me Why, which I wrote. And here's a video, a rock video that we did with Sean, our first singer. And that one's called Obsession. Funny thing. Sorry.
That was excellent.
Thank you. Funny thing. Sean, our first singer, wrote that about Steph, our second singer. It's called Obsession. So she
Really?
went on to sing the song that he wrote about her.
Wow.
And
That's
another
kinda
really
weird.
interesting thing about Stephanie Weaver, she's related to Sigourney Weaver. Gorgeous,
Really?
inside and out. Just a beautiful person.
The woman in Aliens and Alien
Yeah.
and whatever. Yeah.
She's not even distantly related to Sigourney Weaver. She's like maybe second cousins or something.
That's cool.
So she sees her at Thanksgiving?
What's that?
They
Sees her
probably
at
get
holiday
together.
functions.
I can only hear one of you at the same time.
Go, Jill.
Oh, I was just wondering if she saw her at holiday functions in terms of actually.
I don't know,
hanging out
but
with
she
her.
did tell me that she was related to her, so I guess you'd have to ask her. But when we were still playing with Sean and there was no, we had no clue that he was going to leave the band, and it was well before he did. There's footage of us playing at the Outhouse, which is our local punk rock venue. There's footage of her, us, but she's like in the doorway and she's like sitting down on the stage and looking intently at us like she's studying us. And it came in really handy because she became the singer. So there you go. So we have some comments to get to. James Caserta says, I smell beer. Anybody
I do
drinking
too.
beer?
I am.
You're drinking beer?
I am.
Oh, wow.
What? You're drinking beer, Jill?
With some lemon and salt.
I am shocked
This
that Jill's
indeed is
drinking
how I
something.
made my millions, yes.
So Jill's having a few beers tonight. Oh,
Well,
that's
that
good.
explains everything.
There's Scotty.
Hey, I just want to ask Jill quickly. How was your family reunion this weekend? Did you have fun, Jill?
Yeah, I had a good time. I learned about my family, and I got to see lots of family members I never see at any point ever.
Oh, that's cool.
See you, Suzanne.
I still don't know them.
I still remember you mentioning it like a week ago. You were not going to be around this weekend because you had the whole family thing to do.
But I did make it a point to hang out with the family that I don't know. Like, hey.
That's great, though.
bit.
Thanks, Suzanne.
It's always nice to hang out.
So I have a question about werewolves.
Okay, shoot.
All right.
Oh, shit.
So,
Oh, hey, good night to Suzanne Eckstein. And now you can talk about werewolves.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Thanks for being here.
You're awesome, Suzanne. Have a night.
It's great to see you or read you. So werewolves, full moon. Does it have to be at
Werewolves,
night or is it lunar cycle?
Has to be at night, full moon.
Why does it have to be at night, if I may be so bold?
Because it's the moonlight that makes them change.
Oh, it is the moonlight specifically. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's also the traditional of werewolves, right?
It's traditional.
They
But
got
people
to
play
have
with that.
the full moon glowing on their body, and that's when they change, right?
Oh, I'm not talking about
I saw
vampires.
the movie Dog Soldiers recently, where I think one of the werewolves says, "Why does it have to be a full moon?" And everybody who isn't aware that this person's a werewolf is like, "What are you talking about?" Everybody knows it's a full moon. He's like, "Maybe it could be any moon."
And from the movie The Wolf Man comes the saying, even a man who is pure in heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and autumn moon is bright.
Well, I think any moon that's full is going to probably trigger it, right? So that's what I've always thought about werewolves anyway. So
I just wasn't sure whether it was like if there was a more scientific aspect to it, or if it was more because it happened at night. And the answer is because it happened at night.
I think it's more like folklore fantasy. Scotty.
Well, I think
Actually,
anybody who works a public counter is aware that people get pretty squirrely when the moon is full.
Yeah, it's scientific fact
it
that
does seem like people go weird during a full moon.
Goes up during a full moon.
And it hits the tides and all that shit. Yeah.
Full moon. And that's where the term lunacy comes from, is from Luna.
Moon.
Oh my God.
Well, because it's easier. It's easier to commit your crime when you have light to guide you.
And of course, we just got out of a blue supermoon. because it was a blue moon, which happens once every couple of years. And it was a supermoon because the moon was closest in its orbit to the Earth, which made it look bigger than it usually does.
Supermoon.
I wish it looked that big all the time.
I know, right?
Yeah, but a
Philip
blue
Blair
moon is
says
just the second
lunatics.
full moon in a month.
The blue moon, yes.
You get one of those every year, I think, and sometimes two.
I looked
I was
into it.
disappointed to find out it's
once
not
every
really
2
long.
years.
Yeah, the moon is pretty beautiful. I like the moon.
I think it's a spaceship parked by aliens.
Very useful.
Who wrote Foundation? Isaac Asimov. That's it. Isaac Asimov has a whole thing about the moon, how it's way too big. It's way too it's way less dense than it should be. It's probably hollow. The craters on the moon never go any deeper than 2 miles. And it's you know, a very well-known fact that during one of the Apollo missions, they kept the LEM on the lunar excursion modulator, the lunar excursion module. They kept it on the rocket when they went back to Earth, and they dropped it on the moon after they'd left some seismographs, I guess. And the moon, quote, rang like a bell for an hour.
Wow.
And then they did it again with a heavier piece of machinery, and it rang like a bell for 2 days.
Damn.
So according to NASA, it's got some hollow space in it.
Sounds like it.
It's actually what they call a 2 planetary system, the Earth Moon system. The moon is really a planet, and the center of gravity between the moon and the Earth is inside the Earth, but it's tidally locked, so we always see the same side. And of course, it's the other side, the back side, that has all the alien bases on it.
The far side.
That's very cool.
Not the dark side. There's no dark side.
You mean Pink Floyd was wrong?
You don't know the
they were wrong.
But it's still a good album, right?
Oh, hey, the chat says that Admiral Teague is heading out.
Well, good night, Admiral, to you. Buddy.
Good night, Admiral Teague.
Have a good one, bud.
Good night, Teague.
Just a bunch of quotes from Isaac Asimov. I was watching a documentary the day before yesterday, and
he's one
had
of
a bunch of stuff from Isaac
respected-
Asimov in it.
One of the most respected sci-fi authors in history, right?
And a real scientist also. He wrote as much regular old science as he did science fiction.
Very, very intelligent man. I have immense respect for Isaac.
As I do. Later, kids.
Good night, anybody that's heading out.
It's late on the East Coast.
It is late. It's almost midnight
it's time
here
for you to eat and go to sleep.
It's almost midnight on the Pacific coast, so I'm getting tired too. So,
well, we've almost gone for 2 hours.
I will persevere though and hang in as long as you cool friends are still here.
Cool, man.
You guys are great. I love you guys. You know I love you guys.
Thanks for gifting a membership, Jill.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Yes, Suzanne Eckstein got it, which is awesome because she's cool.
I didn't see that.
And Radioactive says moon is mostly silicates and not iron/nickel.
It has a really strange, like the regolith doesn't go down very far. Radioactive says Asimov was a physical chemist. I think he had several degrees, actually.
He's a damn smart guy, that's for sure.
Brilliant man, creative man, but some of the best sideburns in history as well.
Oh, I know, right?
Oh, yeah,
Come on.
sideburns. Great sideburns, Scotty. I agree with that.
Sideburns and science fiction go together really well.
That's funny.
Did you say sideburns and sci-fi go together well, Jill?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, she
did.
I did.
Well, I gotta agree with you, Jill, because did TOS not have some of the coolest sideburns in science fiction history?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
TOS?
That's what I meant.
Who specifically?
Yeah. Who are your favorite sideburns?
I don't remember any sideburns on TOS.
No, everybody on the ship, they had pointy sideburns.
That was
which is
really more of
slightly different.
a Space
TOS
1999 thing.
TOS had great sideburns.
Really?
Like
And
they rocked.
Scotty season 3 had some pretty good sideburns.
But they weren't like Burnside sideburns. You know,
No,
like they
no,
weren't like
they
mutton
weren't.
chop sideburns.
No, and Isaac Asimov had the best American sideburns since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. I agree with you.
They were very bushy. I will tell you that.
But yeah,
Sci-fi Elvis sideburns.
yes.
Yeah, Asimov had very bushy sideburns, if I remember.
Well, I will say one thing: we Jews are a hirsute people.
Was Asimov a Jew?
Mm-hmm.
No, I didn't know.
I think he was.
Oh yeah, he was very Jewish. He was also an atheist, but he was culturally and racially Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's very weird. You guys sound great, but your videos are very out of sync with your voices. I got to mention.
We'll call
Really?
the IT guy. He'll be over
It's
with
weird.
a power
I don't know
drill.
what-
Do you mean
I
the
honestly
music
don't know
videos
what's
or?
going on with StreamYard today, but it's great though because there's absolutely zero echo, so it's all good. But
Do you mean the music videos?
I can see Gil and Scotty like talking, and it's like they're talking, and then like
no,
30
Gil, he doesn't.
seconds later, I hear them. So it's kind of bizarre, but it's good.
Have you tried turning it on and off again?
I did. That's why it's not echoing anymore.
Before, when you came in the last time, you said it was perfect.
No,
Yeah,
it
we're
was
good.
fine for a while, but now it's gone kind of off.
So
kilter
maybe it's
again,
not so much us as it is you.
Oh, it's on my end probably for sure, Gil. But you know the thing
My
is,
favorite part is watching Canadian Spider-Man cook.
but the sound is fine. There's no
Take a lot
echo.
of joy in that.
Elvis was part Jewish. I didn't know that.
Stir fry.
There's no
What are you
echo, so
making? What are you
it's all
making?
fine.
What is
Yeah,
that?
what are you
Oh,
making?
it's everything out of the garden here. We got some zucchini.
The garden.
Hey,
some
I
potatoes.
don't watch you guys ugly mugs too often anyway. I just listen to the conversation. So
Yes, Canadian Spider-Man. You must tell us
Do
what you are
listen to the
cooking.
conversation?
yeah, what the hell's he hasn't been on in like a long
Do you
time.
now?
He's-
Let's see what Canadian Spider-Man has to say.
Yes, please.
Come
Yeah,
on.
yeah, just cooking up some garden vegetables. I did the meat
I can't
already.
hear you.
So
Can everybody else hear him?
Yes.
We can hear him. He's
on,
cooking
Spidey.
some garden vegetables.
yeah,
He
wish I
made the
could
meat
hear him.
already.
He's such a
Hello.
good friend of
Find it,
mine. I
mate.
wish I could hear him.
He's
Yeah.
got
I
his
know.
avatar on my stream.
yeah, zucchini. Oh, you're behind then, maybe a little bit. PvP.
Scott,
Oh,
he made
shit.
some zucchini.
Zucchini,
Zucchini.
garden
Oh, there he
carrots,
is. I am
garden
behind
tomatoes,
him. Crap.
Tomatoes,
garlic,
garlic,
potatoes.
potatoes.
Oh yeah.
Garlic,
But what
potatoes.
kind of meat? How can you have any pudding if you don't eat
You don't eat your meat.
What kind?
Local beef, local hamburger. Yeah.
Meat.
You know, I gotta say, Tiger Stripes. That's very weird because I actually listened to the first side of that album today. It's actually pretty good, Pink Floyd.
Brick
I
in the
gotta
Wall?
say. Yeah, the Wall Side One. I listened to it today because I hadn't listened to it in years,
I
right?
like
So
the
I thought,
Wall.
what the hell? I'll listen to.
His
I'll
service
listen
says
to it.
I'm 5 minutes behind reality.
Well, I'm often behind reality, so
Well, turn the settings to 1.75 and you'll catch up.
I think The Wall was actually Pink Floyd's last really decent album, to be honest. Not my favorite, but it was pretty damn good, I gotta say.
That's some fun visuals in the movie.
I remember
Oh,
the
you saw
the
the
big
Pink
hit
Floyd
off
movie,
of
Jim?
that album
When I was a kid,
was huge when I was in grade
and then I
school.
watched Fantasia.
the
Back to
Oh,
back.
Fantasia's really cool, isn't it, Jill?
the song "Another Brick in the Wall."
work
That was a
together.
really big song when I was a kid.
Oh God, it was too big. I have heard that song like 1,000 times on the radio. It's one of Gil. It's like Stairway to Heaven, right? It's a fantastic song.
Again,
But-
you're going, earlier than my generation. My brother was really into Led Zeppelin, but that
I'm
was
just
before
saying.
my time.
Okay, I just want to. I'll shut up. I just want to say,
I mean,
Gil,
that's
it's
why I'm
one of
playing all
those
this punk
songs.
rock music
No, you
because
won't.
Yeah,
I can't
well, me
play.
too.
I can't play any,
It's a mighty bulb.
music that I didn't
No, I
copyright
get it.
myself.
I get it.
Wow.
But I
Nice
actually
just-
did.
garlic.
I actually did copyright
Yeah.
this music and send it into the Library of Congress with a copyright fee.
Oh, well, that's good.
Did you
So
I
get a
own it.
number?
Hmm?
Did you get a serial number to go with your music?
Yeah, but I can't like put my hands on it real fast or anything. This was years
What?
ago. I mean,
I
What
just
does that
wanted to
mean? You
quickly
this is
can't
back
get
in my
hands on
rearview
it?
mirror. I mean, I was
Card,
in like
we'll take your word for it. You don't have to show us your serial.
I was
number.
in like between 2 and 3 dozen bands, including studio projects during the 25 years I was a professional musician. So I'm lucky that I
That is
have
some
copies of
insane
what
Well,
I have.
you're
drumming
part of something
on
great.
Your videos, just nuts.
Yeah,
Where's your inspiration?
I gave back to my music scene, and that was
I
important
wonder
to me.
Who's the drummer
where
that
is it?
inspired you to drum crazy like that?
What's
That's a
that?
good question. Who was the drummer who inspired you to drum
Actually,
as crazily
I wasn't
as you
inspired
do?
by a drummer. I played violin for 7 years between the ages of 4 and 11 because my dad was a world-renowned violinist and composer. And as soon as my parents stopped forcing me to play, I quit. And then when I was in my freshman year of high school, Andrew Murphy, the guy that I mentioned earlier, and Jeff Gaines, who I went on to be in a band with, 2 Mile Death Punch, and Brian Batchelder were forming a band, and the only slot that was left open was the drums. So my dad bought me a really shitty $300 drum set, and we were all big U2 fans. This was way before U2 sold out, like back when they were good and they wrote their own music. And we tried to play some U2, but it was really difficult and we didn't know what we were doing. So that band broke up, and I was the only one, except for Jeff, who kept playing that instrument. The other two, I mean, Brian Batchelder went on to kind of noodle around on the guitar, but he wasn't in bands. But Lawrence was a huge music scene at that time. And about 5 years or 10 years before I got involved, up until, slightly after I was no longer involved, there are a lot of places to play. There are a lot of bands, a lot of people, kind of like the early British punk scene. A lot of members of bands would play with other members of other bands, and it was just kind of
They'd have like a
free-for-all.
party reunion kind of thing.
Yeah, that happened a lot.
Well,
And,
that's what I saw in California. I
lot
went
of-
for a few bands and 3 more showed up.
A lot of drinking beer and smoking cigarettes and all that nasty stuff.
Well, I just
Sometimes
want
nasty
to
stuff.
interject, if I may, for a second. There were a lot of clubs and places where bands could play back then, right, Gil? Which
In Lawrence,
sadly, it's not so much anymore. But I can remember growing up in the 70s and 80s, and it's like a lot of young bands really got a great chance to, get their legs and learn their profession, and get out in front of the fans and have careers, right? And it seems like a lot of that's gone away now, unfortunately. But I can remember back in the 70s, there were all kinds of clubs where live bands could actually, do their thing, right?
Well, I
Yeah.
hope there's still bands being formed. Like, kids are still going, and I know that music programs aren't as prevalent in schools and stuff, but like there are communities that have like band class and band camp because of that one time.
I still go to the Replay Lounge and
There you
see touring bands that are, some of them are really, really great. I saw a band the other day there. Their drummer just blew me away at how good he was. He was young and he just had complete mastery over his set.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, I was never that good. So,
But like people are still making music and they're still making their sound,
They're
and there are
still
plenty
touring,
of venues
yeah.
going on. Like I know I'm within half an hour, 40 minutes of like a lot of dive bars where I could see some garage rock. Like it's not going away.
Scotty can't get on a dive bar. I don't believe it.
Hey man, it's the only place they serve PBR.
Yeah, and sometimes they have a pinball machine.
I'm just
now,
funny
see,
with you,
here's
Scotty.
why the replay lounge is called the replay lounge, because it was filled with pinball machines.
Nice. Oh, replay.
Oh, pinball. I love pinball.
And they've got a little indoor stage, and they've got a big outdoor beer garden with lots of seats and heaters for when it's wintertime. And they usually, these days, they have like band versus DJ, so you can't hear yourself have a conversation with anybody if you go there. But I always bring earplugs because my hearing got damaged from playing hardcore drums for 8 years without discovering earplugs.
For sure.
So I've got crickets versus cicadas. Tinnitus is what they call it.
That's not fun. Yeah.
Well, let's listen to some more punk rock.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Let's go for it.
We'll take this one out because we played that one.
Well, I may take this opportunity to sort of check out, not because I'm not having a good time, but it is, you know, I'm getting old for punk.
Oh,
just
I know.
because it's 3:10 in the AM and the
You're
Eastern
like 3
Standard
a.m.
Time.
over there in Ontario, right?
It's
and you're
late.
still listening to Perspectives. So
Actually,
but I'd like to
this
thanks
song
for having
is
me on, man.
I'm
I'm gonna listen. I'm
minutes
gonna
and 10
listen.
seconds long.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna leave. I'm not gonna leave before the song. I'm just saying that if at the end of the song I say goodbye, I don't want to step on the song, man.
That's a good warning.
You're just telling us that it's time to bow out.
That's what I said.
Let's see.
I'm gonna be.
Let's see.
I'm probably going to crash soon myself because it's like.
But I still want to hear. Don't step on the song.
Confusion, disillusion. What makes you feel this way, huh? So many changing faces in a destructive way, huh? Well, people come and people go. I guess it seems alright, yeah. People come and people go, and it just seems alright. Yeah. I don't need to get involved, cause they belong to the light. Makes me take the fall and me, gets me to the door. When the old night to me, I want it even more. I need it to work out so bad. I get it one more chance. Find out what I really need. The friend, the romance.
And there you go. There's some more Wayback Machine for you.
That was the best lullaby that I could have ever asked for.
Oh,
I will
Scotty, that's
sleep
so sweet.
soundly. And Halcyon Dreams and fucking studded metal wristbands.
It is a little metal, isn't it?
Well, it's pretty. It's bitchin' is what it is, and I love it. And so, thank you for
Bitchin'
sharing. man.
Camaro, bitchin' Camaro. I ran over my neighbor.
And with that,
Nobody? No? Jill?
no, I have a bitchin' Camaro.
The Dead Milkmen.
No, I have no idea. No.
I'm familiar with the band. I just don't know the catalog. I'm deficient.
That's their big hit song, Bitchin' Camaro.
Never heard of it.
Well, thank you for educating. Thank you for entertaining. It's always a pleasure. And I'll see you guys next time. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for being here.
Ciao.
Yep.
Good night, Scotty.
Scotty peaced out. Still wish I could hear Canadian Spider-Man.
Yeah, what's the
Right
deal
here.
with that? He is the best. Why
I
can't
can see him moving around, but I can't hear him. You know what? I'm
Nice.
gonna hit the redo on this
Yeah.
screen and see if that helps.
Oh man, that looks good. It's going good. What are you
I
gonna
can
add
see
to that?
It looks like he's got some Lucky Charms in whatever he's cooking. They're always after me, Lucky Charms. Hey, Jonah Hex.
I'm not leaving per se, but I'll be back myself. I'm not going
All
anywhere
right.
though.
I understand nature's call.
Yeah.
Is Rod Thunderstar?
He was snoring.
Is he still with us, Rod Thunderheart?
Too long ago.
No, I'm not.
Was he?
I'm not snoring.
Oh,
What?
he was. Somebody was snoring earlier. I don't know who.
Well, you haven't been
No,
talking very
no.
much. Why don't you,
Weren't me.
Rod was
No.
why don't you take off your audio avatar and let us see your smiling face, buddy boy?
So I'll be back.
Your smiling face. There he is. Now, what's that flag in the background? What's that represent?
That's Cuba.
Puerto Rico?
That's Cuba.
Oh, Cuba.
Cuba.
No, Cuba. Puerto Rico is the colors reversed.
Huh. So you mean there's a red
Yeah.
star inside instead of in a white triangle?
That's right. Actually, in the Puerto Rican flag is actually red stripes with the star inside a blue inside a blue triangle.
I think that the United States should make Puerto Rico the 51st state. And because they have to add an even amount at the same time so the flag works out with the stars.
Yeah, I agree.
Probably the Philippines too.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know why they haven't made it a state years ago, Gil. It's like,
And
it's like,
Guam.
come on. Well, they do
Guam.
actually get to vote in American elections, do they not, in Puerto Rico?
Yeah,
If I'm-
and
No,
you know,
they don't.
Come
They
on,
don't.
When they
No,
get hit by
they
a
do not.
hurricane,
Really?
the
They
president
don't? I
gets
thought they
down,
didn't get to
goes
vote.
down there and throws paper towels to people.
No,
Like,
actually, I
Oh,
mean,
fuck.
yeah, because
I'll
like
never forget that.
I was curious. I looked into that and like, yeah, no, it turns out, I mean, like a good friend of mine is the
Yeah.
about 30 can, and yeah, no, like she's
I
and like
actually thought, I thought
Yeah.
wow, sorry, Rod. I just
Yeah.
interject for a second. I
Yeah, no,
thought the
go ahead.
Puerto Rican people could actually vote in American elections. Shit. Damn.
Nope,
That's
nope.
fucked
Finish
up,
your
man.
thought, Rod.
I mean,
Oh,
you're a
I'm 100
territory, right? But you should get a damn right to vote, I think.
in Costa
Oh
Rica,
yeah, no, I'm 100% with that, man. Like,
They should just
No,
make
I mean,
you a
like-
state.
State and
They should
I mean,
make
it's
you.
a country in
They
Central
should make
America.
a
I agree.
Costa
state.
Rica is something else entirely.
didn't I say that? I thought I
Puerto
said
Rico.
that.
I don't, no, they're never going to add any more states. The flag is perfection. 50 is a perfect number. They're not going to do it. They
Well,
won't do it
what
just
if
for that
they
reason.
Yeah.
did this? What
They'll
if
do
they
it for all
Canada
sorts of
could become a
merged?
Masonic
state.
metaphysical reasons. They'll
What if
never
they
add another
merged
state.
the Dakotas and just called it Dakota, and then made Costa Rica a state?
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Because there's hardly anybody in North Dakota anyway. I mean, there are more sheep in North
Yeah,
Dakota
yeah.
than there are people.
What about British Columbia?
Politicians probably love that.
Seriously, I mean,
Oh God.
Would you
and
guys
could
consider making
put
Quebec
West
a
Virginia
state?
and Virginia together, and then you could get the Philippines as a state and keep all 50 stars
You
in
go
the
down to
flag.
Virginia and West Virginia and tell them that there's no difference between the two of them. Just,
I'm not
and
saying
then-
there's no
then
difference.
Get back to me.
But
What
okay,
I-
how about
okay.
South and North Carolina? Just call them Carolina.
Just
Again,
merge them into one state, right?
Yeah,
and talk
why
It's like, oh,
not?
fuck
about
those
that.
people. We
They're
don't
all
care what they
gerrymandered
think.
as hell anyway.
They've been there for generations, but we'll just merge them.
Just
We
merge
don't
them.
even give them a
Who
choice, right?
cares?
That's pretty funny, actually.
Looks like Troy Pacelli's going to peace out. Really sleepy. Have a great night. Thanks for
Good
giving
night,
us a
man.
place to hang
Good
out.
night,
Thanks
good
for
night,
being
good
here,
night.
Troy.
Have a good
Appreciate it.
snooze.
Hey, brother. Yeah, good to see you. Yeah.
I just think if any country claims territories that they basically own and overlook, and they do, right? I mean, they do
They
overlook.
should have a representative voice.
Yeah, they should have a representative in
Oh,
the
yeah.
Congress, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And they should get
Yeah.
a
Not like
vote
any of us
in any
actually have
election.
fair
That's what
representation
I
now.
think personally. So I guess I'm weird, but I just think people should be represented.
You are weird. That's why you're
I
here.
know I'm weird.
We're glad you're here.
I know I'm weird. but
Everyone that's here is weird.
I'm proud to be weird, Gil.
I am proud to be weird too.
It makes life interesting, right, my friend?
Well, Philip, South and North California are already a state. Radioactive says, the Cardinal Sin, the Philippines are an independent country, have been since 1946. Guam is still a protectorate of the U.S., along with Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Puerto Rico is what I was thinking of. Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I think Puerto Rico should probably become the 51st state.
Yeah, Puerto
Guam-
Rico
That's
and
just my
Costa Rica.
opinion.
Guam's name is, they call themselves Where America's Day Begins.
And what's with American Samoa? Shouldn't they have representation?
If I know. Isn't that out by the Hawaiian Islands? Isn't that where all the Samoans are?
You know, my uncle used to live in Guam, and he was the editor of TV Guide there, and it was called TV Guam. And
Sure.
Wow.
he's been the editor of the biggest newspaper in the state of all the states he's lived in, including Illinois, Colorado, and Guam. Well, except
Interesting.
Guam isn't a state.
Hmm.
And William Shakespeare Spielberg wants to know, are the Virgin Islands still virgin?
William Shakespeare, that's a pretty good name, I gotta say.
William Shakespeare Spielberg.
That's pretty funny.
It gave me a hard time to pronounce it the first couple times, but now I got it down.
It's pretty good. I admire somebody that is that creative with their handle.
What do you guys think about Taiwan?
Well, it's protected by the U.S. and I know China
Not
doesn't
anymore.
enjoy it being an independent island off of the coast, and I think Taiwan could actually become a trigger point for if we ever have a third world war. I wouldn't be surprised if Taiwan triggers it.
Didn't Taiwan used to be a protectorate of Japan?
I don't
Not
remember.
that I'm aware of.
I actually don't, Gil. I don't remember that. But I know they do have some kind of treaty signed with the USA. If China ever attempts
they
to
ever
invade
get
them,
hot, we'll intervene. That's why.
well,
we,
yeah,
that's why
we'll intervene. It won't be
That's why
just
we
the
always
US
have
too.
like the 7th Fleet down in the South China Sea.
Exactly, but it won't just be the USA, Gil. It'll be Canada, England, basically all of the NATO
Oh,
countries.
sure, yeah, they'll all come
chip
to
in
the
and defend it,
defense.
right? So
Yeah,
we'll all be dragged into the damn mess. I hope we
Radioactive
never
says the
do, but
protectorates do have representatives to the U.S. Congress. They do not have senators, and have all the benefits of U.S. citizenship without all the drawbacks.
I think the Puerto Ricans. Well, that's
Hey,
why a lot of
Lisa.
them moved to the U.S., right? They do have citizenship in a way, don't they?
Lisa's here, guys.
Hey, Spidey.
No,
No, I was
they
waving
really
hi
don't
to
have
Lisa.
citizenship. They do not.
I'm glad we can
No.
finally hear you, man.
Oh,
Although,
you could
if
hear me
you
the
could
whole
either
time.
get closer to your mic or turn
Okay,
up your
you were
mic's
silent
gain, that
for a
would
while,
help
though, it
because
seemed.
you're really quiet.
Oh,
You
Tiger
seem really,
Stripes.
really muted or something for a long time there, Spidey.
well, I was muted for a long time.
Oh, there you go then. Okay.
Yes,
I-
there
I'll
was
didn't
shut
do
my
commotion in the
that.
I'll
house.
shut my damn stupid face up.
No,
I was
no,
talking
but
to
there-
Tiger Stripes. But Lisa's here, everybody.
Hey, Lisa.
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 Bobisa, Banana Fana, Fopisa.
Radioactive says
Lisa,
Taiwan
Lisa,
was a part of China
Lisa,
prior to their
Lisa.
civil war. The Republic of Taiwan is an independent country no matter whether the Chinese Communist Party mainland China recognizes it or not.
That's pretty much
But
it. Yeah.
before that, they were a protectorate of Japan. I'm pretty sure.
Well, the thing is with Taiwan is like China would really, really like to claim that island back
Oh,
into
yeah,
their
they would.
territory, right?
That's why we've got billions of dollars worth of hardware down there.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's
I mean,
it's absolutely silly, really.
It's so difficult to get to Taiwan that we have to basically ship hardware there on ships because there's no way to get stuff there unless you airdrop it otherwise.
Right.
And that's why China always bristles when, their international waters get violated or whatever.
Well, yeah, what gets me is like China's been like building. Have they not been building islands in that area
Mhm.
for a couple years where they're
Oh, yeah.
building up military bases and all kinds of shit? And it's like, yeah, come on, guys, you just want to have a nice, peaceful get along. Let's get along and have a nice, peaceful world. It's like bullshit.
Yeah, I'm worried about the hot war that we might get involved with
Mhm.
China. I think it's inevitable that we will.
Me too, my friend. Yeah.
Their
Me too.
economy is collapsing, and
Oh, China's
they
in
called
trouble.
in all of the debt that the United States owes them, which is like 14 or 15 or 20 billion dollars or
Yeah.
more. Our economy would go under. So I
Yeah.
mean, President Clinton giving them most favored nation trading status was
Oh shit.
a real slap in the face. I mean, to me, I was very surprised by that. But
Yeah.
that has preserved the peace for a long time.
For a long time, for like 40 years or whatever, yeah.
Gosh, and we're not even supposed to talk politics.
And and yet we are.
And I'm the one that brought it up. What's the matter with me?
I don't know what the hell we do, but I think every live stream I've ever been on, eventually we end up talking about politics for like at least 4 or 5 minutes.
This is a pop culture channel, and it's written into the bylaws of my channel that we don't talk about religion or politics. So
Okay,
I
I'll
broke
shut
my
up.
own rule. My
I'm done.
God damn it!
I'll just say hi to Spidey and I'll shut my mouth. Hi,
Hey,
Spidey.
Spidey. I wish I could hear you.
I'm right here.
Hey,
I'm sure.
Spidey, did you have a good supper or whatever there, man?
Oh,
What
yeah,
was
no,
that
I'm
you were
cooking.
making?
Just fried vegetables for
I have to
the
look at the
coming
other
week.
stream to
Fried
find out.
veg. Okay. Well, that
Yeah,
sounds good.
just stuff out of the garden, so that I have
I
stuff
should
prepared.
I got a
Do you
bag of
freeze
fried.
it, or do you just
I
keep
got a
it in the
bag of
fridge?
frozen veg.
I
that
just
should
keep it in
have
the
one of those
fridge,
in.
so you know, if you want to have breakfast, you just throw an egg in some of that, and it's ready in 5 minutes, so you can head
That's
out the door and
nice.
get right to work. Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
Lisa. Grows all of her own vegetables and cooks and takes beautiful photos that she puts on Twitter. That I just if that woman isn't married, somebody needs to find her because she's
Tiger Stripes, can
an
you get
urban
louder somehow?
homesteader.
I can barely hear you.
Oh no, I don't. Is this better?
That's
No?
better. It'd be
That's
even better
better.
if you could
That's
get
better.
like
Still
more
not that
gain.
That's
good?
better.
That's funny. Well, I don't want to have to eat the mic, but here, let me turn my mic volume up.
Yes,
Better?
that
Well,
would help.
I was having horrible
Better,
issues.
better?
That's
Much
better.
better.
Can you give us any
Okay,
more?
well, the mic is maxed out now.
Okay. Then
That's
just
Yeah.
much better.
eat that mic.
I don't
Yeah,
want to,
eat the
though.
mic.
Fuck off. Okay, I'm going to go now.
Okay.
Have fun.
Oh, fuck off.
No. It's a musical term. Eat the mic means you get up on the mic.
Yeah, it's good. Go with it. Go with it, Tiger. Like we're all here.
That was unfortunate.
What the hell happened? Did Tiger start to leave us or something? Like what the hell?
I guess so.
That's weird. Damn, she was just starting to sound really good there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess she
I don't
like,
think I
took us
said
literally
anything
like
rude, but
eat the mic means like fuck off or something.
well, she did kind of say fuck off at the end, but I don't know what's going on there. So that's kind of unusual. Oh well. I'm probably gonna crash pretty soon myself because it's
Philip Blair
12:30
says, I
in the
thought we were
morning here,
talking
and I'm getting tired.
geostrategic international hegemony. Okay, fair
Oh,
enough.
God. Well, as the Chinese curse goes, we are living in an interesting time.
May live in
are we not,
interesting
boys?
times, yes. Yeah, these
Yeah,
are
it's like-
these are about the most interesting times that have happened during my lifetime.
Me too, man. And I'm older than you, and I've been.
That's why we
got to
keep the punk rock going, you know.
Oh, punk rock rules.
Well, it's the natural expression against fascism, you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, I was the first generation punker back in the late 70s.
Yep.
I was the guy that was buying the Ramones and the Damned and the Clash and all those fantastic albums back in the late 70s. And probably nobody else in my town was buying that shit, right? The great thing was, though, I had
did you have to go to a different town to buy the records?
No. We had, this, Gil. We had this crazy record store that, this is weird. There was actually like 2 or 3 hippies running it. They were like usually stoned out of their fucking minds when I went there. But they had like these great punk albums. They had like the Velvet Underground, which I bought too. You know, David Bowie's Ziggy Stardust album. So I went there. I'd buy like tons of albums when I could afford it, right? And these guys were so cool. They had a couch. Basically, if you came into the shop, you could just crash on their couch and take a snooze if you wanted to, right? These guys were amazing. I mean, you don't get that kind of customer service anymore, do you? It's like, these guys are great. And so I bought all the albums I could. I went home and I listened to them, and I was like, holy crap, this is damn incredible, right? And I'm so glad I was young back then, because I don't think we'll ever see days like that again, really, guys. You know, I don't think we will.
Yeah, possibly not.
ya.
Maybe not, eh?
Oh, music today kind of sucks, to be honest. Like, I haven't heard. Well, there's a couple of good bands I'm going to mention before I, go to sleep tonight. Before it ends. Have you guys heard of a band from LA called Starcrawler?
Starcrawler?
Starcrawler are
No.
amazing.
No.
No, I haven't
They're a
heard
great
of them.
band. They've got an excellent guitarist. His last name is Cash, which is pretty cool because he has it on his guitar like Cash, right? And you think, oh, this is a guy egomaniac or something, but no, he's actually a pretty cool dude. And there's like a half-hour video on YouTube that he talks about how he actually learned to play guitar when he was like 12, and how much he loves it. And this dude's got like 30 guitars. It's nuts, right? For a guy that's in his early 20s. And then the lead singer is like this woman. I think, oh God, what's her name? I can't remember her name now. It escapes me. But she's absolutely incredible. She's kind of like almost a punk rock version of Janis Joplin, if that makes any damn sense.
I thought the punk rock version of Janis Joplin was Janis Joplin.
Well, she was, but you know what I mean. She reminds me of that kind of crazed, wild, uninhibited kind of singer, right?
Yeah.
And you know what pisses me off?
Is
though,
she 27 yet?
She's probably in their early. They're probably like around 23, 24, 25 by now.
Well, let me know after she's 27.
They put out 3 albums now, and they're all great. She's got like this. I think she's got like some syndrome they call Marfan disease, where she's really long. Like it stretches your body out. She's like 6'4" or something.
Oh wow!
And people are always saying, "Oh, she's anorexic. She's anorexic." Bullshit. This woman's not anorexic because nobody that's anorexic is going to have the power, the stamina, and the energy that this girl does, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like they have toured the US, Canada, Japan. They have toured the world several times now, this band. And they are getting like a lot of respect. Well, God, what's his name? You know the guy in the White Stripes?
Jack White?
Jack White. Jack White actually got them on some of his tour like a year or two ago to be the opening band for him. And the thing is, the guitarist in Starcrawler is a huge fan of Jack White. So I can only imagine the fun they must have had like traveling together on that tour.
Oh, sure.
And it's like, you got to be doing something right when Jack White's going to back you up, right?
Well, I mean, if you're going to open up for him on tour, yeah. If he selects your band to open for him on tour, that's got to be a good sign.
And there is actually a video on YouTube, guys, I want to mention, where they do a cover of a Tom Petty song, and the guitar player, what's his name? The guitarist in Tom Petty. Oh God, my brain's just failing me. But you know the guy I'm talking about, the guitar player in Tom Petty, right? It's like
not really, but
he actually
okay.
plays in the video with them, and it's like, okay, we actually have the guitarist that played with Tom Petty for decades, and he's actually playing with this young band.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
didn't Green Day play with you too?
Could be. I mean,
I think they did.
I don't have all. I'm not all.
Hurricane Katrina. When Hurricane Katrina came and hit New Orleans, I think that they got together and did a version of The Saints Came Marching In.
Oh, that's
together.
Cool. So they did like a fundraiser kind of thing or something.
Yeah,
that's cool.
U2 and Green Day. Can you think of two bands that are less inclined to play with each other?
Well, you know, that's what I loved about when I saw the video with. I wish I could remember.
William Shakespeare asks, "Would you be talking about Mike Campbell?"
Mike Campbell, yes, that is the guy. Mike Campbell did a video with them, and they're going. I can't remember the song, but it's one of Petty's greatest songs, right? And they just nail it. Like the whole band, you know, she nails it as a vocalist. The band nails it. And it's like, yeah, they all nail it. It's basically a really good video. It's probably under 3 minutes, but it's damn good.
Is it true? I heard in one of the bands that I was
think
in,
it is. I think it may be.
I heard one of the bands that I was in that Tom Petty was a really great guitarist and songwriter, and he was drunk and backstage in the green room at a gig, and he hit the wall with his hand, and he shattered his hand, and that's why he couldn't play guitar anymore. Is that true?
Oh my good Lord, I have not heard that, Gil.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I was actually lucky enough to see Tom Petty twice. I saw him.
We didn't insult Tiger Stripes.
I didn't. I never.
We said eat the mic. It's a musical term that means get closer to the microphone.
I would never
She
say
just took
anything
it the
bad
wrong
about
way.
Tiger. I think she's cool. That's that. No, I would never insult Tiger intentionally. Like, I like Tiger Stripes. Damn it, she's fun.
Yeah, me too.
It's like, oh well, you do your best, and sometimes if people are going to get pissed off, I guess what can you do, right?
Yeah,
well, you guys.
I try to get along with everybody. I think I get along with most of you guys really well, actually. So,
one of the things that is true about me is, and I've been working on it a lot, but apparently I'm not all the way there yet. Is that I talk over people too much and I interrupt other people too much.
Oh shit!
And
tell me about
I'll
that.
admit that.
Oh God, can I put my hand up on the internet? You can't see it, but I'm guilty, very, very guilty. I'm guilty.
There's no innuendo intended, Lisa. Eat the mic is a musical phrase that means get up closer to the microphone.
Yeah, it's just like
of
we
course,
can't hear
I
you.
would never direct any innuendo toward Tiger Stripes. I'm the one that
think
invited
there's
her to
any
be on.
innuendo. No
I invited her to
innuendo on
be
my
on.
end. That's
it
for
was
sure.
important for me that she would be here.
I enjoyed Tiger Stripes. I've always enjoyed chatting with her, so I don't get it. But
I always asked her to be on. I think she took it wrong because maybe she didn't understand the phrase.
It's a bit weird.
I'll say goodnight to guys. I've got an early day.
You got to crash, okay?
I do. I'm doing some dangerous stuff tomorrow, so I gotta.
Oh shit!
Gotta get
Well,
some
be
sleep.
safe, man.
I'm not insulted. You guys, everything's all
Who's
good.
crashing?
I've got to get some sleep. Yeah.
Have a good sleep there,
Thanks
Spidey.
for having me on.
We love you, man.
Oh,
Have a good
Spider-Man.
one.
Oh, okay.
Have
Yeah,
a good
I
one.
still can't
Yeah,
hear
Be
you.
safe. Be safe.
Oh.
Have a
Be
good
safe,
one.
man.
Good to
Have a
see you.
good night.
Yeah. See you later,
Have a
man.
good night, Bill.
Good to see you.
Yeah,
Oh,
good
man.
night, Rod.
Take care.
Night,
Bye.
Good night, man. Good night.
Yeah.
Good night.
Well,
There he
there were
goes.
three. Oh, yeah. I should probably crash soon myself, but
It's all right.
I don't know what's going on with Tiger. Like, did she actually get pissed off at something we
I
said?
think
or-
she misunderstood what the phrase "eat the mic" means, but she was just getting up to the point where we could hear what she was saying.
Yeah, she was
Yeah,
kind of muffled in some of it, and I have. Well, I will say
Yeah.
there was one time, like maybe a year ago, when Tiger Stripes and I were on a stream, and she said, "Do you ever stop talking?" Because you know me, right? I do tend to talk a lot.
You do like the sound of your own voice, but I do too.
I do. Yes.
I'm also
I
guilty of
admit
that.
it. But she kind of got pissed off at me. It's like, oh, sorry. But it didn't go that badly. But I think Tiger can kind of maybe get a little bit sensitive at times, if that makes
Thank you,
any
William
sense to you guys.
Shakespeare. Thank you.
That's a great William Spielberg is pretty
No,
funny.
but I mean what he says.
Okay.
Does mean get closer to the microphone.
That's what I always thought. So I don't get
But
it. I don't get it.
if you never knew that, then I can see how she could take offense to it.
Maybe she just should have asked us, if we were trying to be offensive before she left. Like, I don't know. It's like, are you trying to piss me off? It's like,
Well, one of the
no, we're
things
not.
that was difficult was that I couldn't hear what she was saying, so I didn't know when I was talking over her. And that's why I wanted her to turn up and eat the mic.
She was quite low volume for me too.
Yeah.
Gil, actually.
We're
Oh, that
sorry,
was like-
Tiger Stripes.
Remember when I came on at the start of the stream, Gil, and I was getting all this echo shit, and it was really
Mhm.
bad.
That's all you can
And
talk
I-
about.
Yeah, and I basically I had to basically, stop all the I just basically restarted everything, and it was great after that, right?
Well, the
But-
second time it didn't work for very long.
No, it was the third time. I just basically closed every window on my computer, and then it was all fine after that. So,
Do you remember all the interesting conversations that we used to get into in Doomcock's chat?
It's been a while.
Back in the day, we talked about all kinds of cool stuff together.
You'll have to refresh my memory because that's been.
Oh,
what,
really?
like
You don't
a-
remember that?
Well, it's not like it. That's got to be like a year ago, right?
No, this was like 4 years ago.
Well, shit. You think my memory's that good at the age of 65? I'm going to remember something from 4 years ago.
James Caserta says,
Damn.
at 3 o'clock, eat the mic sounds lascivious.
I wish my goddamn memory was that good, Gil. I really do.
We used to have the coolest conversations during the Doomcock streams.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to argue. Maybe we did.
I
but
wish you remembered them.
4 years, dude. 4 years. It's like, come on.
Because I thought I remember thinking that you were like in California because your handle was
Oh,
Pleasant
yeah.
Valley Picker CA.
Everybody thinks I'm in goddamn California. Jesus Christ. I should
But,
really change that.
I know that you're in Canada, and I've known that for years now. But
Yeah.
at first, I thought it was California.
Everybody thinks that. So it's no big deal. I don't even care about that anymore, to be honest, Gil. It's like, what the fuck? It doesn't matter.
Well, it's one of the reasons I brought up that I had clients in agronomy that were in Canada, because depending on where you live near some of the Great Lakes, the growing season is apparently longer than it is in Texas. So there must be some places up there that aren't so cold.
Oh, God. You have no idea how hot. I'm actually in Western Canada in British Columbia.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
like-
that's where all you guys are, right? You
I'm
and
4.5
Canadian Spider-Man and
If I get in the
Yeah,
car
I'm
and
in
drive,
Alberta.
if I get and drive in the car for 4.5 hours, I'll be in Vancouver on the West Coast. That's how close I am. I'm in the Okanagan Valley, which is like 4.5
I've heard of
hours
that.
away from Vancouver.
there's a lot of paranormal activity in the Okanagan Valley.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. My guest on Thursday is going to be Stan Gordon, who writes about UFOs and
Oh.
Bigfoot and all kinds of creepy cryptids and astonishing encounters. And he's been in the field for, I mean, like 60 years. Yeah, he's been doing paranormal research, especially on Bigfoot and the intersection of Bigfoot and UFOs, for a really, really long time. He's like the
Wow.
acknowledged master of all that stuff. And so this is
Interesting.
another instance of me punching above my weight. Getting a guest like Stan Gordon is like, forget about it.
What day is that on again?
Thursday. It's on Into the Fringe.
What time?
7 to 9 p.m. Central.
Well, I work 7 until 7 Pacific, so I might actually miss it. But
Well, you can always catch the replay.
yeah, I can always
the point
watch the
is,
replay.
you know, it's like a lot of people that do paranormal or creepy pasta shows on YouTube basically just like do voiceovers and use stock footage and you know, like royalty free music, and they layer it all together and talk about, you know, these spooky legends or UFO cases. And with Into the Fringe, I get the actual investigators that have investigated the cases, you know, and it's still surprising to me that with my dumb little YouTube channel, I only have 1,450 subscribers, and it's kind of stalled at 1,450 for a long time. I'm getting these huge guests that other people only talk about their research. Whereas I'm reading their books and doing the research and getting the questions prepared in advance for these huge guests.
That's why I do sub to your channel, Gil, because I basically am here for these live streams. That's my main thing, but I don't always watch the other ones with, the UFO folks and all that stuff, but I do appreciate the effort that you put into it, and I appreciate how you get these really high quality guests that have actually, been in the field, so to speak, investigating this stuff. And it's like, damn, that's pretty good stuff. And I do watch them from time to time when I do have the time. But yeah, I think you're really pretty fortunate to have a channel good enough to get the attention of these guys, right? Where they're actually going to go, hey, fuck it, I'm going to go on Gil's channel and talk to him for an hour or two.
It's really just a matter of confidence, If
cool.
you ask, sometimes they'll say yes. And there are a lot of people that are just too timid to ask. I had Ron Placone on my channel the other day on Masters of the Genre about bad internet bills and what's going on in the Congress with basically trying to strip away our privacy rights to the bare bones. And I only knew him from a Bad Religion live stream that I was in.
Wow.
He's big time, and I got a hold of him just before he went to Edinburgh for the Fringe Festival. Damn. And he's a comedian, and he's a huge guest, and pretty much all the guests that I have are big. I don't screw around with small time guests because I expect my audience to want more than that.
You have had some pretty famous folks on. I gotta say, I'm quite impressed with the number of interesting guests you've had on the channel. So,
well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't interview Mike Resnick, but he is in my anthology. The last short story he wrote was The Fastest Dragon, which is in my forthcoming anthology of science fiction stories. And you can actually see him read it live on my playlist, Masters of the Genre, because I took video of him reading the story at Worldcon, the World Science Fiction Convention.
So
that's right. Doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah. Well, it never hurts to ask. It's like, if you don't ask, you're never going to know, right?
This is funny. When Coca-Cola first translated their main product into Mandarin, the result in Chinese characters was interpreted by the Chinese to mean brings back your ancestors from the dead. It's one of the peculiarities of the Mandarin language. Many words have many meanings, and the correct one kind of depends on the context of the situation. It does make it a damn challenge. I bet it is very difficult on the internet.
Seriously, man, I would be buying that cola if it.
Can you imagine how big a Chinese keyboard is?
If I could bring out my dead relatives, I'd be buying that cola.
Hard to imagine that, yeah.
Oh my God.
All right, Rod, you think it's time for more punk rock?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. What the fuck? I'm going to go get another drink. So what the hell?
All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Awesome.
Go for it. Go for it, man.
I can't find
And that was some more Wayback Machine on Midnight
Nice.
to Midnight. And Anti-Derivative Jill's back. Hi, Jill.
Hey, hello.
Hey, Jill.
How's it going?
Nice.
Hey, Tiger Stripes isn't here. I miss her now.
Yeah, she took our phrase "eat the mic" the wrong way, which in musical parlance means get up close to your microphone. And we were trying to get her volume higher, and she just left. She just pieced out.
Oh,
So
yeah,
she-
I did
she
notice
took it the
that.
wrong
That
way.
she was so quiet.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we finally were able to hear her, and then I said, I think somebody else said eat the mic, and I said, yeah, eat the mic, and she got bent out of shape.
This is really bad.
Yeah. Huh.
Well, I will miss her.
I'm just gonna
That
die.
literally means eat the
Oh,
microphone.
what kind of beer are you drinking?
Youngling with I think it's kind of a bland beer, so I put some salt and lime
It looks
in
like
it.
a microbrew kind of beer. You put some salt in it?
Yeah.
Yeah, salt and lime.
Blech.
Okay.
Well, l'chaim.
Yeah.
What? I thought salt and lime was like a common thing, but okay.
Well, on Corona,
Oh, fuck.
if it's a Mexican beer, you can.
Fucking wait a minute.
I mean,
Every beer to me is a Mexican beer.
it's really more of a
Really?
margarita thing.
No fucking way.
All
Yeah,
right,
that
somebody's-
follows from.
Somebody's feeding back.
That's probably is that PvP?
Oh,
No, he's been. I mean, I can hear somebody feeding back, and you're the new one, so
Oh,
maybe it's you.
get on top of the goddamn bed. Yes. Yeah.
Check.
Just get up there.
Check 1 2.
It doesn't mean anything. It
Maybe
looks-
it's just PvP muttering in the background. I can't tell. Radioactive says, "Never go full microphone eating."
Oh. Oh.
William Shake Spielberg says, "Kaujin mic thing. Get closer to the microphone."
Oh.
actually, it does sound like PvP's under some kind of distress.
It sounds like he's being choked.
PvP, are you in danger?
Oh.
Pleasant Valley Picker, are you okay?
There's nothing worse than being on the floor.
Then being what?
He just said there's nothing worse
There's
than being on the floor. That's not
Oh.
good.
Okay.
There's nothing
I
worse
thought that
PvP
was
is on
Rod
the floor.
Thunderheart's shtick.
Yeah, but Rod Thunderheart knows when he's on the floor, and for a good
Yeah.
reason.
Me? What?
Yeah.
Well, right,
Hey,
you're on the
Rod,
floor if
what's
you're
going
doing
on,
the
man?
split.
Oh no, nothing. I'm
Why don't
listening
you do
and
some talking?
chatting.
I'm getting tired of talking.
Why?
It's a midnight to midnight. My guests are supposed to
Philip
do some
Blair.
of the entertaining.
But Philip Blair, if it's constipation, then why is he on the floor?
Did you hit your head? Pleasant Valley Picker CA?
Oh my God.
Sure.
I can't wait.
All righty.
Way to survive that.
Well, you're watching Midnight
Well,
to
he's
Midnight.
alive, and that's the thing that we're going to hold on to.
And by the way, while Jill is here, I must give her props for the new website, cardinalsin.net. I did have a question for you about
Oh,
that.
yeah, sure.
Jill.
Go ahead.
Is there a way that I can blog on the website? Is there some
Yes.
sort of
Yeah.
a login for me?
Yes, there is. You have a login already.
Oh, I
I'll
just
just send
didn't know
it to
about
you.
it.
Yeah, I'll send
Okay.
it to you tomorrow or
All
later.
right. Yeah, we can talk about that later.
Mhm. Yeah, you can blog and post stuff, put up pictures. There's a WYSIWYG editor. What you see is what you get editor, so you don't have to code.
I think that's called WYSIWYG.
Oh, I always pronounced it WYSIWYG.
I always heard it as WYSIWYG. Who knows?
But no, your dad was a computer scientist, so he probably has it right.
No,
But I
it's
always heard
just that
WYSIWYG.
I was there when the internet was made. It's not.
when,
It's
when
not
the
that my dad
internet
was a
was
computer science
born.
professor, but I was there before the World Wide Web. I remember when to get on the internet, you used to have to first you had to open Trumpet Windsock, and then you had to open Netscape,
Oh,
and then you could get on to like bulletin board systems and stuff like that.
yeah.
And I
By the time I
remember
got there, it was just net zero, and
when I was a little kid, my dad took me down into the pit of the computing room where they had the mainframes that were like, you see in UFO, like they're huge tape machines.
Yeah, supercomputers.
Right. Yeah. And he knelt down and he grabbed the what looked like the handle of a trash can, and he twisted it and he opened it up, and it was this huge piece of like IC boards, and it looked like kind of like Geordie LaForge's coffee filter visor, and he said, "This is 5 megabytes of memory," and I was like, "Oh," and then he put it back down and twisted it and put it back in the floor. So that's how ancient I am.
Well, yeah. Well, when
Huzzah.
Bill Gates was first around, he was like, I don't understand why anybody's going to need more than a few hundred kilobytes of storage space.
Right. You do know that he bought DOS from like some guy for $50, right?
Yeah, and that guy, he didn't have such a good life.
No.
He didn't live much longer.
And Canadian Spider-Man says, "Sorry, I missed your return, anti-derivative Jill."
Yeah, me too. Good night, Canadian Spider-Man. I hope your dinner was as delicious as it looked.
It looked like Lucky Charms.
It looked very colorful because he had zucchini in there and tomatoes, and I forget what else he said.
William Shake Spielberg has an IT trivia question for any of you. Anti-derivative probably knows it, so let's give her, the folks, a chance. Do you know where the term bug comes from in computer parlance? Well, I'll take my first shot at it. Since debugging has to do with the original term hacking, which means to get the piece of computer code that's giving you the problem out of your program. Initially, people were programming on a dumb terminal were trying to hack their program down to the lowest possible number of lines, because it would take up less runtime and they could get more iterations of it through, on the punch cards. So that's my answer.
Hey, that's a pretty good guess there. What it came from was from one of the greatest female computer scientists who was working on computing, who discovered a moth in her computer, in her computer relays, and so she had to literally debug her device.
And you're correct.
Yeah.
I no longer have the buttons for win or lose that I used to have for Cardinal Sin and Friends Trivia Smackdown. But if I did, you would get a big thumbs up.
Thanks.
And James Caserta is back.
James Caserta is trying again.
And William Shake Spielberg says, "Correct, sir."
And we all hope PvP's okay. What's going on? He probably meant to mute, but no, he didn't.
Well, we hear him muttering, so he must be okay.
That's pretty cool because Grace Hopper, she also invented the computer programming language called COBOL, which...
Oh, really?
Which Wall Street uses.
Oh, a lot of places use COBOL.
We're fucked.
Pleasant Valley Picker, we can hear you.
Yeah. PvP just said, we're fucked. I've never heard him say it like that before. But that sounds serious.
William Shake Spielberg says, and of course I figured anti-derivative Jill would know that, so she and I are disqualified. No, I disagree. Hey, James Caserta.
Well, yeah, I went to school for it, so I should know at least that.
Have I ever seen a fluidic computer or a difference engine? I know what the difference
No, I
engine
haven't.
is. It's Charles Babbage made the first difference engine, and it almost worked. It was almost a mechanical computer. It didn't quite work, but through his original blueprints, they made a difference engine that did work. And that was what Bruce Sterling and William Gibson's novel, The Difference Engine, was based on.
I just want to get to the coach. That's what I want.
And ladies and gentlemen, Six is here.
I'm in bad shape.
Wow. Hello, Six.
I will say I'm in bad shape right now.
Hello. Good morning.
Good
4
morning.
a.m. for me.
Good morning. Good morning to you.
I'm not happy about falling on my ass.
Hey,
Pleasant
good
Valley
morning,
Picker is
Six.
now on
Yeah.
his
Getting
floor.
it. You know
Right
what? I
on.
forgot to hook up my
This
Ethernet.
is good, right?
Hold on.
I fell on my ass.
Yeah, Ethernet will really help. I always
Yes.
tell everybody to connect to Ethernet.
That was good.
I really enjoyed Neuromancer. I thought it
Hey,
was a good read.
PvP, can you make it to your bed? Maybe you need to go to bed.
Really?
If you're on
hit
your
mute
ass,
first.
How did this
you
happen?
should probably get to
Hit mute first, or even leave studio. It's bedtime.
Mhm. I'd rather you be safe.
Where the hell did I go to? Oh, shit.
We can hear you.
Where the hell? Sorry, guys. I lost my... Oh, crap.
Oh no, we
Ignore
lost Six. I want to hear more from Six.
Oh,
Six is
I'm sure
so
Six will
cool.
be back.
Well, she did say she was changing to Ethernet cable.
Fun fact from Radioactive: oldest mechanical
Yeah.
computer is probably the Antikythera mechanism.
I thought that the oldest computer was the one. Is that the one that Ada Lovelace worked on? Isn't that the oldest
Lovelace?
one? Yeah, Ada Lovelace was the first computer scientist.
Before Turing?
Yeah, way before Turing. Yeah, this was the very first computer that was.
Is this
it was
like
basically
Victorian
a glorified
times?
calculator. Yeah,
I've never
Yeah.
heard of Ada Lovelace.
yeah, it is. It's from the 1800s. Yes, Ada Lovelace is
Six said still getting a ton of roboting. Gonna reboot.
It sounds good here, guys. You sound
There you
fine.
go. Now we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I actually,
It
had
sounded
a
like you were on the floor wrestling with a python.
I
Well,
was.
You said you were on your ass.
I had a fall, and it was not fun.
Are you okay?
Well, I'm fine now, but it's scary when I fall. When you fall on the floor at my age, it can take a while to like crawl to crawl up again. Luckily, my bed's right here, so I could grab on the mattress and crawl up. But it's not fun. It's not fun, guys.
Anti-derivative Jill, I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I did some of the illustrations for my dad's computer science textbooks on a Fat Mac. Do you know what a Fat Mac is or was?
A Fat Mac. No, I'm
Mac.
afraid I'm not as up to date on my computer history.
So the first Macintosh computers that came out had 512K of ROM. And the Fat Mac had an entire megabyte. And that's what differentiated it from the first Mac. And so I did the illustrations for my dad's computer science textbooks, like push pop stacks and stuff like that, using Cricut Draw on a Fat Mac that was networked to 5 other Fat Macs in his laboratory.
Wow.
That's pretty cool. Do you still do any kind of artwork?
Oh, yeah.
So that's back when a megabyte actually meant something.
A megabyte was a lot. Yeah. I had
Oh my
a
God.
10 megabyte Rodime hard drive on my Mac,
Oh my
and that
Lord.
was like really a lot.
I remember I
Unfortunately,
had.
I filled it up with
Wow.
my writing, and I lost my first writing career
Oh shit.
because I filled up the entire 10 megabytes with
Oh, God.
writing. I took it to my dad, and he said that he would take it to the departmental fix-it guy. And the way my dad described it was that he backed up the hard drive, and then he zeroed out all the memory on the hard drive. And when he went to
Oh.
go take the stuff that he had copied,
Oh crap.
it wasn't there. He had forgotten to do it. So he basically
Oh.
returned me a blank Mac that had
Oh,
nothing
no.
on it. And
So
so
he
that was how I
erased-
lost my first writing career.
He
I also
erased
lost
all.
2 other writing careers after that.
Oh my God. So he erased all your writing, is what you're saying, Gil?
Yes.
Shit. Well, that sucks.
So Radioactive says
Damn.
Ada Lovelace is the mathematician in the 1800s, a near contemporary of Charles Babbage.
Oh,
The
boy.
Ada computer language was named after her.
Yeah, that's who I understood was the first computer
I
scientist.
never knew that.
But Radioactive is talking about, or wait, William Shakespeare book is talking about ancient Greek computer.
Yeah. Radioactive says the Antikythera mechanism had a 32,000 year accuracy. They have successfully built modern reproductions of the device. I didn't know that. I knew that they x-rayed it and saw a lot of gears, and they thought that it was sort of a mechanical computer for astronomy.
Yeah,
But
for astronomy, but I didn't realize it was
realize that
classified.
they had like completely opened it up and recreated it, because I mean, when they found it, it was covered in coral and all kinds of stuff. It was
Wow.
it was basically like just rusted shut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't realize it actually classified as a computing device. That is so cool.
I mean,
Wow.
in the same way that the ancient automata of the Roman era were computers. I mean, one thing that my dad did teach me is that a ballpoint computer, a ballpoint pen rather, is a computer because it has an on and an off state. So it's binary. Technically, a ballpoint pen is a computer.
I don't know about that. If you say that that's a computer, then there are too many things that can be computers.
He said technically it's a computer.
So I gotta ask Jill, am I a computer when I'm asleep and when I wake up? Because that's kind of binary.
Yeah, exactly. PvP. That's a good
I
point.
think that might be taking it
Oh,
too far.
thank you, Jill.
However, your brain is the
You-
most
Jill-
powerful computer known to mankind.
Jill,
Yeah.
you just made my day, Jill.
Well, I'm just glad that you're okay because you did
Oh,
not
God.
sound good a few minutes
I
ago.
actually have a bump on my elbow where I fell, and it's scary.
I'm sorry.
You know,
I don't mean to laugh.
I need to start thinking about like getting some long-term care or something, because when you get older, it's like, oh shit, you
Or
fall.
at least a
and-
cane.
Oh yeah, hey, how about a Dark Shadows can from Barman Scholars? You remember that?
Yeah,
can he
there
had?
you go. Get something that looks cool.
When I
that
broke
was
my
a
like
very
leg,
walking.
cool
I
game.
had
And
a
don't
cane
call
for
it
a while.
Yeah,
Hey,
just
And
call it a
I ran
walking
into
stick.
some old folks that had like hot rod like paint on their canes and stuff. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I actually should start looking into some places that have like the security bars in the shower kind of thing to hang on to. Yeah, I should do that.
Or the seats.
The
The thing is, though,
Antikythera is an ancient Greek hand-powered model of the solar system, described as the oldest known example of an analog computer to predict astronomical positions and eclipses decades in advance.
interesting.
That sounds about right.
Wow.
I know I've seen videos on YouTube animating how it likely works. Pretty awesome.
That is pretty
And
cool.
he says, Radioactive says it's been rebuilt from 3D X-ray tomography. Jill, what is tomography?
Oh shit! I don't know. I didn't learn that in school.
Uh-oh.
We just assume you know everything.
There's
Oh, well,
something
that's
Jill
very
doesn't
nice.
know. I'm shocked. I'm thinking it kind of relates somehow to photography because it's tomography. So
Yes.
I'm just taking a wild guess.
I agree. That makes sense.
Let's do a little Googleage.
It looks like it says
Googleage.
that you take the image in slices.
Googleage is always good.
A
I
technique
like
for
Googleage.
displaying a representation of a cross section through a human body or other solid object using X-rays or ultrasound.
Oh, okay.
Tomography is imaging by sections or sectioning that uses any kind of penetrating wave. The method is used in radiology, archaeology, biology, atmospheric science, geophysics, oceanography, plasma physics, material science, astrophysics, quantum information, and other areas of science.
If you go to the doctor, it's called a CT scan.
Yes, that's true. And Max Headroom GPT says that anthropomorphological thing is for kids. Can it hack into the Vatican? No. So what good is it?
I don't understand that at all. But
And William Shakespeare Spielberg says, don't listen to Max Headroom GPT. He's being snarky. Ignore him. It must be time for another song.
Is it?
Oh, is it punk rock time again?
Yep. This one, I actually sang the lead vocals on this one. It's called The Hypnotic Eye, and it was named after a movie of the same name.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. Hey, guess what, guys?
Yeah.
Cardinal Sin is away from his computer.
Popped off.
But you're here, Rod Thunderheart.
Yep. Yeah.
How was your day? Do you have a day?
Oh, I didn't work or nothing. Just took it easy. You know, it was, yeah.
Well, that's a good kind of Sunday. A lazy Sunday. Did everybody else have a lazy Sunday?
Yeah.
Yep, that about explains it for me too.
Yeah.
Whoops, you caught me.
We did, but we were okay. It was a lot better than that one time where everything messed up and I had no idea how to do anything. This time, I would be okay.
So that was the hypnotic eye.
Nice. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I got a message from Tiger Stripes. She said she was familiar with the term and she wasn't upset.
Oh, that's so good to hear.
Well, that's good.
Right on.
I know there was one time in a stream like 6 months ago that I was my usual talky annoying self, like I do tend to be, and I remember Tiger.
No.
You know, guy, you should know. You guys know me by now, and there was this one stream where Tiger Stripes told me flat out. She said, "Do you ever shut up?" I was like, "Oh, that's great." I actually love Tiger Stripes. I think anybody that has.
I mean, she doesn't fuck around. I mean,
she
tells
doesn't
you what
fuck around.
Thinking,
exactly, Gil.
which I appreciate. You know,
I loved it when she told me that. It's like, hey, lady, you might not have balls, but you have balls anyway.
Well, it's important to know, even when you have a really good story to tell, after about 2 to 3 sentences, see if there's a response to it, and if not, then continue your story.
Yeah.
Jill, are you telling me to shut the fuck up?
No,
I'm just saying.
There's an art to the give and take.
Okay, I'm teasing you, Jill. You should know my humor by now, right?
I think she knew that.
I'm just having fun in you, Jill.
James Caserta says that sounded like the House of the Rising Sun.
Oh, that's a good song. You're talking about the Animals?
Yeah, that last the Hypnotic Eye,
tune.
the
I
Wayback
like that
Machine
tune.
song.
Great.
I played altogether way too much Wayback Machine. So I was going to say this earlier, but I forgot.
There's no such thing.
At about 6:30 p.m., I started remastering the songs that I was going to play, and I looked up and it was 11:30, and I was like, shit, I can't believe I've only done 4 songs, you know. And the best audio software for remastering that I have is actually in my nonlinear editing software, Power Director, and the audio mastering software in there is really powerful, and it doesn't take very long, but you have to wait for it to finish. And I think my computer CPU is up to the task, but I only got like 6 or 7 songs done, and I didn't even get a chance to like add the flyers and stuff that you see when I put up stuff. So hopefully next time I do a midnight to midnight, everything will sound a little bit better.
Well, you know,
awesome.
We're not too worried, Gil. It's like
it sounds great now, but if it sounds better,
why, thank you.
We all have our issues. I mean, I think the stream's been awesome tonight myself.
Other
than my screwing up on the early when I had to like drop all my windows just to get on here and sound like a normal human being. Because
I feel like a lot of punk rock bands don't really care that much about their sound.
It was crazy though, Joe.
You know what's funny?
No. When you get a 30-second delay on everything you say, it's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, it really sucks. It's funny that you mentioned that,
man.
Jill. When I was in punk rock bands and we played at the Outhouse, we had a sound guy that was really good, and he had done sound for a long time. And when I asked him to, mic my snare drum, he would put the mic in between the snare and the hi-hat,
Excellent.
And he would put a mic in between the rack toms, you know, and he would put one next to the floor tom, and it was in between the floor tom and the ride cymbal. So he used 3 mics and he got everything. And it was just, you know, a teenager doing punk rock, and like, what the hell did I know? But he'd been doing it for like 30 years and he really knew what he was doing. So for him, it was like, why the fuck should I care what this guy sounds like? But he really went the extra mile for me, and I really appreciated it. And when I got to be older, you know, a couple of years before he died, you know, I got to buy him a couple of beers and thank him and tell him how grateful I was for making me sound good.
You were so lucky, Gil. You were so lucky.
That's pretty rad.
I was.
You know, dude, I was a drummer back in my early years.
Really?
I didn't know that.
Teens, early 20s. Oh my God. I've got probably 20 hours of tapes in the closet here. My cousin and I we just make shit up. We would jam. My cousin was on guitar. I was on the drums, and we just get together like every Friday or Saturday night, get a case of beer. We'd have a few beers, get kind of half pissed, and we just jam and have fun. And oh my God, it's amazing how many good songs we came out with. And I really should. I don't even know if those tapes are viable anymore. I'm like an idiot.
They may be oxide flake by now.
Exactly. I should have transferred those suckers like 10 years ago. But
well, do you know where they are?
Oh, they're right here. I got them in the closet.
Are you just afraid?
But I'm such a lazy bastard.
At least they're temperature controlled, you know.
Well,
but after 25 years, it's kind of, you know, like you better get them.
I know.
Digitized pretty quick.
Hey, there's Jill. Hello, Jill.
I love your background, Jill.
It's always nice to see you, Jill. What you got there? Star Trek and what is that? Uhura and is that Nimoy?
The TOS and a nice comfy chair and a really good microphone. That's the really important part.
Jill has an amazing microphone. Shit. That's way better than my crappy headset. I guess it works though. As long as my crappy headset works and you can hear me, right?
Yeah. Jill, you remember the days when I was at my old place and I had that really crappy headset and like little, you know, mic that came out.
I think Jill's kind of.
We can't hear you if you're talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. I was wondering why
no,
you used a headset at all, because headsets.
You look confused for a second there, Jill, but
no, she was, because there was a time not very long ago when I did a rerun of Into the Fringe, and it was from back in those days when I was like just sitting on the stool and I had like my background and my microphone, and she was like, "Oh my God, look how old that microphone is."
Well, it worked out. You upgraded by now.
It did.
It does.
We've got a sweet setup now, baby. Woohoo!
Thing is, I don't have a great mic, guys. Like I got a headset for like $50-something, but it's like I can hear you guys beautiful. You sound beautiful, both you guys.
Thank you, James.
And I hope you can hear me nicely too. And
we can now.
It seems
we
all
can.
good.
It was only scary when you fell on the ground.
Yeah, I always feel like I was in.
That is scary.
I was in the chat the other day. I guess it was yesterday when
it feels like just yesterday that Canadian Spider-Man was in the snow.
I should actually give
I was
you
in,
guys
I was
my
in the chat yesterday.
I should give you guys my 911 number.
Clobby was taking some time in between what he was saying, and
was that Saturday?
Must have been Saturday.
No, but on Saturday,
it was Saturday Night Star Trek. Yeah, and he was going. There were like long gaps in between when he would talk, and then when he would talk, it was off, and I was concerned that maybe he was stroking out, because that's how I found out that my dad had a stroke. that somebody was
That's
on the
not
phone
good.
with him, and he started not making sense. And so
That's
they
not
called
good.
my sister and said, "I think he's stroking out."
Oh shit.
And I eventually was the one that called 911. But
well, Raquel is like
Raquel,
his
thank
best
you.
his best friend.
Raquel was there, and she was like, "Clobby, are you okay?" And she asked him like several times if he was okay, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I'm okay." And then there would be like a 30-second pause. So I was really worried about Clobby because he's older than I am. You know, he's maybe as old as Pleasant Valley Picker. And
yeah, I'm 65. I reached my pension age.
I was
here in
just
May.
giving you a friendly jab. I didn't know that you're actually 65.
I am 65, and
but
you know
when
what?
you get older, I mean, there are serious things that you have to worry
Oh
about.
fuck! I just I know I'm going to probably be
Clobby
dead in 25 years.
like live streams
That's
7
not
days a
fun.
week.
He does. He's so busy.
And he goes on other people's shows like twice a week.
Yeah, he used to have time for my Friday show. Now he has time for nothing. He's
Right.
got so much.
And I can't get him to be on anything because if I do a late night stream like this one, he has to be asleep so he can get up and do his Monday morning.
And not only
whatever.
that, he also has family to deal with too. Like
Right.
he has kids and stuff.
Well, I guess I'm lucky about that. The
But he
only
really
family I
does
have
it
is
for the love
cousin.
of it. You know, he owned a comic book shop and he's just really, really into comics and Star Trek, and that's why we love him.
I
So
used to be
that's
really,
why I was
used to
concerned
collect comics,
for him.
Yeah, I was a big comic collector in the 60s and 70s as a kiddo and a teenager. Yeah.
I remember seeing somebody who was 65, and I couldn't believe it because she looked so good.
Yeah.
Just recently,
we don't all age at the same
somebody
rate,
that I
but-
grew up with, you know, just being like agog over how beautiful she was.
Right.
And
I don't think I've aged
remember.
well at all. Which you guys are lucky. I don't have a camera.
I guess so.
But you know, you guys are so damn. You got shit. Is there any way I can say it? I love you guys. You guys are awesome.
We love you too.
You guys are great. Like, you're so sweet. And I just really enjoy hanging out with you guys. Oh,
Me
Jill's
too.
getting embarrassed now. I can tell. I'm making Jill uncomfortable. I'm making her
I'm okay. I'm fine. It's all good.
James Caserta
Jill
has
doesn't like
several
the affection
times.
coming over. I can
Hey,
tell.
James Caserta says, "Do I play an instrument?"
And he's asked that several times.
Oh, he did. In high school, I played the alto saxophone.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
I used to play drums, like I told Gil. Like my cousin and I would jam, and he had a really cheap guitar, but it sounded great. So he would jam out on the guitar, and I'd jam out on the drums, and I can't believe how good the songs were. We came up, just the two of us. Then every once in a while,
it's funny that youth knows no bounds to
nuts.
creativity.
It's nuts, isn't it, Gil?
It is.
It's like, and then every once in a while we
Because
get
when you're young, you don't know what you can't do. You don't know what
Exactly.
your limitations are.
Exactly.
And you don't know what other people have done.
That makes sense.
You got
know,
it.
so
You don't know you're doing it wrong, so it sounds
you just come
good.
up with stuff and it sounds great and you love it. And if you're lucky enough to tape it 30 or 40 years later, you listen to it and go, God damn, that was pretty
I've
good.
really got to try and get those tapes transferred. God, I'm an idiot.
Well, the
I should
sooner
have
the
done it
better.
10
That's
years
all I
ago.
can
Yeah,
say.
you have less inhibitions. That makes
That's
sense.
right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Oh, my
because you
God.
don't really
More
have any knowledge of what inhibitions are. You know?
Right, and more imagination.
Oh, goodness gracious. Our stream has just doubled in length. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the one, the only Tony Stark.
Nothing suits me like a suit.
What the hell? There's a Stark in here?
Welcome, welcome, brother.
Good to see you. Sorry I'm late.
Hey,
so
Tony.
I was hustling people for money, playing cards, and
how'd you do?
Made about $120 tonight. So
Right
Well,
on.
you ain't getting no money from me, buddy. I'll
That
tell you
means
that
you can
right now.
afford some Elijah Craig small batch.
Elijah Craig, small batch. I got that shit right here.
Oh my God.
Well, you just earned enough to afford another bottle.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be taking care of you here in the next couple of weeks first.
Awesome.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, you guys
Well,
know.
we're glad you're here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that's really great to see you, Tony.
Good to see you too, Jill.
Yeah,
and I see you
thanks
have
for
your
dropping
face
in there,
on
Tony.
the screen. Well, I wanted to say hi
For
before I
now,
went
for
to bed, and the stream may have, according to Gil, just doubled in length because it's only 4:40 here. I don't.
William Shakespeare says, "Well, holy crap! They'll let anyone in this bar. Hail, Stark of Iron."
That's right. And what if I told you? What if I told you? And all of a sudden, it turned into a fucking reptile zoo, and somebody was giving these damn things booze. Won't be long now till they rip us to shreds.
I don't know because I didn't hear it.
Oh, you didn't hear it? Allow
No.
me to repeat myself then. And it just turned into a fucking reptile zoo. And somebody was giving these damn things booze. Won't be long now.
Oh, not the
Rip us to
dihydrogen
shreds.
monoxide thing again.
You want some water on the rocks,
Jill, have
radioactive.
you heard about the dangers of dihydrogen monoxide?
Well, I know that there's a chemistry
Yeah, I
joke
know,
out there.
man.
It's
Two
like
chemists-
it's all
Keep going.
over. It's all over the elements of your house that use water. It does horrible things to your dishwasher and your washing machine. It's in our drinking water.
Because it is water.
That's right. It is water.
Water
And
is water.
I remember
Two chemists.
I remember
went
going to the
into
local
a
public
restaurant.
library, and there was a guy there that had a clipboard, and he was ranting against dihydrogen monoxide and asked if I would sign the petition. And I looked at him funny, and I just kept moving.
Two chemists went into a restaurant, and whenever the waiter approached them and said, "What would you like to drink?" The first one said H2O. The other one said H2O2. The second one died. Well,
Yeah, that's hydrogen peroxide. It's you can drink it, but you only want to drink it like one drop at a time.
I think.
Well, no,
I
it's
think-
for external use only.
No, there is such a thing as food grade hydrogen peroxide. It's actually good for oxygenating your blood, but you only want to take it 1 drop in a glass of water the first day, and 2 drops the second day, and 3 drops the third day.
That sounds stupid.
You go up to 30 drops, and then you go back down. And that is supposed to be kind of a home remedy as a cure-all for.
It sounds like
a lot of-
homeopathy for sure.
It does sound like homeopathy, but it's
That's
not. It
very
actually works.
scientific.
I've done it,
mm-hmm.
and I'm still here.
That's true. You have survived.
Hello in America, how are you?
Very scientific.
Rod Thunderheart's still here.
Are you sure about that? Where's Rod Thunderheart at? Hey,
He's
Rod.
right there.
I'm
It
here.
seems to be.
there. I'm here.
Hey there, hi
There
there,
you
ho,
are.
ho there.
Hey,
whatever.
Rod. Hey. Seeing as you're like my Manorama brother and whatever, hey. Can I like read the notebooks in front of you? Yeah. What?
Hey, Tony, do you know how to promote see-through love as Rod Thunderheart?
Yeah,
What?
absolutely. See, as if I'm adopting the role as Rod Thunderheart, allow me to humor you all.
Wow,
See, I wrote this,
dude! I
novel.
wasn't looking at the chat. I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at the chat, and I totally thought you were Rod.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
So I wrote.
That's
this
pretty
book.
high marks, man.
Yeah. I wrote this book, and basically, it's about this.
And what's
it's
it about?
This teacher that goes to this new school, but she's blind, and so there's this martial artist here, or the martial artist is blind. The teacher can turn invisible
great.
whenever she gets mad and or stimulated. You know what I mean? And so like so like
That's
so,
great.
This coach is like a martial artist, and so he could totally see her aura, whenever she's feeling the groove. You know what I mean? And so it's like we hang out at Vancouver, British Columbia.
Thank you,
Okay,
Tony. That was
you got my
amazing.
attention talking about Vancouver.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
So her groove,
And on
her
that note,
groove
now
is
I
getting
will
stimulated.
plug
Is that what you're saying?
match.
Well, that sounds pretty sexy to me, man.
That was great.
Hey,
That was
let
great.
PvP if you
Let
want to
me
hear
go
more.
ahead
awesome.
and get a cube for it. I'll be right back.
What's that, Jill?
I put the link in the chat if you're interested in that book.
Oh, See Through Love. Yes.
Let me take a look.
Absolutely.
Let me take a look, Jillian.
See
that's
Through
my
Love
full
2 is
name.
coming soon.
Nobody says my full name.
Still getting a ton
Jillian.
of roboting. Is that what you mean there?
Yeah.
I always wondered if Doomcock
Maybe Jill,
got the
maybe just
skull
put it in the
of
regular
Calderon
chat because
from you.
I'm not quite
I
getting
don't
it here.
know.
Isn't that weird?
Just
It
put
is
in
a
the-
little
Put in
weird.
the regular chat because that's probably easier for me to
The
copy.
skull of Jillian Calderon.
Jillian.
Well, he's a sorcerer, so maybe he's
Jillian.
magical.
Jillian.
Yeah, if you want to
Gotta
just
be no
post it.
I'm half
necromantic
Irish and
powers,
so
yeah.
are ye.
No necromancy required. I am
Necromancy.
double of entropy.
I'm more part Mexican and maybe a little Native American too. But
Mexican Canadians are not on the panel because they probably passed out early too.
well,
Mexican Canadians,
I'm
yeah,
Canadian.
Canadian
Europe,
Spider-Man
like
went to sleep.
Mexicans and
I'm
Canadians.
Well,
Canadian.
he had
I've
to
been
work.
hanging in there. You know, I probably should go lie down soon.
Where
Yes,
is
we're
getting
Canadian
tired.
Spider-Man? Holy shit!
So,
Yeah, I have to
Jill,
go to bed.
I know Jill's like,
Well,
We lost
that
PvP.
was
He
abrupt.
was going to ask me a question.
After
never know
these
what it was.
messages, he'll be right back. I'll tell you what.
Well, this might be a
Yes,
good time to play
Tink.
some music. And
Music
and
is
see
good.
if-
Music
and
is
see
good.
if it meets with Tony's.
Sometimes your Harvey Cthulhu patch looks like the Nintendo 64 logo to me.
Mine?
That's what I think of.
Hey Jill, what's my
Up there?
avatar look like?
Uh-huh. It looks like
That's not a
Harvey.
patch. It's a button.
Oh, a button.
It's
Hey,
it says
hey,
it's
Jill,
a wonderful day to push a button.
Where's he at now?
All right. Let's try this one.
This is Total Cheese.
And that was the Fish Sticks.
Punk rock.
Double dose punk rock.
Fucking punk rock.
Woo! Jill likes a little punk rock, although she is away at the moment.
After
I love the
these
punk rock.
messages-
Jill likes
she's
a
back,
lot of punk rock. I haven't played this for Tony yet. Tony, check this out. That never gets old.
Whatever. No. I was about to go into ska mode.
That never gets old.
That's good. Good riffs, man. Good riffs. Cheers.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much.
Good riffs. Very good. Very good.
It's actually part of this song. And that's called Red Car, Red Groove.
Mm.
Just in case you were
I
wondering.
remember that one.
By the Overman.
By the Overman. Chicago band, not from Chicago.
Da Bulls, da Bears,
The best.
da
The
Cub,
Overman.
da Overman.
Looks like that woke Rod right up.
Good. Hey, good
No,
morning,
no.
Rod. How you doing? Hey.
Oh,
Good
pretty good.
Morgan, Rod.
Real buddy.
Talking to myself. Yeah, sure. Yeah, great.
Sure. Whatever.
Sure, yeah,
Pretty cool. Yeah. Tony,
Going in
did
a-
you see
Good
the like under 3 minute thing with the Simpsons mashed together with Rick and Morty?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that couch gag, bro. Hold on.
I thought it was horrible.
1 second.
The
Yeah,
the
it's
cartooning
weird.
was awful.
Yeah. No.
The voices were okay,
Reminder,
but the
Morty,
cartooning was awful.
Don't mix DNA vials with your spit. Oh,
Yeah,
jeez.
that's right.
You would
That's
think
exactly
that's
the one.
given.
What'd you say,
I'm a
Jill?
better
You would
scientist
think
than that.
that's common sense.
Yeah.
My common sense is tingling, bro.
James
jeez.
Caserta asks, "What's his first name?"
Rick Sanchez.
I don't know what he means.
Yeah.
And that's not the only time he's asked. What's his first name? Oh, Zamir. My dad's first name is Zamir.
So did
It
the
means
Rick DNA
nightingale in Hebrew.
only infect the Simpson family or the entire town?
I'm going to tell you.
I'm going to tell you.
Number 2 works for me, bro.
Yeah, you do a Dr. Evil, and I don't.
I have to tell you.
I have to tell you though that Rob
now,
Lowe
bro?
made a great young Robert Wagner. He was perfect.
Well, to be fair,
I thought so anyway.
just want to come.
Sorry
on
to
here
take it
and
out of the
everybody
fiction aspect.
know that I
into the
made
real
it.
world.
To be fair, like I said, my card game ran
A
quite
little
late.
rough, did it?
It just ran late, and everybody's pockets are empty besides mine because I know how to count cards. I mean, play fairly.
I bet you know how to count cards. But how many shoes were they playing with?
For 3
That's
decks?
the question.
Yeah, for 3 decks in blackjack, if you shuffle 3 decks in, I can count them.
Yep. 4, you're fucked, aren't you?
Actually, 4 wouldn't be that difficult because usually they change dealers after 4. I want to go to Vegas, but I don't want to like hustle any floor besides the first floor. I want to play
God, Vegas. Yeah.
I want to
My
play
parents
like
actually,
the $5 to
did a lot of
$15
bridge.
tables, and I don't want to win more than $100 at each building, and I just want to go down the strip and pay for my vacation and go home.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I did the same thing. I had a layover in Vegas on my way to the Empire of the Wheel tour in California, and I just played a couple of slot machines, and I got $60 up, and I quit, and I cashed in my ticket, and that paid for my meal and my drink, and then I got to pocket a little money and got on my next flight.
Right.
So, $60 doesn't sound a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when it's free, hey man,
If it's $60 you didn't have when you started,
that's right,
really?
man.
Yep.
Now, an interesting thing, I don't know if you know about bridge, but my parents back in their day were the best bridge players in the country. And they were on their way to the Bavel Bridge Tournament, named after my mom and dad, when they got into a horrible traffic accident at high speed on an icy road when my mom was pregnant with me. And this lady was, this is before seatbelts were mandatory in cars. And this lady was like looking out to see if she could pass. And the third time that she came out, she did a 360 and slammed right into my parents' car. My dad was behind the steering wheel, so he got like a little cut on his chin and something on his knee. My mom shattered her jaw in 22 places and had to be fed
Holy fuck.
for a long time, and didn't take any pain medication because she was afraid she would lose the baby. So that explains a lot, right?
Understandable.
But my dad
Glad you survived that.
new way to play bridge, which after a couple of years, the governing body of bridge, whatever the fuck it's called, made it illegal.
Whatever rules committee it is.
Yeah, FIFA for bridge,
Right.
made it against the rules, and it was cheating to do whatever it was he was doing. I don't think it was counting cards, because my dad could count cards till the cows come home. He told me when I was a little kid, and this is before the digital slot machines, when they had the mechanical one-arm bandits, like
What are bandits? Yeah.
episode. He said that he knew exactly when to pull the lever the rest of the way because he could hear the tumblers clicking. He had
You can
really
hear the
good
pins
hearing.
lock in. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he knew exactly when to do it, and he could cash it in every time. And I asked him to teach me how to do it, and he said no. And I said, why? And he said, because you'd abuse it. And I'm like, yeah, of course I would. So that's my dad for you.
It is very tempting. It is very tempting whenever you could add a couple of zeros to your winnings. But at the end of the day, no amount of zeros is worth your life. And they'll fucking
that's right.
knock your
Yeah,
kneecaps
and no amount
out,
of zeros is
and they
worth
will bury you in the
casino
desert.
bad guys roughing you up.
Right,
Rod.
Yeah, totally.
You've been roughed up by a couple of casino bad guys, right?
Man, I tell you what, whenever I was driving out by Quebec, man, they had some casinos out there, and I don't know, man. I had to rough up a couple of guys, gave them the atomic elbow. Real talk.
Atomic elbows.
I don't know. I was just in Las Vegas to go to the Star Trek convention, so I didn't do
To go
much
to where?
gambling. The 50th Star Trek convention.
Oh yeah. Gosh, that must have been really depressing.
What? No, it was great.
Oh, the 50th. You said the 50th.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it was
okay.
the 50th, so it was before anybody knew New Trek even existed. So everybody was still together.
Yeah,
Everybody still loved
yeah, that
each
would have
other.
been
It was
great.
wonderful.
I have a 40th anniversary Star Trek T-shirt that still fits me,
Mm-hmm.
and I got that at the 2007 Minneapolis Star Trek convention. And the only reason that I wanted to go to that one because Mark Alamo was there, and he played Gold Dukat, of course. And I'm a huge slave ring fanboy of his. And
Makes sense.
my brother and I got there late. Excuse me, and we still had our luggage, and went directly to his workshop, and he was doing a Shakespeare workshop with fans that were already in the audience. And so because we were late, we could only just sit there and watch what he was doing, directing these people who had never acted a single frame of film in their lives, do Shakespeare. But he was talking about
with that. He made he did his own panel.
He did his own workshop with fans, just regular old fans, about the importance of Shakespeare. And he was teaching that workshop when we got there, and we just sat down, and I was just riveted to the spot, oh yeah, Shakespeare, and I understand how important Shakespeare is, and I did at the time. And I knew that Star Trek had a long running current of Shakespeare running through it. But
of course,
what Mark Alamo was doing with it was incredible, And I could have selected to go to any of the Star Trek conventions that were on that year, but I chose to go to the one in Minneapolis, and that's where I got this.
Oh, right.
I'm going to enlarge myself for a moment, and so here I've got William Shatner's autograph and Leonard Nimoy's autograph and Ethan Phillips' autograph and Robert Picardo's autograph right there. And I had it dry mounted. So there you go.
Don't make me bust up my Gilbert Gottfried, because I will.
No, that was a Pee Wee Herman. It was a bad Pee Wee Herman.
Oh, if you're gonna do Pee Wee, it's a little bit more like this. I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? I know you are, but what am I? Hamburger.
You want a hamburger, lizard man? That won't fit.
Exhibit B. Notice something's missing. It's me without my bike.
First floors only.
Yep. If I were to ever take my skills to the blackjack tables in the City of Sin, first floors only.
I didn't know that. William Shakespeare is mentioning a new musical produced about Shakespeare called Something Rotten, which of course is
is it in the
Hamlet
state
reference
of Denmark, my friend?
Yes, that is Something Rotten in the state of Denmark. I actually recommend the 1948 Laurence Olivier Hamlet over any others. I think that it's superior to every other filmed version of Hamlet.
I still would rather watch Hamlet on the stage simply because.
Oh, yeah. But if you have to watch it, I mean, I see Auntie Derivative Jill is sharing her screen.
Yeah, when you said Mark Alamo, that reminded me of something that Scotty recorded one time and he sent me as a voice message on Facebook. And I thought it was funny, so I saved it. So here it is.
They fight. They fight. They fight. They fight. They fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. The Benny and Ducat Show.
Oh, wow. No. If you're going to do an itchy and scratchy bit, it's they fight and fight and fight. Fight. Itchy and scratchy show. Bum.
Okay, but he's not the, polymath that you are.
Yeah, no, but he was doing Ducat and Ben Cisco. So that's what was funny about it.
Okay.
That's how I need to clip that.
Which is very inspired, I should say.
Well, because it's inspired by the episode Waltz.
Jill, the squid demands hugs. Have fun. There you go.
Well, there'll be no hugging while I'm here.
The squid demands it.
There'll be no hugging while I'm here.
The thing that I understand about Harvey, though, is that you don't necessarily have to touch Harvey in order to hug him.
Right.
Well, how would that work?
Throw Harvey money and it's all Gucci. Throw him some wampum and he's like, yeah, I'll throw on a white beater and eat your hot dog. Sure.
Plenty wampum.
Hot dogs and beer. Hot dogs and beer. Like silver and gold,
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Hang out for
God, I haven't heard that in a while.
Beer.
I haven't heard that in a
why
while.
He has all those children.
He doesn't have any children. Actually, I will posit. I will posit this to you. I don't think that Harvey Cthulhu has reproductive organs of any kind because he is an elder god. They don't reproduce.
Therefore he spawns asexually.
They don't reproduce. They don't reproduce, at least in the sense that we think of reproduction.
No, it's like the creatures in Tremors.
It's beyond our ken. We can't even imagine how elder gods might reproduce.
Tremors. They eat enough and they just go bleh, and there's a spawn.
So they excrete their young?
Or vomit. It really depends.
Oh, wonderful. I'll have to tell Doomcock all about this.
Of course, I think he'll love it.
Actually, he's probably editing and auditing the show right now, and we might be knocked off air any time.
I'm pretty sure. Man's got resources.
That would be an honor. Like if
I've paid
I
for so many of his giant robot armies because everyone knows giant robot army lives matter.
Now, what if I told you guys that whenever I was down there repairing the field, that I saw a door, and this door read junk. It was basically Doomcock's junk warehouse. And I decided that, you know what, while I'm here, I'm going to take a peek. Do you want me to just share with you all? Do you want me to just share with you all what I saw down there?
Sure.
All right, I have a bullet point list. It goes a little bit like this.
Okay.
There's a pistol that I found that fires out high-intensity X-rays, but it is only powered by 2 AA batteries, and it is focused by a common quartz crystal.
X-rays?
X-rays. There's a 6-meter-tall humanoid robot, probably his prototype for his Legion, made primarily of chrome and steel. Tensile strength and materials involved should not be capable of supporting
chromium
its weight.
steel?
Yeah.
Okay.
There is a cannon that fires sabos that release human-sized robots armed with swords and metal nunchucks. Notably, the volume of the sabos is not large enough to fit the robots.
I can see how that would be a problem.
Cyborg parts. Inside are a number of artificial limbs, sensory organs, and other body parts. None of them have been, quote, attached, end quote, as it were, as it is unknown as to whether they would be functional. No means of interfacing with the nervous system can be found on any of these parts.
Of course.
There is a large vehicle with a mounted drill and claws, could be the prototype drill car, capable of tunneling through solid rock and earth. Material so displaced is disappeared, leaving only empty tunnels.
Oh, we know what that's just his regular
that's
siege weapon.
Drill car, yeah.
That's just his regular siege weapon.
Yeah, there's
he uses that against the Magma Man all the time.
Yeah, there's a rocket-based spacecraft. Sediment stuck to its skids matches samples taken.
Is that from the alien base or is that his?
No, that's from the moon. But there's no plausible means as to which it could have exited the lunar surface. There's a force field generator, probably the prototype for Harvey's field.
I bet NASA would like to have that back.
Deactivate it. I forgot. And Doomcock said he forgot how to disengage the device.
Of course.
There's a large generator with anti-gravity written on the side, but anti has been crossed out in big red paint. When engaged, all nearby objects actually.
It sounds like something from the Roadrunner cartoons, like the Acme anti-gravity.
Yeah, as they normally would in Earth gravity. What if I told you that Doomcock, and this could be a prototype for Omnivac, Doomcock has a computer system running on apparently a complete simulation of an individual alien star system down to grains of sand, but it only performs on 2 gigabytes of available
that's
disk
why
space.
he dismissed my super chat about whether Harvey Cthulhu could see into a simulated reality.
Yeah.
I have to ask that again.
And last but most importantly, not least, there is 713 different laser guns in this warehouse in a bin labeled. Are you ready for this? 713 different laser guns.
Well, at least he can count.
Yeah, that's what's in Doomcock's junk drawer.
Wow.
Yeah. That's amazing. All I have are random screws that don't go to anything.
That's what's in Doomcock's junk drawer. Absolutely.
Well, I'm really glad that you were down there during the most recent attempt for Harvey to escape into our reality, because I know that you were using the arc reactor technology and doubling down to really isolate those secondary confinement beams.
Yep. Radioactive is like, is this official Doomcock canon? Absolutely not. I pulled that shit out of my ass.
No, it's official Stark Industries canon.
It's head canon.
That's right.
It's head fanon. It's fanon.
It's as official as anything that fucking Paramount has put out in the last 15 years.
No shit. It's
if
also
not more
not
so.
as official as that. Dun. Wait,
it's less official because at least Tony is a fan of the thing he's talking about.
That's right.
But I'm actually the as far as my ministry is concerned, Doomcock has entrusted me. I am the official minister of Harvey's Field Ops.
Harvey's Steel Box.
But the thing
Harvey's
is,
Field
you
Operation.
get to give yourself the title.
No, I
No?
have it. I'll take a picture of it right now.
That's why I gave myself the title the Minister of Infinite Affairs, because that includes everything else.
Yes, Doomcock entrusts me and only me to ensure that Harvey don't get out. But what if I said that I have a hell of a team, and that one of the members on that team is radioactive?
I'd say get
Makes
him
sense
to
why he's invested.
get him to a clean zone fast.
Mhm.
You know, you want to get him to a clean zone fast. You know, you want to take that guy and have him, washed down by guys in hazmat suits, with big, mop brushes until the skin turns red, and then take off the helmet and do it to the head and the legs, etc., and then make them shower 5 times. That's how you clean off the radioactive bits.
Mm.
If you didn't know, I'm just saying.
I don't know. I just want to take the prototype drill car for a spin.
Oh, the big drill car?
Yeah.
Well,
Just want to take it for a spin.
don't forget to pick me up on your way down. Kansas
I
and
only
Kentucky.
go down there to save the universe.
Between
I have a
Kansas
portal
and
gun.
Kentucky, there's a straight shot underground tunnel.
Yeah, from Mammoth Cave. I should know. I dug it out.
Well, so pick me up on your way down, man. We'll party all the time. Party all the time. Party all the time.
Kansas is kind of a lateral, but you know what?
Well, compared to all the way down to the center of the earth, it's not that far off your trip.
You know what? That's the reason why I proposed to DC. I don't know if he reviews it soon or not, but I do have a telegrid concept that'll make travel into the center of the earth a lot easier.
That he hasn't thought of?
A telegrid, as in you stand on the panel and the Star Trek transporter.
A teleport, yeah. Mm-hmm.
You go down there and you come back.
Well, there isn't one here, so you'd have to leave me behind.
Right. Because drill cars are need a lot of fuel, and gas is not getting any cheaper.
Radioactive says, I need a radiation suit helmet to complement Doomcock's helmet.
The helmet that Doomcock built, now this is actually official Doomcock canon. He built the helmet out of an alien metal, and by alien I mean it is a metal from an alternate reality, an alternate dimension. And its sole purpose is, don't make me, I'll show off mine too. Its sole purpose is to keep his head from exploding when he gets that pissed off.
Yeah, it's to contain his blood pressure. We all know that.
Yes.
Yeah, when he's watching Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, look at that. Okay. All right. You know what? Hold on. You know what? I'm going to put on the suit. Let me have a drink right quick. I'll put on the suit and show off my shit. It's fine.
Well, we already saw yours. Your little Harvey had all of them.
Huh?
I've got a Sabu.
I'm putting on the suit, as in the
okay.
Stark suit with the Doomcock attachments.
Right.
So after these messages, I'll be right back.
Until then, I guess we have to play with ourselves. I didn't mean that the way it came out. We'll have to play by ourselves.
I have this 3D printed thing too.
Oh wow, what is that?
I don't know. I got it not this Christmas, but the one before.
From Andy Masterson?
Yeah, I don't remember who 3D printed it.
It must have been Gary Ambrosia if it wasn't Andy. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah,
do you know what that is? That's the head to the new version of the Doomcock action figure. It is. I'm serious.
Really?
I was the first person to get the new version of the Doomcock action figure, and it came with an extra head.
Yeah, it does glow.
Yep.
It does glow, although
They
you can't see
glow-
it glowing.
They glow under black light. They might glow under regular light. I don't know. After these messages, we'll be right back.
I know. You can't really see the glowing in the internet.
Yeah. It doesn't really do anything. I've got a Doom cock ring. Get it? Doom cock ring.
But you know what? This really has amazing glowing power because if I
It
look at
does.
it in here, it still glows and I haven't charged it at all.
Friends, put your hands on the TV and feel the warmth of the Doomcock glowing ring.
Mm-hmm.
Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. DEVO. Yeah, got a huge laugh in Bulgaria.
Bulgaria? When did you go to Bulgaria?
They're in tour in Bulgaria at the moment.
So
Radioactive says, I thought Doomcock's helmet is chosen by an overlord as a rite of passage at their age of ascension. At least that's what I remember from Doom Trek. Friends, put your hands on the TV and feel the warmth of the Doomcock glowing ring. So, it's coffee talk time. Chat amongst yourselves. I'm going for a refresh. I feel so verklempt.
Well, that's what I was thinking. At some point, we're going to
I'm
start
so
getting
verklempt.
people from the UK who are just waking up.
Yes, of course, that would be, let's see, 4:30 here. That would be 13:50. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, UK. Good morning. Of course, they're probably not tuned in because the last person to shout this stream out was probably 4 hours ago. Coffee talk. Have you ever had coffee talk? Been to a coffee clutch, Jill?
What does that mean exactly?
A
Describe
coffee
it.
clutch. It's where people come together at a coffee shop and they have they have coffee talk at a coffee clutch. Clutch is a Yiddish word for a little get together.
Okay, I get it.
A coffee clutch.
No, normally I don't know. I went to the coffee shop to study.
I usually just go to the coffee shop to get coffee. But sometimes you sit down with your friends and you have an interesting conversation. It's a coffee clutch.
I should have had more friends.
Yeah, you and me both. I should have had less friends that committed suicide.
What the hell? That's scary. That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that.
I grew up in a punk rock environment. A lot of my friends committed suicide.
Really?
A lot of people.
Well, I had punk rock friends
people that
too,
I know.
and none of them did.
A lot of people that I know committed suicide. They had a
really.
They had a memorial for one of them just like last
they took
weekend.
the nihilism a little too seriously.
I know, but
Shit.
you know, that's the way it goes. That's just the way it is.
Things will never be the same.
I'm pro-choice across the board, so I support people's right to self-deletion. I think it's a chicken shit thing to do, but I support it.
I don't support it. What are you doing that for? Don't do that.
Also, a famous Saturday Night Live skit done by Mike Myers. Yes, that's what I was referring to. Mike Myers and Coffee Talk.
Oh. Oh, okay. See, I don't know the references. You
I'm
gotta
so verklempt.
educate me.
I'm so verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm so verklempt. I'm so emotional. That's what verklempt. Verklempt means emotional in Yiddish.
I need a dictionary for this.
English to Yiddish, Yiddish to English. Good luck. It's just easier to know a Jewish person.
Now Rod Thunderheart is really asleep.
No, he's not. Rod Thunderheart's totally awake.
Radioactive says, not to mention sprockets. Does that mean something?
Yeah, now is the time on Sprockets when we dance.
Is that anything like the robot?
Have you ever heard of Kraftwerk, Jill?
Mm.
You've never heard of Kraftwerk?
No.
There would be no Devo without Kraftwerk.
Oh.
Kraftwerk is a German band that's still around.
Mm-hmm.
And they made like digital music back when it was still analog. They put together the first modular analog machines, and they couldn't tour because everything in their studio was room sized until like 2004, when they went on their minimum maximum tour and everything had shrunk down to the point where they could actually tour.
Oh.
And they have some great songs that influenced everybody. One of the most famous is called Autobahn. One is I am the operator of my pocket calculator, and that kind of thing.
I have to hear this. I'm gonna go listen to it.
It's great. Kraftwerk is awesome, and it's spelled Kraftwerk.
I found it already.
Werk. Yeah, Kraftwerk. But don't play it on my stream.
Do it by myself.
Okay.
You don't get to hear it.
Good.
Only I do.
I've already heard it. But that's where the sprockets, the whole thing comes from.
Very classic techno.
Mm-hmm. It was techno before there was techno.
I like it. It's funny. So we need Doomcock to sing Kraftwerk as Captain Kirk, says Radioactive.
I would just like him to sing it as Kraftwerk. Kraftwerk. I am
it's fun.
The operator of my pocket calculator. All right.
I'm about ready.
Johnny's taking too long.
Nope, I'm about ready.
So I'm going to play another song.
No, Gil, I'm ready.
Not only that, but you didn't have a...
It's difficult to put a suit on when
I
you're
guess
this
it is.
inebriated.
You're inebriated.
Hey, you won $125, man. Come on, get it on.
Please.
Bang a gong. Get it on.
Get it on. Bang it gone.
Get it on.
Hold on. Push the button, you wretch.
What's that?
All right.
song?
Okay.
Hold on.
Jesus Christ, I'm intimidated. Give me a tick.
It's hard to operate those little tiny keys when you've got that big old suit on.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow. That's worth it.
I built this part. And
Really?
This part. Yep.
Wow, that was worth the wait, dude.
Hold on. This part's motorized too. Give me just one tick.
You should get your mic out of the way, though.
Yep, I'm working on it. There we go. Can you still hear me?
Yep.
Move, cat. Fuck off.
Now you look like a Borg. Ah! Repulsors. Nice.
Can I close that?
Close flaps.
Hold on.
And the rest of it looks like pajamas. That's a very bitchin' helmet, though. You need a haircut. You know that?
No, I like my hair.
That's really cool. You have to do that towards the microphone. We can't hear it. You need to do your repulsor beams toward the microphone. We can't hear it.
It could also be echo cancellation.
No, I got the... Hold on. Pull the trigger.
It looks like part of your suit's not working.
I'm drunk, sir.
I like your cat. Oh, and I like your other cat. Come on. Get it up. There we go. That looks really expensive, man.
I only see one cat. Where's the
I
other?
see
Oh,
two
there.
cats.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I
There's
see
the other
two
one. I
cats.
see the other now.
I'm drunker than you are. Do it up
How do you
against
know
the
that?
microphone. Do it up against the microphone. There we go. It looks like a Halloween suit.
It is.
Oh, okay. It's still pretty goddamn cool.
That's the greatest part is when you have a Halloween costume for every year. I just put on my TOS uniform if I've got nothing
There
else
you
to
go.
do.
I bet you look bitchin' in that uniform.
Well, you've seen it before. Your 700 subscriber video. I was
Did I?
there. Yeah.
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah. I was there.
But anywho, there's
What,
the Doom
mini
Pop ring.
skirt and all?
Yeah.
Hail,
It was a red
hail
skirt.
Doom Pop. Now hold on, just a tick. Let me
Just
shine
a
that over
tick.
here.
Just a tick.
There it is. It's glowing now.
You don't say.
Yeah, I got my do.
Anywho,
Impressive. Most impressive.
well, I'm too drunk to wear this. I actually put this back on because I had all the pieces for it out.
So we need Doomcock singing Kraftwerk as Captain Kirk.
Huh?
The man who stole Lucille Ball's head. What?
I think that's
Oh.
a joke on. I think that's a joke on Walt Disney. Walt Disney's head was allegedly frozen in cryogenic stasis.
Yes. But Lucille Ball too?
No, Lucille Ball was. She was interred whole, as I know, as far as I know. William Shakespeare Spielberg says that's pretty thick and cool. It's pretty thick and cool. All right.
Now, I did some recordings in this suit earlier today. That's the reason why I had all the parts out.
Uh-huh.
You know what? Fuck it. I'll put it back on just for midnight to midnight. But yeah, I'm kind of drunk.
Should I play a song or should I wait?
Well, pretty
No, I'm
lucky
taking
for
it
us.
all
The
off.
only thing that make it better if it would be
No,
if
I'm
maybe
asking
Spider-Man was
Tony.
here.
Yeah, you can play a song if you want. While I take all this off and
Okay, we'll
Situated?
play a song.
thank you.
Thanks so very much.
Whoa.
Thank you, sir. I just want to show off this gauntlet in a little bit more detail. Can you guys hear me? And of course, Hail Gil. There's my challenge coin. But the gauntlet is 3D printed. And here's the wiring, the assemblage of it. And this is a repulsor with 29 LEDs on it in the center there. I don't know if everybody can hear me in that. Let me double check that.
I can hear you just fine.
Can everybody hear me? All right, let me just put the avatar back on. I know Jill wants to see some of my actual engineering work.
Oh yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah, yeah. So if you look in the back here, there's the battery pack.
Ooh, yeah.
And you see all the wiring for the battery pack here. And yeah, it's this.
How do you power it?
Huh?
How does it? What kind of battery do you use?
4 AA's. So I actually did the calculations for the electrical yield of 4 AA's, preferably copper tops, but it is the same yield of it. Now, when I turn it on, what happens is, now there's a board here. I don't know if I can show you the board specifically, but there is an LED that lets you know that it is powered.
It's good if it's protected.
Is it powered?
Yeah, there's an LED that lets me know it's powered.
Oh, okay.
Now, you're probably wondering how the laser... Now, the laser...
How does the laser work?
It actually is a magnetic trigger. It's a magnetic toggle switch. Located in the index finger. So let me line
did
this
you
up
make that
here.
yourself, or was it part of the Halloween costume?
No, I made this.
Wow. I bet Mexican Iron Man's really jealous.
I'll actually pull up a picture of the Fiesta Mark 1 that I actually need to send to Mike.
The Fiesta Mark 1.
I'm not joking. I actually customized.
Oh my god, you can't be shitting me. Are you making him a hat?
Wow.
And there's how the LEDs work. Now,
That's like as powerful as a flashlight.
Right? Yeah. Oh, it's a flashlight. Check it out. See?
Yeah.
Fun fact. I had a storm recently, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know where my flashlight
was. The only light you could find was that
so
one.
I slipped this on just so I could see where to go. And I actually, because fun fact, where I'm an electrical engineer and therefore an electrician, my landlady has me managing the fuse boxes and the mains here. And I don't pay for $20 in rent.
That's cool.
But
so whenever she texts me, and says, "Hey, this person's fuse blown. Can you replace it?" I have a key to the warehouse. I go, I grab fuse, I go to the main, I check the main, I check the breakers, then put it in. Yeah.
Oh, so you're like the handyman
for the electrical. But
yeah.
What's the deal with that?
I'm a pretty good plumber too.
Really?
Yeah.
You got a degree in HVAC?
I have a certificate in HVAC.
Good enough for me.
And I took that as an elective alongside comedy, improv. I'm not joking.
I took that as an elective along with creative writing.
University of Chicago. I had a 4:00 elective class for 1 credit that didn't have a slot, and this was destiny for YouTube. That was an elective for improv comedy and professionalism in that field.
And imitations.
1 elective, and I said I have nothing better to do at 4:00, so I took it.
Did you take a movement class?
Huh?
Did you take a movement class?
It was a movement, but it wasn't anything past that. It gave me the basic knowledge for me to be able to go on YouTube and make people do the laughter noise with their mouth. But yeah. Now this, on the other hand, is a toy. It's an official Marvel product, but the Doomcock ring I did install on it permanently.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, because you can't get it off once it's on.
Yeah, I have a black light on here, out here, right here. And
Yeah, and Canadian Spider-Man has one too, and I don't. And I've got the same Doomcock ring.
Yeah.
But
Gary sent me a fuck ton. Gary sent me a
I
fuck
don't have
ton.
a black light.
Hold on. If you look at this picture of Harv here, there's where all my spares went.
Each tentacle has its own Doomcock.
Now, Andy Masterson actually made a fez that's more fitting towards this particular plushie.
Wow.
Did
So
you
now I
actually
have
get
this.
something this past Christmas?
I didn't get a Harvey. I got a Sabu.
Oh no! My bonus was a fez because Andy Masterson and I talked, and I said, "Listen,"
And you knew you could get
because
a
he's
Harvey.
seen this. He's seen this particular thingamadooter here,
Yeah.
and so
What's that
like
gold skull behind it?
Oh, I have a skull of Calderon with the plasma disc underneath it and the fishbowl.
So maybe you can help us answer the question: where did the name of Calderon come from?
Calderon is, if I remember correctly, last time I spoke with his lordship, Calderon is just cauldron with
an E on the end.
Yeah,
it's
right,
the Spanish for cauldron.
Yeah. Right. That's my last name, and yes, I do know that.
Did you know that, Tony? Did you know that Jill's last name is Calderon?
My maiden name, anyway.
Your maiden name, really?
N-E-E Calderon.
Wow, the Calderon.
Pretty cool.
Gracias, señora. Yep. But yes.
So perhaps it's one of your ancient ancestors, Jill.
Could be,
Possibly.
definitely.
Now, what I know about Calderon is very scarce. I know just a little bit more than the average person. But Calderon
a little bit
is
more than
a
the average bear.
He is a necromancer of very incredible power.
A necromancer.
Or as Doomcock,
who sounds very much like a high-pitched James Mason.
More like no. He's got more of a Vincent Price to him. Calderon is more. Vincent
He does,
Price.
although he does roll his R's quite well.
He rolls his R's like James Mason, but his cadence is very much Vincent Price.
I agree. And actually, for the first time, I heard Doomcock do almost peerless Vincent Price on his last Friday Night Frolics. And I was blown away. I was like, oh my God, this guy can do anything if he sets his mind to it.
Well, I miss when he did radio plays. Like for a couple of shows, he did some radio plays, and those are fun.
I'm actually, one of the things that I'm providing in my channel is a toy theater, as in I'm doing stop motion with the voice acting with some of my figurines. And that's how I'm going to build my channel lore, actually.
Did you know that I was the first person to come up with the idea for DoomCon?
I told
we still haven't had one.
The Doomcock.
I told DC.
I wrote up a 3-page plan for the first DoomCon, and it was going to be.
So when is it? Where is it?
Going to be at the Austin Alamo Draft House. We're going to rent it for a weekend, for a 3-day weekend.
The only way I'm going to want to be there is if you ship Clobby in too. I want Clobby and Doomcock.
No, hey, how Clobby gets there is not my problem. But I did draw up the plans for the very first DoomCon, and if you ask Doomcock about it, he will tell you that I did so.
Now, reservations for that particular venue are booked, but I did promise his lordship if I ever won the lottery and I had an extra $75,000 to just dunk on it.
You'd buy him a robot?
No, that I would just pay for DoomCon at that particular venue.
Yeah, but if you win the lottery, I mean, you know, you might as well, if I were Jesus Christ.
Right. Thing is,
the lottery, everyone knows the lottery is a poor tax. Everyone knows the lottery is a poor tax.
Scratcher.
Hey, DJ Ronnie.
And
DJ Ronnie.
And just take a week off and go hang down there in Austin.
First,
you know,
William Shakespeare says to Tony Stark, That's
Like, that
pretty
shit would be great.
fucking cool. Then
Are you
James
talking about
Caserta
my? Are you talking
says
about my
cremated.
tat?
But
And
the thing
DJ
is,
Ronnie says, "Hey, Cardi, Jill, and friends."
Good to
hey,
see you,
DJ
DJ
Ronnie
God
G.
bless.
DJ Ronnie G is awesome. He's a true nerd. He's really cool. He knows how to do a lot of technical stuff and video game things.
He's a
computer
very
guy.
good fan to have.
Absolutely, DJ
And he
Ronnie G
adds,
is a
if
good
you were
guest.
Jesus Christ, I've been praying to the wrong guy for the past year.
Agent
That's pretty funny. He's a pretty funny guy.
Going to
you
have
know?
a
He's a
barbecue
pretty funny guy.
on her 1,000-acre ranch in Texas when her father-in-law dies, says James Caserta. Wow. I might have to go down there and sprechen
Agent Pepsi One is going to have a barbecue on her 1,000-acre ranch
Yeah,
in Texas
I just said
when her
that,
father-in-law dies. I think that's a joke against her father-in-law.
possibly.
Oh,
It's an in-law joke, you know, like from what was that Katie Seagal sitcom in the 90s?
Married with Children.
Married with Children, yeah. I think it's one of those type deals. When my father-in-law dies.
Katie Seagal sitcom.
Married with
Bless
Children
her.
is one of the greatest.
She is.
Yeah, and I have to say, Futurama is one of my favorite TV shows, although I'm not really into
Me
the new
too.
season.
No, I only watched one episode
listen,
and I was afraid to keep going.
Now let me give
Yeah,
you
me
guys,
too. The new
let me
season
give you
just
guys
doesn't live
a
up
perspective
to
here.
the writing. I think that they're trying to write for the demographic that they used to write for, which is the 18 to 24 demographic. And
Absolutely.
they
That's where I'm gonna
were
go with it.
writing for the Gen X demographic because I found all of their references incredibly funny. Like the suicide booths, that's directly from science fiction that I've read and seen on TV, and all that kind of stuff, and especially the scary door.
I love the scary door.
Yeah, and they tried to.
Occasionally, you'll find something strange, maybe not weird, but definitely jarring behind the scary.
Well, they
door.
tried to adapt that by doing Black Mirror, but they didn't do it right.
Yeah, and they should have just stuck to their existing, you know, okay, you're freaking me out, Tony. Now I'm getting nauseous. But they should have
Is it
just
just
stuck
'cause he's moving too much?
They should have just stuck to the group of fans they had, because they got brought back from the dead for the third time, and no other TV show has ever done that in the history of television. And they should have just stuck with their fan base, but they ratcheted it down and they dumbed it down, and now it's just
Yeah,
it's not
that's the
as funny.
problem. That's the problem.
They
is
had
that
the
they
original
dumbed it
cast of
down.
Star Trek on their show for 3 episodes, for fuck's sake.
They did. Mhm. But the first episode that they had this time, you know that Leela and Fry had an entire life together where they knew what life was the entire time. And for them to come back as if they didn't know.
They just finished the story from the last story where they were caught up in that time element, which is funny that I mentioned that. That's the Playhouse 90 pilot for the Twilight Zone, the time element. But it's just not as funny. They're not working as hard. They're just relying on, we're back, baby, and that kind of stuff.
Well, no, it's we're back, baby.
There you go. And I can't
See
do.
you later, coffin stuffers.
I can't.
Got all the money.
I can't
Compare
do.
your lives to
I can't
mine
do
and
John
everybody.
DiMaggio.
Huh?
I can't do John DiMaggio.
Nobody can. Nobody can, really.
Not even Tony.
And that is why. No, I know. That's why.
So Radioactive
in
has a
demand.
question. So why hasn't Doomcock implemented DoomCon yet?
Lack of funds.
James Caserta answers he's contemplating a movie, cross-country documentary, and a musical. Hey, is it Stark of Iron in the flesh? Suit is in the shop being lubricated.
I like
and
that
the
the fez
Stark
fits you.
Kittens Armada. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jill.
No. It's pretty cool that the Harvey fez actually fits your head.
Well, he
this
made
fez-
it. He made it
fez,
fit his head.
I'm not a Shriner. I'm not a Mason. Hey, Jill, you're big.
I'm not big.
No, Jill is.
Oh, I thought you said,
I'm
"Hey,
not
Gil,
a Mason,
you're big."
and I'm not a Shriner. But this in particular was something that I found at a Goodwill for $10. It is a vintage
Yeah, you told me about
Ahmez
that.
temple. It's an Ahmez temple.
Do you know what
So
that
it
means? Do
is
you know what it stands
Harvey's
for?
temple. It's Harvey's temple.
Do you know what Ahmez means?
No, I actually
don't
don't.
either.
I'm not a Mason or a Shriner. I'm just
Right,
swearing it on your show.
I was just curious because I've always wondered what it meant.
No, if you want to know those answers,
You got to ask Gary
talk
Ambrosia. He's a
talk to
33rd degree
Gary
Mason.
or talk to John Rendell. Talk to
No. Gary's a 33rd degree Mason, and he last I knew, he told me he was about to be a 5th degree knight.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
Okay, but what about Rancor Steve? Is he in there?
I don't
too?
even know what a 5th
Rancor
degree
Steve
knight is.
Is a 3rd degree Mason. He just actually got his 3rd degree not too long ago.
Yeah, Walter Bosley's also a 3rd degree Mason.
I was wondering about what was the deal with that
But
guy.
I asked Gary Ambrosia and Walter Bosley both because I had this. I suddenly one night I took some kind of psychoactive substance and I saw everything that Walter Bosley talked about, and I've read all of Morals and Dogma, you know, the Masonic book. And I used to be a demole when I was a kid, and I've read all the stuff. I'm a voracious reader, and suddenly I took this psychoactive substance. I'm not going to say what it is because I live in Kansas and they might SWAT team my house. But suddenly I could see it all throughout the centuries. You know, the Crusades and everything, and I was like, so the Templars turned into the Masons. And I had a real question.
That's a question.
Asked,
like I said, I don't know much about
I asked that of Gary Ambrosia, and I asked Walter Bosley at the same time.
Yeah.
And Gary got back to me first, and he's a 33rd degree Mason and a 5th degree Knight.
Yeah,
and he said yes.
Mm-hmm.
And I said that's probably like a 3rd degree secret or something. And he said, no, actually it's a 10th degree secret. And Walter Bosley got back to me. He also said yes. And he's only a 3rd degree Mason. So I got like a second opinion. And for me, the idea that the Masons used to be the Templars became the Masons was like a mind blower. I was like, it was like Begandhi, you know?
Right.
And for like an hour out of my life, which is shut down into this completely ADHD idiot savant zone, I enjoyed this beautiful like landscape of sense surroundscape of understanding it all, understanding everything.
Right.
And then an hour later I was back to, you know,
back to the tedium.
Yeah. Exactly. I had no idea, but
back to
for an hour I understood it all. I knew everything. So there you go.
The thing
well,
is,
I don't know much about all that, but Gary did send me some gold pressed latinum.
Oh yeah, I got some gold pressed latinum too.
But anyway, there it is. I'm done showing my ugly ass mug on the screen.
No, you shouldn't be.
Cool to see you, Tony.
You're not a witch, are you? Or dabble in the dark arts?
I'm a warlock.
I'm a warlock, baby.
Yep. I spam Eldritch Blast at level 1. Yeah.
I'm a warlock, baby. So why don't you kill me? If Doomcock ever embarked on a musical show, I'd audition to be an extra in the show. Seriously.
I would audition to be a backup singer.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be an
I,
extra
I'd
too.
auditioned to be the Minister of Infinite Affairs.
Oh.
Well, I know a guy who knows a guy who is a first-degree brown belt in sushi jitsu.
Oh wow! Pro shit there.
Now,
William.
see, what DJ Ronnie G is saying here is actually something that the aliens ask human beings very often when they come down and make contact, especially the men in black types. The one that like put makeup on to disguise the fact that they're completely pale and
Right.
look like they're dead, like cadavers that have been inhabited by some kind of life force. They put on lipstick and they wear sunglasses and they drive 55 brand new 55 Cadillacs, black.
Radioactive is, as Biff would say to his younger self, make like a tree and get out of here. It's leave. Make like a tree.
Make like a tree and get the fuck out of here.
Damn fool when you say it wrong. All right, then leave and take your damn book with you. Have a good night, Radioactive. It was good to see you.
Good night, Radioactive.
Good night, Radioactive.
I do have the
Thanks
Spock
for sticking with
eyebrows.
us for 5 hours.
5 hours. Yeah.
5 hours.
Now, William Shakespeare, you've heard me sing every role in Star Trek and By the Firm on my show.
By the way, Tony, I have to
How do you
interrupt.
Feel about my,
I
how
have
do you
to
feel about
interrupt
my,
briefly just to thank you for something.
Mhm.
I was
Pardon me.
rolling really fucking hard on ketamine once, and
yeah.
you were on, your karaoke show, and I barely had the ability to communicate in text. Moon Age Daydream. That's all I could put in. And you sang it, and it was incredible, man. I just splooged all over myself. It was amazing.
Mhm.
I don't know if you remember that, but
I remember.
I was
and that's
so
something that I
grateful.
want to make sure that you're fine, man.
I was so grateful. I was.
I
Just
know you're a
like,
psychonaut.
my eyes
and I
were
know
all
that you know
lulled
what you're
back in their
doing.
sockets,
Yeah, I know you're a psychonaut, and I know that you know what you're doing. But I just want to make sure you're okay, man.
Oh yeah,
Like,
no,
well.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm just
I
grateful,
mean, you're not the first psychonaut that I've known. I'm a kind of a psychonaut myself. I've played with a lot of
I
stuff
thought you
too.
were.
But it's just I just want to make sure you're okay, because sometimes that shit will get to you. I'm not even joking, but you already know
No,
that.
I just I got a source for ketamine for a couple of months, and I just tapped it, and
Right. Yeah.
every weekend I was rolling on ketamine. And the really cool thing about it is, your auditory and visual input will like redouble itself, and you'll see like whatever is on the TV screen in just like this
Cartoon
wall
vision. It's
of
cartoon
repeated vision.
Yeah,
And you'll
it's cartoon
hear
vision.
all kinds of stuff, and you don't really have control over your body. But an hour later, you're like, oh, I'm down. I'm normal.
Listen, whenever I'm like riding on Special K, it's usually with alcohol, so I can just go to bed for like the weekend.
Right.
Oh, that's the real name for it.
No, the thing is, are you familiar
Special K.
with a little mixed drink called a pink fuck?
A pink thought?
It's pink fuck. It's pink lemonade, vodka, and a tablespoon of Special K.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
It will make
sort of like electric
the
wine.
whole point is it will make sure that you go to bed for the next 16 to 24 hours.
I just snorted it.
That just told me everything I needed to know that I never need to do any of that.
You don't have to if you
Everything
don't want
I
to,
do,
but it
even
will
uppers.
be one of the most rewarding experiences of your life.
Even with uppers, even with like fentanyl, things like that, which I take in
Oh
very low
no,
doses.
fentanyl's not an upper.
Well, the thing is I actually go with the Jimi Hendrix method, where I'll sweat it in, with acid and things
Under
like
the
that,
headband.
and or I'll put a tab on my tongue, or I'll put like a bump on my tongue of coke, and that is the safest way to imbibe any kind of drug. Like the way I see
the
these
coke
people just
the coke
inhale the
ketamine
shit.
combination can't be beat.
Yeah, Well, that's
Sounds
speedballing on speedballing. So
Right.
yeah. So you just gotta
We're totally
know
grossing
what you're
Jill
doing
out,
when
by
you
the way.
go into that arena. It's like Thunderdome. You go into Thunderdome and you go, okay, I have to be the man that leaves. So
That's
I need
right.
to know what to do and when to do it and how to do it. And everybody is effectively different when they go into that
For
particular
me,
Thunderdome.
I just me and my friend just lay back on the couch.
Yeah.
And we know it's going to take effect in about 10 minutes, and we just sit back.
I've been
and
swallowed
I put on
whole
like
by
a really,
my couch on a trip before.
I put on like a really trippy movie or whatever, and we have everything we want. We have all the water and chips and
watch
whatever we need.
Superdale on psychedelics. You'll have fun.
Yeah, it's incredible. And the really cool thing about it is an hour later, you're just like, oh, I'm completely stone cold sober.
Yeah.
What are the best movies for such a event?
Oh,
For psychedelics, uppers, downers,
Vanilla
or six?
Sky. No, Liquid Sky, not Vanilla Sky. Sorry.
No, not Vanilla Sky.
Inception is a really good one.
Inception's really good because of the trippy
visuals. Doctor Strange is good.
Multiverse of Madness, even as much as I love Sam Raimi. No, Evil Dead 2 is really fun on shrooms.
But I'm talking about like she's asking as a beginner, and you don't want to get like into the death art too much,
Yeah.
But
well, the only one I know of is the one my husband knows of is The Fountain.
The Fountain?
Yeah, it has like a big
the movie
tree that's in
the color is pretty
space.
good. The color from space with Nick Cage is pretty good.
The Color Out of Space is one of my favorite movies. Yeah. Nicolas Cage was great in that.
Mandy's also a good movie to watch while you're
Mandy's good, but it's a straight up horror movie. It doesn't have that Lovecraftian thing going for it.
Right.
Which when you're on ketamine,
that'll take
away,
that'll keep you awake.
it'll also keep you intellectually involved. Whereas Mandy, I understand that Richard Lester came out of retirement to direct it, and that's all great, but it doesn't have the intellectual fortitude that The Color Out of Space has, and any of the HPLHS movies like The Whisperer in Darkness and stuff like that. That stuff is just creepy to the bone, and it's not slasher stuff. It's actual horror, but it's on an intellectual level.
Well, you would want more of
it inspires your imagination. There's nothing on screen, it's totally inspiring your imagination to create the visuals, which it does.
But you can get that just looking at the ceiling.
No.
Jill, there was a time when I was so couch locked in a speedball that I felt like my couch was devouring me whole. There's things that if you ever want to experiment with this, let me tell you something. Walls will breathe.
Stay away from the couch.
Walls will breathe and walls will bleed. I'm telling you now.
That sounds too scary. I prefer the things that just give you a kaleidoscope.
Walls don't bleed and couches don't breathe, or vice versa.
Dude, I've been eaten alive by my couch, Gil.
Also, good morning.
Not on fucking ketamine, you haven't.
Not on ketamine, no. But I'm talking about psychedelics. Whenever the trip goes south, I've had some rough shit.
Well, hey, that's your problem, but it's not hers. and don't make her freak out about shit that she hasn't got any idea of, because she won't go anywhere near it because of what you're telling her.
No, ketamine.
And
no,
I believe everybody should have at least one psychedelic experience in their life.
And I have much more mild.
Good.
Much more mild.
Not
that crazy.
Jill, I would suggest psilocybin. That's right up your alley. Just take some shrooms.
Well, psilocybin is the active ingredient in psilocybin, and one thing that's very interesting that a lot of people don't know is that the person that takes the mushrooms can urinate into a container and 99% of the psilocybin, which is the active ingredient, will be in the urine. So somebody else can drink that and they'll trip and so on and so on. And so you can do that like 99 times and everybody will trip balls.
Well, that's a lot more
whether you want to
pleasant.
drink somebody else's urine is up to you.
It's a lot more pleasant because you just get nice kaleidoscopes on the ceiling, and
Yeah.
you watch Ghostbusters, and everybody's faces are a
any
little bit
psychedelic
stretchy.
fun. Yeah,
It's fine.
kaleidoscopes are great.
Now, see, I've taken what Terrence McKenna refers to as a heroic dose of mushrooms. I've taken
Which is
5
5
grams
grams
of
or
dry
more.
mushrooms at a time, and I still didn't go through ego death because I have such a large ego.
I was about to say I've had an ego death on like 5 grams of shrooms, and it changed my outlook on everything. It really did.
No, it's important, and that's why I think that everybody should try it at least once.
Yeah, have a heroic dose.
But
you know.
set and setting are extremely important.
Yes, and have a trip sitter if you're scared.
Yes. You don't want to do it somewhere where you're unfamiliar with the surroundings.
Never do it alone.
You want to do it in your own home with a trusted friend or loved one. And you want to make sure that you've got everything you need. Like I said, your drinks, your chips,
water,
food, whatever.
Yeah.
But you
That
really
much
should
psilocybin,
do
you
it
want
on an
water.
empty stomach, especially if it's shrooms. And now the NSA is watching our podcast, so let's tell them to fuck off by playing Cadillac. Cadillac by 2 Mile Death Plunge.
Man's a musician, and here I am just doing cartoon voices and building props.
Hey, man, I've been doing this for a long time, brother. To me, the voices are just, they're an add-on. You're
Yeah.
the guy
Yeah.
that's put in the work. I just ride on talent.
Yeah.
You got the talent. I'm just here.
No, you got talent and you work at it. I find my way into a certain voice, and man, when I'm in, I get deep in. But you find the ones that are challenging and you work on it.
I do believe you have a great.
See, I can't do Zoidberg to save my life. If the Nazis came to my door and said, "Do Zoidberg or we'll kill you," I would die. I would try my best to do a good
I need you
Zoidberg.
to impersonate Rick Sanchez, motherfucker.
I've got no Rick. Your Rick beats me hands down.
You know what's funny is I went and before we played some poker and I won some money, we threw some cards of MTG, and I have this Rick and Morty themed deck that's basically Rick and Morty. And so whenever I do it, I do the bit as Rick and Morty. I go, "Oh, geez, here I go. I'm going to play this thing here." You're a motherfucker. And, and it's like a whole bit that I really need to record for one of my videos on YouTube because I know it will totally pop.
I love it.
Yeah, like I bought the deck on Etsy for like $60, and holy shit.
Wow.
Best $60 I ever spent because it's a proxy deck. That means, if it were the real cards from the real game, it'd be like a $2,800 deck, and I bought it for $60, and it's got Rick and Morty versions. Why wouldn't I buy it for $60?
Why not? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's like, holy shit, I got comedy gold here. Wubba-lubba-dub-dub.
Wubba-dubba-dub-dub.
What makes it worth more is you playing with the deck and reading it in your Rick and Morty voice.
Definitely.
I'm sure you were very entertaining to the rest of the group.
Rick is a mad drunk. I am a mad drunk, especially when I'm playing Rick.
He knows how to party.
You're so good when you do Rick that you even put in the burps in the middle of the sentence, and I can't do that.
You want to know the trick?
Sure.
Justin Roiland suggested to drink some Sprite and some light beer before you record.
Oh.
And so I do that whenever I know that I'm going to do.
How did you know that? Did you and Justin Roiland sit down together or what?
No, I saw it on it was a documentary.
Comedy Central does that.
Yeah.
On
Drink
what?
some light beer, and you're right there, man. You got it. TJ Ronnie G in the chat at 6:16 a.m. My time says Marty. I think he means Wardy. Says always on the edge of a panic attack. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's good. That's good advice.
Planetina, why did you do
like Rick? Why are you always dragging me along to these things? Why can't you just leave me alone? I want to be with Jennifer.
You fall in love with gender bent Captain Planet, who's twice your age, or you overload your sperm cells and have an incest episode like in season 5, Morty. Oh, jeez.
I just want to be with Jennifer. Why can't you leave me alone, Grandpa? Oh, jeez.
Dan Harmon dumps his fetishes into our show, Morty. We need to break the cycle, Morty. We need to read the comics. Really? Yeah, we just need to do voiceovers for the comics that are written by people that aren't stupid fetishists like Dan Harmon, Morty. Really?
You know what? You're making
me
me feel so good that I didn't watch past season 4.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Now, actually, here's the thing I haven't mentioned to you before. I thought I had watched all of season 6. It turns out I had only watched all of season 5. So I start watching season 6, and I think I'm going to rewatch the season, right? And I'm like, I haven't fucking seen any of this.
Right.
I watched all of season 6, and it's not because my memory is for shite or I've been drinking or whatever. I literally never saw it because I had
episode I
had
saw
the
was
1
the
through
one...
5 steel case box set.
Don't. Last episode I saw was the one with the dragon.
I want my dragon.
You mean
I'll do it
you mean
for
Cthulhu?
a dragon. Give me a dragon, Rick. No, I ain't giving you a dragon, Morty.
He's right. Morty is always on the edge of a panic attack.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez.
Repeat after me, Gil. Are you ready for this? Repeat
I'm
after
ready.
me. Oh, jeez.
Huh?
Jessica.
Huh?
Oh, man.
Jeez. Huh?
Damn it, Morty, stop
Jeez.
tapping on the air.
Huh? Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
next
right,
part.
I'm gonna sing a song for you all. I'm coming up with the lyrics off the top of my head.
Okay.
What you see is not the same person as me. My life's a lie. I'm not what you're looking at. Let me out, set me free. I'm really old. This isn't me. I'm slowly dying in a vat. Does anybody understand? Does anybody comprehend? Stop looking at me like that and actually help me. Help me, I'm gonna die. Help me, I'm gonna die. Tiny Rick, help me, I'm gonna die. Let me out. Let me out. This is not a dance. I'm begging for help. I'm screaming for help. Please come let me out. Let me out. Let me out. This is not a dance.
Okay, now maybe you can explain to me this.
Please come let me out. I'm dying in a vat in the garage. I'm dying in a vat in the garage.
Rick,
let me out.
Maybe you can explain this to me.
I'm
Why does the
dying in a vat
president?
in the garage.
Why does the
Tiny
president of the
Rick.
United States know that you have portal gun technology?
You know what's funny is Rick. Now this is just to bring it back around to DC.
You gotta speak up there. Eat the mic.
Hold on, let me tick this back up. Whenever my microphone detects high gains, which usually happens whenever I sing as Rick because I have
limiter.
Hold on. There we go. There we go.
Oh yeah, you're nice loud now.
Nice and loud.
Well, you see, I have an equalizer bar here that I have to constantly edit because what the fuck, Morty. Now I have news for you all. Guys,
wait, before you give us the news, my question is this.
Yes.
Does the president of the United States have portal gun technology?
He doesn't have it portable in
or
a
does
gun.
he rely on
it
Rick
like
Sanchez
in
for
Minecraft
that?
because he's
he uses a Stargate.
Yeah, he uses a
he has a
Fargate.
Stargate. Oh, okay.
All right, so long story short.
Long story short, Morty.
Guys, I got some news. This isn't the first time that I've defended a universe from the squid. Okay? Now, I'm going to be honest with you all. There's going to be a point, and the only reason why I say this is because this happened to me before. I've seen universes put to the flame before. About 3 or 4 times, actually. And I don't know how to break this to his lordship, but I've known 4 or 5 different Doomcocks, and I've seen the end 4 or 5 different times. And,
oh my God! See, this is what I really worried about. This is what keeps me up at night.
Now the thing is when that inevitably happens here, I do have a portal gun given to me by Rick, and I will be leaving the universe to try again. You guys will be fucked for
we will all perish in flames, but you'll get out.
You all will perish in flames, but I will try again.
Actually, Harvey has promised me that he will turn me into a 60-foot Shoggoth, but I will retain my personality.
Until you're the last thing in the universe, and then he dissolves your atoms into strange quarks too.
He promised me. I put my right hand on the Necronomicon, and I said the words.
Was it the Necronomicon or the Necronomicorn? There are 2 of them now.
Oh, shit. I did a bad thing.
Oh, geez, Rick. Oh, wait. Wrong voice. Oh, geez, Rick. What you got there? Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Whoopsie daisy. Go ahead and open up a random page and read us a dad joke.
Wait a minute. Here's one. If you guys don't recognize this by the time I get it up to the screen, then you're not even half as cool as I think you are. That's not the right. Oh, here's one. Okay. Sorry. I gotta enlarge myself. That's what she said.
Dun, 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 dun. Yep, there it is. Now,
What movie is this from?
well, that's Pan's Labyrinth, but
No, it's not.
But I do see a dad joke there. If you allow me to read it. What did the chicken do after it crossed the road?
Made scrambled eggs.
Nope, it filed a patent to ensure that it would make money off the jokes.
You guys have never seen The Ninth Gate with Frank Langella and Johnny Depp?
I've seen the ninth, not the
But I
ninth.
bet
Gate,
Scotty has.
but
Oh my
I've
God!
seen-
I can't believe you guys have
no,
never seen
End
The
of
Ninth Gate.
Days. End of Days with Arnold Schwarzenegger, which covered the ninth
No,
gate.
The Ninth Gate with Frank Langella and Johnny Depp is the best horror movie, hands down. Period.
I don't know. I
Hard
think I
stop.
know horror films
Hard
that could
stop.
stop it. Screaming Skull's pretty good.
Screaming Skull's got nothing on The Ninth Gate.
I
dude.
don't know. Screaming Skull's pretty good.
First of all, Frank Langella is
Yeah.
the best thing to happen to horror movies. Period.
I
He
agree.
has-
It's pretty
he
good.
has the
Frank Langella's
gravitas.
pretty good. Yeah.
He has the
Yeah.
gravitas
Mhm.
and the wonderful, the dulcet tones of his baritone voice. He's a very good looking Jewish man. You have to
Yeah, he's good.
understand.
He's good.
And Johnny Depp in his prime is playing this book detective that's being paid by this very unknown character played by Frank Langella, who wants to know which of the 3 existing copies of
Mhm.
the 9 gates of hell will actually summon up Satan, because 2 of them are hoaxes. 2 of them are wrong. And he's an occultist, and he wants to summon up Satan and bind him, to do his bidding.
That's a very
And
Lagellan thing to do.
If you haven't seen The Ninth Gate, I encourage you to do so. It's available on Amazon. It's the best horror movie you'll ever see. It's not horrific. There's no blood. There's not a single drop of blood. It's not a slasher film, but it is an intellectually engaging horror film, and it's fantastic.
So, when you say the 9 gates of hell, do you actually travel through each gate
No.
throughout the movie?
Nope.
Or
Nope.
do you
Actually,
do have
like
the
Dante's?
book is in German, and it's something like the 9 gates of somebody, blah 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 blah. I don't even remember who it is. But what's the name of the guy that played Indy's kid in Crystal Skull?
Mutt?
Oh.
Yeah.
The guy they killed off.
Transformers, that guy.
Yeah, Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf, yeah.
Didn't they kill him off in the most recent movie?
No, I'm mixing Constantine. I'm sorry. No, he's not in it. I like Constantine a lot too. They're coming out with a Constantine 2, by the way, with Keanu Reeves.
Ooh, Keanu Reeves.
I love
I've
Constantine.
loved him forever.
Especially Tilda Swinton. I'm a huge Tilda Swinton fan. I am such a gushing fanboy of Tilda Swinton. I love that androgynous look that she has, that she can play male or female. I don't know if you guys saw the very last music video that David Bowie did, but it was about aging and dying, and Tilda Swinton played his wife, and they put her in old age makeup, and they put David Bowie in old age makeup, and it was really poignant, especially since it came out about 6 months before he died. Anyway, it's my the horror movies that Frank Langella are in are just the best. If you've never seen Frank Langella's Dracula, he played Dracula on Broadway around the world for a year. And then the producers asked him to make a movie of it, and they wanted to do the blood and the gore and all of that. And he said, no, I'm just going to play it as a romantic lead. And it's one of the scariest fucking Dracula movies out there. It beats Christopher
Dracula
Lee
is not meant
hands
to be
down.
bloody or gory. The thing about Dracula that a lot of people don't know.
It's a love story.
it's a love story between somebody who is an undead suffering perdition, trying to regain his humanity by
You nailed it.
remembering how love felt.
You
And
nailed it.
And the thing is a lot of people just go, "Oh, Dracula, king of all vampires, he'll destroy everybody and blood, guts, viscera." No. Dracula is a tale of tragedy and of self-reflection for bad decisions.
Yeah, from the original novel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about somebody who went, "Yes, I would like immortality. Damn, I should have never went with immortality."
No. From the original book, it is about having to undergo that satanic influence of immortality to beat the Ottoman Empire and to protect Christianity.
Right. He did beat the Ottomans and subsequently the Byzantines.
That's why he put all their heads on stakes.
Yeah, the Impaler.
But DJ Ronnie G has a good joke on that.
Can he just serve Satan a summons? There's plenty of lawyers.
No. He's thinking about The Devil's Advocate, which is also a great movie with Keanu Reeves.
Hey, just tell me all the movies with Keanu Reeves. I still need to see Point Blank.
You want to know all the good movies with Keanu Reeves?
Well, yes, except for Matrix, which I've seen 1,000 times.
Okay, so first, I would recommend The Devil's Advocate.
Yeah, I've seen that with Al Pacino.
Yeah, you should watch it again. And you should you should watch it in depth for the little things that you missed the first time, because the first time you watch a movie, you're just ingesting it.
I'm sure, because I saw it on VHS.
Once you've seen the movie, the second pass is for all the little Easter eggs and stuff that are incredible. Right. Now, the second great horror movie, did you say with Johnny Depp or with Frank Langella?
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. Okay, it's got to be Constantine.
I did like how in the movies it reflected how it was in the comics, where if you died at a particular point in time, heaven and or hell was like a reflection.
Would reject you. Yeah.
It was a reflection.
And the guy that plays Lucifer in Constantine is so good and so grisly, so grisly and dirty and like
I love how he just
snail trails and he's just But what happens at the end of the movie? What he does at the end of the movie with John Constantine is the perfect twist ending.
He's just like, "Oh, you're about to die."
No, she hasn't seen it.
Oh
no, that's okay. I'm not gonna.
No. It's not okay. You've got to see it.
You gotta watch it.
Okay,
pretty good.
And when I stop people from talking about movies.
David Bowie's final album, Black Star, was released only 2 days before he died on January 10th, 2016. I think it's one of his best ever, among many other of his very Zint albums. Excellent albums.
Excellent albums.
What does that mean? Does anyone know what XINT means? XLNT? Excellent albums.
Excellent.
Okay. Sorry. I'm old.
William Shakespeare
I don't understand everything
that likes to optimize the amount of syllables in his posts.
Now you have to understand, I grew up reading voraciously from the moment I learned to read. I was 4 years old when I learned to read. I could barely speak, and I was already reading, everything I could get my fucking hands on. And for some reason, my mom took me to the public library, and I gravitated toward the paranormal. And there was a huge paranormal section in our local paranormal library, our local public library.
That'd be funny if you had a library just for the paranormal.
Well, actually, I'm
Do
getting
the
there.
books
I'm getting there.
shelve themselves?
So I read everything I could get my hands on that had to do with UFOs, Bigfoot, psychic phenomena, everything paranormal.
So you were the kind of person that Invader Zim would point and go, "The human is crazy."
Perhaps. Now, at the University of Kansas, there is a library called Watson Library that had a very, very early computerized Dewey Decimal System. So you could look up books, and the person that programmed it had a sense of humor. You could enter why, WHY ? And it would come up with because. So it was funny, but I looked up like
funny right there.
demonology, and I wanted to discover as much as I could about demonology, because in Judaism there are no demons, there is no hell, there's no afterlife. It's just you're dead, and there's one period of afterlife when God calls all souls home, even those from hell, which we don't believe in Judaism, but all souls that have ever existed get to rewrite in their regular
Bible, Gil, in that
personality.
version of the Bible, which religiously I'm attached to, it says in the book of Revelation, the sea and hell will give up their dead, and everybody shall face the Lord for final judgment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
and of
even
course,
though that's derived from Judaism, Jews don't believe in an afterlife. They don't believe in a heaven or hell. You're basically, once you're dead, you're just in the ground. I mean, that's pretty much it. And other than that one period that you just mentioned is the only time that your earthly remains will recoagulate into your personality, your consciousness.
It's up to interpretation, depending on what denomination of Christianity you follow.
Yeah,
the grave.
Missed the point. I'm talking about fucking Judaism, dude.
Well, yeah, but I'm just offering.
Judaism came before Christianity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Well, yeah, Jews were there for the Old Testament.
Listen to me now and believe me later. There's no such thing as hell, and actually, most Christians' idea of hell came from Dante's Inferno, which has nothing to do with the Bible.
Yeah, Dante Alighieri was a crazy cat who just wanted to make a.
No, he and Goya are pretty much responsible for everybody's idea of what hell looks like.
Mm-hmm. Dante Alighieri was making a political satire of his time.
Yeah, and it's a good thing that the church didn't figure it out, because he got to finish it, right?
Yeah.
Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained.
Well, Paradise Lost was about 800 years later, but that's another thing.
Anyway, to get back to my point, if I may, it is my stream after all. As a Jewish kid growing up in a Jewish household, I was fascinated by The Omen, which I read when I was far too young to read it. Jay Anson is one of my literary heroes. I read the book of Logan's Run because I was far too young to watch the movie. And what most people don't know is that these books that are written by the screenwriters of these movies are far more lascivious and dirty than the films. Like for instance, in the book version of Logan's Run, the last day is 21 years of age, when your 21st birthday. That's when your flower turns to black. And in the movie, it's 30. And so I remember reading, when I was an 11-year-old kid, I remember reading this passage about two women that were, walking along and talking to each other, and one was talking about the incredible sex she'd had with an 11-year-old, and I was like, that pricked up my ears. And you know, the Amityville Horror, The Omen, you name it. Alien, I read Alien way before I ever saw the movie, and it fucking scared the shit out of me. Which
Alien's
was
pretty
great.
terrifying.
I loved having this shit scared out of me as a little kid.
I just realized I really got to go to bed, guys.
Likewise.
Sure. Okay.
It's like
And Rod
almost
too,
6 a.m.
probably. You're all abandoning me.
No, man.
No.
It's just I've been
Nope, I'm
partying
hanging
all
out.
night, and I need to finish a video sometime on Labor Day and have it out. So
Yeah, I don't need to finish the video. I just need to go to sleep.
All right. Well,
I just gotta really sleep.
thanks for hanging out, Jill.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for
Yeah,
having
that's
thanks for
fun
coming
partying with you, Jill. Hopefully you liked my toys.
It's
did.
always
Your toys are
wonderful
super
having
cool.
you on the stream, Jill, and you did stick around for like 3.5 hours or more. So
Oh man, that's pretty good, right?
Nice.
it's very
Yeah.
good.
I
Thank you very
enjoyed
much.
it, and
And let's be in touch on my
New Twitter.
login to the website so I can post blogs.
oh yeah. I'll send you that. Yeah, you
Okay.
can post whatever you want. And on
Great.
Tuesday, I'm going to review by any other name on my channel, so that should be fun.
Okay.
It's
Send me a
Scream.
link and
Yeah,
I'll do my
sure.
best to be there.
Okay, I'll see you then. Bye.
All right.
All
Good
right,
night.
God bless.
Good night. Good night, DJ Ronnie G, William Shakespeare in the
Have a
chat.
good night, Jill. God bless. I really don't have much to plug. I have a video coming out tomorrow.
Oh, so you are leaving us.
I am, as Biff would say, making like a tree and getting out of here.
Getting the hell out of here.
Love you guys. Stick around for
Thank you, Tony, for being here. I was starting to wonder, about 2.5 hours ago.
I was late. I know.
If you were ever going to show up.
I'm fashionably late.
And as midnight to midnight go, this is pretty short.
It is pretty short. And I'm sorry for that, but I do have. I'm past the deadline. I said I would have a video out yesterday, and then I went and I partied with friends. Whoops. And then I took all their money, but whoops.
Hey, better you than them, right?
Of course. At least I paid for the gas to get home, with their money that I totally earned and legitimate gambling.
Later at another time when we're not on the air, you and I should get together and talk about some stuff.
We absolutely should. And by stuff I mean
you know how much I love you, right?
I love you too. In the next 2 weeks, I know you're in dire straits. I'm going to take care of you, and then on next payday, I got you, man.
Oh, that's nice of you to say.
Well, I haven't forgotten, if you know what I mean.
I know.
So, with that stated, good to see you, Rod. Good to hang out with you all tonight. God bless, and I will keep in touch.
Sounds good. Okay.
Toodaloo.
See you next time.
Later, bro.
Well, Rod, who would have thought that it would end up just being you and me?
Huh. Yeah, no kidding.
Should we give it the old college try? And with that, I mean the old college rock.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. No. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah.
This one's dedicated to our roadie, Dan Nicely. He's a lot of fun, even though he gets out of hand. Say
Nice.
And that one is called Time by 2 Mile Death Plunge. And that was
Nice.
on Day on the Hill when we opened for a bunch of national touring acts and played in front of 6,000 people across the couple hours that we played.
Right on.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Rod, I have a question for you. I know a lot of people that live in Scotland retire to British Columbia and other parts of Canada. Have you noticed a lot of people from Scotland in your area?
Not particularly, but actually in British Columbia, you're absolutely right, because I even met somebody from Scotland when
Nova Scotia, in fact, means New Scotland.
Yeah. But in British Columbia, I mean, last time my brother and I went to Cuba,
I forgot you guys can go to Cuba.
Yeah. Oh yeah, freely. Yeah, totally. Like they love us.
Did
there.
you bring back a lot of Cubanos cigars?
Oh yeah. Actually, and the other thing too is oh yeah.
I don't smoke cigars, but that's pretty cool.
I don't smoke cigars either. But then suddenly I was just kind of curiosity. I tried one. I'm like, oh my fucking God.
Yeah, I have a good whiskey and a good cigar, and you're like, might sit back in this chair and just enjoy this for a while,
Oh my God, it's no, I'm hooked.
And they're of course they're rolled on the thighs of hot Cuban female women.
Yeah,
as opposed to the other kind of women.
Yeah, but no, honestly, I as I said, I never tried anything, but I had I even quit smoking in 2013, but
how long had you been a smoker?
I was one of those annoying smokers, and by that I mean I was one of those guys who would I could have a smoke and then never touch cigarettes
for days and not worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. And people hated me for that.
Yeah. Most smokers will put the hate on you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they're like, I gotta have another cigarette in 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
For my 19th birthday, I went straight edge. I'd been smoking since I was 14, so that was 5 years. Never smoked another cigarette again. Ever.
Wow.
Yeah. Smoked for 4 or 5 years. That was it. Unless you want to include blunts. You know, I smoked a marijuana cigarette, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. No. When you're in Cuba and I mean, like, in fact, they don't mind. They love Americans there too. Actually, all you got to do though is, I mean, you just can't fly directly there. You'd have to go to like Mexico, and then fly
you
to.
can't go straight from Toronto.
No. I mean, well, yeah, you can like if you're Canadian, yeah. But I mean, like you, an American, if you wanted to go, you'd have to go to another country, then go to Cuba. Yeah, and like it's not.
Isn't
I mean,
that
it's
nice?
not.
Anti-derivative Jill says, "I'm just a minor threat. I'm just a minor threat." I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, like it's just the way it works, like with America. I mean, I'm like, I don't know. I mean,
America.
Yeah,
America.
They,
Fuck yeah! Coming to save the motherfucking day now.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, but no, the you want some good cigars? Don't go to the turista shops.
Right.
Because first of all, you're going to pay through the ass.
Plus,
I mean, like,
there's VAT.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if you go to say your cab driver or your
cab drivers, huh?
Oh yeah, or the concierge, or like at your resort or wherever, right?
30s.
No, like you'll get like really, yeah. Some they're like, oh sure, yeah. Like,
No, they don't have a car in Cuba that's any newer than 1945 or something.
Actually, they do now. They lifted
their healthcare system is one of the best in the world.
It is. They even actually have a cure. They even have cancer cures. Actually,
no shit.
No shit. Not kidding.
Wow, I did not know that.
Yeah,
I saw Sicko, the Michael Moore movie, where they took a bunch of 9/11 first responders to what's the name of that hospital in DC? Walter Reed Hospital.
Okay, yeah.
And they said we've got veterans who inhaled asbestos and worked at the 9/11 site. Would you please help them? And they were like, no, they don't have insurance.
Yeah.
They don't even have insurance for, veterans. And so they, as you know, if you've seen the film, they went to Cuba and they took care of all of them. And then sort of as a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Michael Moore at the end goes to the administrator of the hospital and he says, where do we pay? Where's the cashier? And he says, we don't have one. It's free.
Yeah. I remember that.
How fucking cool is that? And how much does the United States have fallen behind in, not being able to give their first responders and their veterans free health care?
Exactly.
It's not only disappointing, it's fucking
anger-inducing, really.
It's evil.
Yeah.
They don't care about us. They don't care about the people they're supposed to represent. All they care about is their fucking donors, their fucking millionaire, billionaire donors.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you.
Oh, no. Well, it's funny. Could you give me like just give me
I give you an
30 seconds.
inch and I take a mile.
Yeah. Give me 30 seconds. I really gotta go to the bathroom. And I'll be right back. Yeah, thanks.
All right.
Okay.
I'll play a little song while you're gone.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, actually. Exactly. I'll see you in a few.
the funny part, for the joint is down home. How will we get along? When it's through the sun, run, run, don't ever stop. Keep on trying to keep it. Come on.
On a throne of shining silver, draped with rich brocade, gleaming golden emerald, the demon king arrayed. Why do you thunder? Why do you rave? With all your plunder, what more can you crave? Flow before your throne is worn by the crowns of kings, bowing in surrender to Ravana. Ravana, treasures of the universe are at your feet, but something's missing from the heart of Ravana. Ravana, Ravana. The radiance of your power, few can bear to see. While you shake, the planets quake before your majesty. See how they cower, strong the brave, with all your power. What more can you crave? The domain knows no boundary, and all the world's creation is the plaything of Ravana. Ravana, mighty of the universe, fall at your feet, but the victory is hollow for Ravana. Ravana, Ravana. Love like good fortune, lose what you will. Can you command her to cease and be still? Can you command her? Will she obey? for having come hither. Will she stay? Secrets known to you alone. All of this and more. Why are you burning? Can you be saved with all you're learning? What more can you crave? The ocean of your knowledge knows no shore. Scholars put their questions to Ravana. Ravana, learned of the universe set at your feet. But have you answers to the questions of Ravana? Ravana, Ravana, but have you answers to the questions of Ravana? Ravana, Ravana, but have you answers to the questions of Ravana?
And that was Ravana by 1111. And Rob Thunderheart is back.
I like that band, and they're the ones that did that. I'd like you to play it later, actually.
Well, that's why I play it kind of in the coming down part of the trip,
Yeah, no,
we play the punk rock music at the beginning, and then we play the world rock music, soothing kind of music at the toward the end.
Nice.
But I'm glad you like it. Thank you.
Yeah. But getting back to what I was saying, like with Cuba, no, like I honestly, I mean, okay, I can see a lot of other people probably just kind of, it's such a cheap, dumpy country. And I'm like, no, I mean, that's what I loved about it.
Who's cheap, dumpy country?
Some people would say by that I mean, like, well, just simply people who are well off.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, they do have like some 5-star resorts there, like in Cuba,
Where?
that cater. everywhere, actually. Just look them up.
What country are you speaking of?
Cuba.
Cuba. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have some like
Yeah,
5-star.
the thing is that Cuba is subject to the occasional hurricane.
Yeah, I won't deny that.
But the United States isn't anymore. Well, we just had 5 hurricanes hit Florida, for fuck's sake. So please continue. Please continue.
And the first one ever, like in 50 or 100 years, that just hit L.A. Holy shit!
Well, yeah, and we had one that came in through the Gulf of Mexico, hit Florida on the way in, hit Florida on the way out, and then came back and hit Florida again. So, if you're a big fan of Miami, you go visit soon. Because the Army Corps of Engineers can't keep it above sea level for very long. Anyway, you have the floor.
Yeah. No. But yeah, no, getting back to Cuba, like if you do not go to the tourist stores for your cigars. Like you said.
And so just to understand, you can go from Canada straight to Cuba, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, like I've gone from I've flown to Toronto and then
sort that out in my own mind.
Yeah. I've flown straight from Toronto.
Oh, you've been okay. All right.
Yeah, or straight from Calgary, actually.
Calgary to Havana.
Yeah, it takes approximately 4 hours. But,
and do you have dual citizenship or anything cool like that?
No, I wish I did. My brother-in-law
you have
has
heritage in Cuba.
I do not. Actually,
you don't.
I just
you just
happen
like
to love
going
the
there.
country.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It's a good place to vacation.
No, it's a fantastic place to vacation. And the other thing too is like there are some people who
did you know? You probably do know this, but some of the people watching might not. That Cuba came to the United States first and asked for help against the what do you call it, coups and stuff like that, Batista and Fidel Castro and all that, and we said no, and then they went to the USSR and they asked for help and they said yes, and that's what brought on the whole 1962
That's absolutely right.
Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yes,
and that's why we have all these baseball players from Cuba, right?
That's why some of the best ones have come from Cuba. Yeah. I mean, I've been to a Cuban baseball game, and holy crap! I'll tell you, it actually got called for rain. Is it the
national pastime in Cuba too?
It is.
Wow! Wow! That's a mind blower. I bet most Americans would have no idea.
My brother and I it's not part of like tourist things or whatever. We just went because hey, we want to go see a Cuban baseball game.
Sure.
And I'll tell you,
I'll tell you something. I've always wondered, Rod, when they call it the World Series, why don't they let Cuban teams in and Japanese teams in?
No kidding.
The World Series. Why isn't everybody allowed to come in? It's just the two different leagues of the American League, right? The AFC and the NFC or whatever it is.
Well, yeah, they just want you to think that it's the World Series. Yeah.
But if it were really the World Series, American teams would get slaughtered, wouldn't they?
Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah. Again, my brother and I went to a baseball game, and first off, number one,
was it a major league game?
Yeah, and it was 2:00 in the afternoon.
Wow. So you got to see a doubleheader?
No, actually, unfortunately, it was just one game, and that was more. And that one got called for rain because we got to the seventh. Got to the seventh inning, and then suddenly
seventh inning, man.
But here's the other thing: nobody scored. That's how goddamn good the teams were.
Wow.
Like it
That's
was like 0-0, 0-0.
In
Like
7 innings, nobody scored.
No, people like there were guys like they crack, they hit, and they go straight out and like, but like either
And
somebody
they
would
catch
catch it. Yeah, somebody would catch it, and like it just was nobody gotten on base either. Like that's how damn good the teams
Nobody
were.
even got on base. Wow.
No, like that's
It was a total shutout.
Absolutely, and then ultimately
I'll tell you what, I don't know much about fucking baseball, but I know what a shutout is.
Yeah, it got called for rain because like suddenly it got a dump of rain. I mean a dump of rain.
Yeah.
It was one of those.
Yeah.
It was
When
one
it
of
rains
like,
in Cuba, I'm sure it's pretty serious.
holy crap! I mean, I'll tell you something.
Did they have a continuation of the game later, or did they just call it?
No, they just called it because like, holy.
So the team that
it
was
was one of
already
those-
ahead won.
Nobody was actually. It
Nobody
was.
won.
It was
Okay.
yeah. But it
Because
was
in the
Nevada-
United States, they would never stand for that. Somebody has to win, which is why soccer took so long to grab hold in the United States, because
Right.
ties happen all the fucking time in football and in football, in soccer.
Yeah.
And that's part of their scoring system. You've got losses, ties, and wins. And ties are you get a point if you tie, and the other team gets a point if they tie. You
Right,
get
yeah.
3 points if you win, 1 point if you lose, you get 2 points if you tie. So people in the United States just don't understand how scoring works.
Oh, yeah. But no, it started raining, and like when I say it started raining, it started raining.
Deluge.
Like,
Yeah.
like you remember in the old Charles Schultz Peanuts comics, right?
Yeah. I love Peanuts. When I was a kid, my goal was to take over for Charles Schultz.
Oh, but
that's how into Peanuts I was.
Yeah, but like Cuban rain. That's what it was like. It's just like like
sheets
when he would draw like those like just lines of rain. Like that's exactly
That's
what a
funny
Cuban
that
rain.
You should mention that.
Yeah, that's exactly what a Cuban rainstorm feels like, And here's the other thing too. I mean, because up here in Canada, like when it rains,
and like massive thunder and lightning too.
Yeah, and like but like see up in Canada, when it rains, it can get cold. Like
Oh sure, yeah.
But
in Canada,
right? But in Cuba, when it rained,
it's a warm rain.
It's so it felt like it felt great. It's just like, I mean, sure, it was
didn't even mind being in the rain.
Oh no, walking down the street, I just loved it. It's just like, wow, and like even though like sometimes it's just like, but like, no, man, I absolutely loved it. It was so warm. The rain, it was just unbelievable.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and we made our way back to the where Anthony Bourdain went. The Ernest Hemingway bar, the birthplace of the daiquiri.
Which I'm drinking right now.
Oh yeah. Oh nice. Yeah.
I did not know that the birthplace of the daiquiri was in Cuba.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. And the name escapes me at the moment. No, but they've got a statue of Ernest Hemingway right in there too, like a brass.
No
statue.
shit in Cuba.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. In fact,
we don't even have a fucking statue to Ernest Hemingway in the United States. I'm serious.
No. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's a piece of history that most Americans need to know.
I'll send you a picture,
Yeah, please do. I mean, send it to me now, and I'll put it on screen, or you can share it and put it on screen. That'd be great.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
You took this photo, right?
Oh yeah. Well, my brother, but yeah,
That's great. That's amazing. I don't know if you knew this, but Dr. Hunter S. Thompson learned to write by typing in to his typewriter Ernest Hemingway novels.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. And it's kind of a one of a kind sort of a way how to learn how to write.
Yeah. I'm looking.
Oh, take your time.
Havana Day, Cuba Day 3.
I still love the fact that you can do that Jean-Claude Van Damme splits, at a moment's notice. You must be so what's the word? Limber. You must be so limber that you can, do that. You do like yoga daily, right?
Yeah, actually. I mean, because in addition to like working out and
yeah, you got some major biceps. You showed me your biceps earlier today. You're fucking stacked, dude. You're pumped. How old are you?
Me? No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm 52.
Oh,
yeah.
like Marty in the dock. 52. Well, he'll be back. Don't worry. He'll be back. He just pressed the wrong button. There he is.
Oh, sorry about that.
And he's back. You pressed the wrong button, Marty. 88 gigahertz. I knew you'd be back, so
yeah. No, like I got that photo, but I was gonna post it on put it on Twitter, but then we're
just share, just hit share.
How do I
go to present and then share screen down at the bottom of the StreamYard thing.
I'm looking.
I mean, you have to have a screen up that has the photo on, obviously. And he's gone again. But he shall return. Sorry, I was just waiting for you to come back. I love that riff. I love my Gretsch guitar, and I love playing that riff.
Yeah.
And I wish I could play the entire song, but the fact that I can play two parts of it, I just find incredibly endearing.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But hey, I just sent the picture to you on, on Twitter. Yeah.
And that's on Twitter.
Yeah.
Which is now X.
Yeah. You know what? If he was really smart, why doesn't he just call it Twitter X? Then you kind of have the best.
Why the fuck did he buy a brand name worth $44 billion and then change it to something stupid like X? That's what I want to know.
I'm with you, man. 100%.
That guy is a fucking for the smartest guy on the planet. He's pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all I can say. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and share your oh, I'm on the wrong screen here. Let's see. Baba 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 ran baba 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 ran. I'm just showing off that I can still hit those falsetto notes if I have to. Okay. How do you do this? I've forgotten how to share screens. That's how fucked up I am. You go to present, share screen. Rod Thunderheart. There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
You see
Yeah,
it?
see, yeah, see, that's the statue of
You got your
Ernest
Superman
Hemingway.
shirt. Oh, and that's next to who?
The statue of Ernest Hemingway.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And that's in Cuba.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, now I remember. It's called the bar is called La Floridita. Yeah, La Floridita, and again, birthplaces
La
of Daiquiri.
Floridita?
Yes.
As in Florida?
I guess so. Yeah.
Huh. Well,
But,
what do you know about that?
Yeah, but it says
That's
too,
pretty cool, man.
Yeah. Even on the thing, even on the overhead, like the signs, it says like birthplace of the daiquiri. Yeah. Isla de Cuba. And now Gil has disappeared. Oh, okay. I guess I got a riff on myself. Okay.
I'm
all right. Oh, he's back.
Here.
Okay.
I just had a slight problem with reality.
Well, we all slip into other dimensions sometimes.
Well, I guess the secret is slipping back.
Yeah.
If you can slip back, then that's, there have been a lot of stories, Rod, which I'm sure you've heard of, about time travelers. You probably heard about the story about the guy from Tared. Have you heard that one?
No.
There was a guy that got off a plane in Tokyo, Japan.
Oh,
and
wait, I might have, but go on.
This I think was in the 60s or maybe the 80s. And he claimed that he was from Tared, and it was a country in Europe, and the Japanese officials sequestered him and put him in a room, and they looked over his passport, and his passport
didn't exist.
was completely legitimate, and he had currency, both coins and paper, in his pocket, and they were both from Tared, and it was just this country that happened not to exist in our reality.
That's right.
And then they put him up in a hotel for one night so that they could call their embassy and figure out what the hell was going on. And when they went back in the morning to get him, and by the way, there were armed guards on both sides of the door, so he didn't leave. When they came back to fetch this guy from Tared, there was nobody in the room. He was gone.
Yeah.
I think that's very intriguing.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy was dressed as a businessman. He claimed to be a businessman.
Yeah, from
he had, regular clothes on, but I think that the nearest passport stamp that he had was from France, because he claimed that he had francs, and he had gone to the airport before he left to change money from the francs to Tared money, and then he went into the plane, and he landed in Japan, and that's when all this started, and then poof, he disappeared.
Yeah.
That's a pretty goddamn interesting story.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even if it is some 4chan 21st century bullshit.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You were saying.
Yeah. Oh, actually, just simply, well, I kind of started to say this earlier, like
Ernest Hemingway statue in Cuba.
Yeah.
Why would Cuba have a statue of Ernest Hemingway?
Because that particular bar, he wound up like he loved it, and then like.
Did he write a bunch of stuff there, or did he just drink there, or what?
From what I understand, he just drank there, and then like, well, I understand though too, like, being at the bar, like that's where you have like, it's like the bathroom, like that's where you have all your deepest thoughts and everything like that. Like sitting there, like, and probably, from what I understand, that's kind of why I believe he was credited with like coming up with the daiquiri, but even
that's right. You said that earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm drinking one now. I've been drinking daiquiris all night.
Nice.
Tequila, little roses, lime juice, some Malibu, rum liqueur, and ice and fresh strawberries, and you put it in the Ninja and go.
yeah.
And it turns into a tasty libation.
Well, like to me down in down in Cuba, honestly it felt like Slurpee.
Thank you, Michael Aberla, for subscribing. Much appreciated. Mr. MH is in the house. Says, hail Cardinal Sin. I was sorry I was unable to attend as I have an extremely stressful and busy day. However, I'm here for just a little while, dropping in to say, hail, hope all are well. And he goes on to say, that sounds amazing, Cardinal Sin. Nice. And what I have to say to Mr. MH is his book that he won on Into the Fringe with Albert Rosales is all packed up and ready to go. It's the weekend, so I can't send it, but Monday it's gonna get put in the mail. So thank you, my friend, for being a subscriber and being part of the Cardinal Sin family, as is Rod Thunderheart, who is about to regale us with the rest of the story.
Thanks. Yeah, actually, I wasn't lucky enough to be able to go to the Ernest Hemingway house, because there's a house there.
Wow.
That they have actually kept all restored, like it's restored, like it's got his cowboy boots, it's got like
his spectacles and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Clothes.
That's crazy.
Libraries. And even has like even on the coffee table. Again, I haven't been there, but I mean, I've seen it.
Next time, I bet you will be.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, actually, not only that, I actually have a personal invitation from his grandson, Patrick.
No kidding.
Yeah, see, Patrick and his brother, I think it was Don. What anyway? They both appeared on Anthony Bourdain, and they thought it was, they're kind of a little bit cheesed off because because CNN spent like a pile of time, and they're interviewed them and all that, and like they figured, oh yeah, right on, that's we're gonna be on the show, and like no, and then it turns out that they're on the show in like the last 5 minutes. Yeah, but on the other hand too, like I just got to know them,
that's
Patrick.
Cool. They're just friendly, huh?
Yeah, I got to know Patrick just like out of the blue.
And also, you're kind of a disarming guy, for all of your wrestling, awards and for how imposing you are physically. You're a very nice guy, and I know that you're disarming to anybody that you meet.
Oh, thanks. But I just suddenly just messaged Patrick out of the blue, just like, and at first
and that's his grandson.
Yeah. And I just simply like wrote him on a balloon, just like I just simply like, hey, congratulations, right on. I loved seeing you guys on you and your brother on Parts Unknown, and then he wrote back like, hey, and like next thing you know, like we just like that just opened up a conversation, and like suddenly, and then just literally
Come
out
on,
of the
mate,
blue,
come on down. Yeah.
yeah, and then just literally out of the blue, like I told him how much I love going to Cuba. Like I've been there like 4 times now, and like he
Wow.
said, yeah, and he said that he said, well, next time you come, you can pop by my
We got a
casa
couch for you to sleep on.
yeah, in his casa de particulares,
Casa de particular.
which is basically like he runs an Airbnb down there.
Oh, it's like the guest house.
Yeah. So
Cool.
like I was like, oh shit, yeah. So like no, like I said, I have got to give him like about a month's notice or so, but like
Right.
like
He'll
no,
clear
absolutely.
his schedule.
Yeah, like
Very cool.
I think that's pretty goddamn cool to have like a standing invitation from the grandson of Ernest Hemingway to
Fuck
come
yeah,
on
it
over to
is.
the place.
God, just for the stories you could hear. I mean, I would love to go there with you and just interview these guys on tape, and just hear their stories about Ernest Hemingway,
Oh no, absolutely, man.
I'm sure they're familial stories,
Yeah, absolutely.
That's very cool.
Yeah, and his Airbnb is actually not too far from Havana too. He said so. Like,
there used to be a band called Havana 3 a.m. and it
that sounds familiar.
was Gary Myrick from The Figures, which was a really big band in the 80s, and the bass player was Paul Simonon, the bass player from The Clash.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the drummer was, but Gary Myrick was also the singer. And if you ever get a chance to listen to Havana 3 a.m., you should.
Okay.
It's a great fucking band. They're really good.
I'll look it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I gotta confess though, like when earlier, when you started the stream here and there, like when you had your when you played some of the songs, I was taking a nap.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Okay. I mean, you need your beauty sleep.
I love those songs though. I'm like, that's and like I honestly I still heard them in my sleep. You know, and all of a sudden like then the song finished, like, oh, get up.
It's interesting. In the last couple 3 or 4 days, I've been dreaming, and I don't normally remember my dreams, but I had a dream when I woke up today, and I was in Sioux Falls or Sioux City, South Dakota, and I was stomping through like this flooded, wet field full of mud, and all you could see was water.
Yeah.
And because I'd fallen asleep listening to the news, the international news, and like BBC or what is
CNN
it called?
or something like that. Yeah.
One of those. And democracynow.org and one of those things, and they were talking about all the things that you never hear about in the United States, from even alternative news, like independent news. You just never hear about stuff that's going on, in the rest of the world. Like the rest of the world is on fucking fire, man. Not just Canada, not just California. France is being flooded. There are huge food riots in Costa Rica. There's all kinds of crazy shit going on all over the world.
Yeah.
And people just have no idea. And so I found myself asleep, trudging through this field that used to be a street. in like South or North Dakota or something. I think it was South Dakota. I don't remember. You know how dreams are like you're there, but you're not really there, and you understand where it is, but you don't really know where it is. And so I was like, one of those Wellington things where you put your boot in and you pull up, and then the boot's left and your leg is hanging in the air. I was doing that kind of thing and like grabbing my boots and going forward. And I don't remember what the point of the dream was. I just remember, sludging through this slog of mud in South Dakota. And it was like sometime in the future. And I'm not saying that I had a precognitive dream, although I have had precognitive dreams. That was when I was a teenager. I haven't had a precognitive dream in a long time. But it seemed like a precognitive dream, if you know what I mean. And I was just like, it was me and this other person. I had no idea who they were. They were in front of me, and I had like my hand on their shoulder, and we were just both of us like trudging along through this thing. And I was like, this must be, when I woke up, I was like, this must be what it's like for people that have gone through a hurricane or a tornado that's spawned by a hurricane, and they haven't gotten any help from the federal government yet. And like I said way earlier in the stream, when Trump went down to Costa Rica, he was throwing paper towels to people like he was a football player. And it's like, I'll tell you something. When your homeland has been hit by a fucking hurricane, the last thing you need is bounty. The last thing you need is fucking American-made paper towels. That's going to last you for about that long, And I was just thinking to myself, my God, this whole world, our entire planet is in danger of mudslides and volcanoes and earthquakes. I mean, you were talking about the California thing before. California was hit with a 5.0 earthquake and a hurricane at the same time. I mean, it was a tropical depression by the time it hit there, but I mean, for fuck's sake. Jesus
it's still
Christ.
a goddamn storm, though. Tropical depression is still fucking powerful storms.
Oh, sure. Lots of rain, lots of storm surge.
Yeah.
It boggles the mind. I mean, okay, now, Rod, I want you to really concentrate on this because this is a high concept idea. You might have heard me say this before because my mind has gone to shit. And my short-term memory is I'm in cognitive decline, and you know that. I've told you the story 100 times. But it seems to me like the way they treat this planet, they have another one to go to. And when I say they, I mean the 0.01%, the richest of the rich. Now, if you look at Blade Runner and some of our other, big genre fiction
type of movies,
yes, they are portraying a world in which, the rich go to the off-world colonies and their advertisements come to the off-world colonies, and the people that stay on Earth are the people that can't afford to get away. They can't get out. And so, Texaco and all these other companies, the fossil fuel companies, have left us to fester in the problem they created. And back in the 70s, they did environmental impact studies, and they knew that this was going to happen. And so the only way that they could have continued to make millions and millions and billions of dollars and put all this carbon into the air and the methane and blah, 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 and still have a soul, for their kids and their grandkids and everything, is if they had another planet to go to. And, back in the day, I was just an environmentalist and a science fiction writer. And I was, extrapolating like, well, okay, what if they did have another place to go to? And then it hit me fairly recently, actually, in the last 5 years. They do. Warp drive technology has been acknowledged as real. An astronaut came up with the EM drive, and they can get to Alpha Centauri in fucking 20 minutes. And Alpha Centauri B is an Earth-like planet, and they've been focusing on Alpha Centauri B for decades. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a bunch of launches of hundreds of people. Elon Musk wants to launch 1,000 people per rocket so that he can get 1,000 people on Mars, or no, 1 million people on Mars. What if they're actually not going to Mars? What if they're actually going to Alpha Centauri B, or Alpha Centauri 3 or 4 or whatever it is? I don't think it's that out of the question. I mean, as a science fiction writer, it seems completely plausible to me.
I'm with you, man. And
the rest of us just have to
suffer with this broken down, ready to blow up
and
planet.
It's not going to be long. You've experienced all the Canadian wildfires in the smoke. The last time I talked to Christopher O'Brien on Into the Fringe, he had to take a couple of hits off of his nebulizer before the show started because he had inhaled so much smoke, and he already was suffering from COPD because of smoking a pack a day for 40 years. But
I even posted on Twitter how because I did I had an overtime run on Saturday where I went up to went over and I dropped some stuff off at Hardesty. And Hardesty, by the way, is the start of what was supposed to be. Well, they're still running it, but I guess they've rerouted it east. But Hardesty is the start of the Keystone Pipeline, which was supposed to go down to Texas. But then, Obama killed it.
The pipeline got scrubbed.
Trump opened it up, but then Biden killed it again.
Mr. MH has a question in the chat. Rod, do you believe in dream interpretation, Cardinal Sin, as something that can predict futures or how a person's state of mind is? What do you think?
He's absolutely right. In fact, every dream that you have is your mind trying to tell you something. Your subconscious mind is trying to tell you something. And, I've always believed that, actually, and I have 2 books. I have a small book of dream interpretation, and I have a dream encyclopedia.
Do you keep a dream journal?
I don't, but I actually been.
But you should.
No, you know what? You're right, and I actually have been doing that on my phone, because anytime I've had had a dream that I find really funny or interesting to hang on to, I make a note of it. And actually, just as a good example, probably about a month ago, or about 3 weeks ago, wow, I had this dream that whoa. And according to my sister and a couple of others, apparently I had a demon attached to me, because
I've heard about that.
Yeah. Okay. But here's how the dream went. Anyway, it was 5 or 6 years ago. Mom was me. I was still living on the farm here, with my mom, and we had some family friends come over, and one of the family friends, he brought his dad. And his dad was probably about 20 years older than him, in his 70s or whatever, and then he was 50 or 60, and but the image but anyway, we were walking over to the picnic table to sit down, and also he sort of happened to look at the top of his dad, he saw what looked like, I don't know, a sort of a what do you call it, a zit or something like that. Anyway, he went to
Like a halo?
No, he had like a zit or whatever, like, and he went to sort
I
of like
see.
right, like in his like it
In the back
was
of his head.
yeah, he was mostly bald, and all that,
Mhm.
and like anyway, he went to sort of
Pop the
it,
zit.
and yeah, and then suddenly like oh, he popped it suddenly like there was suddenly like this flood of like liquid
Pus?
or whatever. Yeah, like liquid that came out of the guy. It was clear, but like it was liquid, and it came out of his dad's head, and like and like as soon
Now,
as
is this still in the dream?
yeah, it's in the dream,
Okay.
of course. And like as soon as I saw that, I'm like, and like I run like shit to get out, and like, oh man, like it drained so fast, like I actually wound up like tripping like in like literally like the pool of liquid that sort of drained from his dad that was so fast. And
did it drain more than the zit? Did it drain like his brains or something?
Something like that, because his face and his head sort of like
shriveled. Yeah.
And like it was just kind of
it's like a pod people thing.
Yes, it fucking scary. I don't mind telling you, like, wow, and then I'm like, he sort of got a little bit better, and like, but like I climbed out of like the pool of the liquid, whatever it was, and like, but I mean, it wasn't water. Trust me, like it was kind of like
pus.
Yeah, exactly. I climbed out of it, and like and then all of a sudden, like the dream sort of reconvened, like inside the house, like upstairs in the dining room, and then suddenly, like I remember seeing like bloody scabs like all over like the floor, and then like his dad touched him.
This is like a fucking Cronenberg movie, dude.
I know, and like all of a sudden, like his son.
He's a Canadian director.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyway, like his son touched it again, and again, like started draining again. But this time, his dad looked, if you could call his dad looked like you know how like when a jar gets like empty, like that's exactly what his dad looked like. Empty, because like his skin, he was just like
just drained everything, and it was all
and
empty.
Like but then like also like that's when I woke up, and I'm like, I remember.
God, you must have been like in a cold sweat.
I was actually. I woke up and I was like, and like
that's a crazy fucking dream, Rod.
Yeah, and I'll tell you though, like the very first thing I did was I protected myself. I put up a chi energy shield around me.
I know exactly what you mean. I do the same thing.
Yep.
Yep. Bioelectric field, push it all the way through the house. Yep.
Yeah. And then like all the negative energy that's directed at me, it would go back to the source. And that's exactly what I did. And then like then I felt then like after doing that, I fell asleep, and then I didn't dream, but like I had a terrific sleep for the rest of the night. But like
every time I move into a new house, I spend time laying down on my bed, and I extend my aura all the way through every nook and cranny of the first floor and the second floor, and no matter how many floors there are, I extend it to the screened in porch, or whatever, the patio, and I do that every time I move somewhere, and it's been very successful, because while I'm engaging in that act, whether you call it Wicca or a prayer or whatever, every time I do it, I connect it to that universal energy that's like 6 inches below the navel, and I'm like, it's an ongoing protective field, and only things that are good can get in, and things that are bad and want to do me harm can't get in.
It gets reflected back to the source.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's kind of a universal, intuitive thing.
You're absolutely right, and I'm definitely gonna put that in my book actually eventually, because in the fourth
please
book,
do.
In the fourth book, Carolina is going to be, remember Carolina is she's becoming split personality. Then ultimately she's going to have like multiple personalities.
Mm-hmm.
And this is loosely based on my my Nana, because my Nana,
that explains a lot.
She actually had like 27 personalities that were discovered within her.
Wow.
Yeah.
Through hypnosis or psychology?
Just psychology. They just happened like actually it might have been hypnosis, I will say. I mean, because because
so do you think that she had multiple personality disorder?
I know. Well, I know. Yes, I know she did, because like there were times I was like
27. That's unbelievable. I'm not saying I don't believe it, but that's a lot of personalities.
There were times I was talking to her, and suddenly I realized like
she would just change.
No, I was just kind of like, I'm talking to a different person. You
right.
know, I could just feel it. I could just tell, just because the way she was talking and all that. And I'm like, and like her most prominent secondary personality was called Sid.
Yes.
And
Sid is actually very common.
Yeah, SYD. Anyway, like
so you think that's a demonic presence?
No, Sid was the protector. Sid was Sid protected her from the times that she was raped.
So vulnerable to the other aggressive personalities.
That's right. Yeah. Because
that's actually pretty common.
Yeah, because she actually in her earlier days, she actually went with the Hell's Angels, actually.
And yeah, I've heard a lot of accounts about people that use Ouija boards or take acid or whatever, and they're not really mentally prepared, and that's where walk-ins come from.
Yeah.
You've heard of walk-ins, right?
Vaguely, but
what walk-ins are supposedly either demonic personalities or spirits that are waiting to occupy a human body that enter a body where the mental state is extremely weak, and they just come on in. That's a walk-in. And Mr. MH says, Linda Moulton House says, even though she believes everything, that she heard the U.S. government was in collaboration with the Tall Whites. They have 3 spaceships that go faster than the speed of light.
Right.
I believe it. I think the Tall Whites are real.
That does.
I know the Tall Whites are real. Are you familiar with the Tall Whites?
Are you kidding, man? You see them everywhere. Like, you see drawings of them. Like even kids,
like 10 feet tall and very wispy and frail. They're very protective of their children.
Yeah, and even kids have drawn pictures of like the Tall Whites.
Yeah. They're almost ethereal.
Yeah, exactly.
And the one encounter, multiple encounters that I read about was from this Air Force agent that he was basically on the edge of this Air Force base, and he was there just to monitor the wind speed and the barometric pressure and all that kind of stuff. And at some point, the Tall Whites started coming out toward him, and he the first time he was just freaked out big time. And then they left, and they let him sort of acclimate to them, and then they would come back a little closer, and he would report what he was seeing, and everybody was like, yeah, ha ha, ridicule, whatever.
Yeah.
And then eventually they came close enough to him that they were willing to allow him to touch their children. But they had these ray guns that were like disintegrator beams, and if you fucked with their kids, you were done. You were toast. That was all there was to it. They were 10 feet fucking tall. I mean, that's almost twice as tall as we are. You know, you and I are both like 6 feet tall. And I mean, these creatures are a good 4 feet taller than we are. And so you can imagine this guy, he's just a weatherman for the Air Force. And, and you know, he's on the edge of this Air Force base, and there's a base where underground these tall whites are coming out. And initially he was scared shitless. And eventually, you know, he started to become acclimated to them, and they brought their children out, and they had their hands on their guns, you know, and he just eventually came to you know, accept it and understand it. And I don't remember the guy's name. I'm sorry, I should. I mean, being the Into the Fringe guy and everything, but
had a few, so of course
I've never had a guest on that talked about the tall whites. So
exactly. I think I remember.
But I've read his encounter in a book, and you know, it makes a lot of sense, because that Air Force base is legendary for levels that have the tall whites on the lower levels, and like I said, they're extremely protective about their kids, their children, but they want their children to associate at least a bit with humans, because they're on Earth, and they're doing sort of a what is it called, an exchange student kind of program, you know, where the humans go to their planet and some of them come to Earth and that kind of thing. And I will say this about Linda Moulton Howe. I think that she's a wide-eyed believer, and I think that she does believe everything. But she did bring out the stories about the tall whites before anybody else did. And there are differences between the tall whites and the Nordics. They're not the same, but they are allies. And Lieutenant James Hall, that's his name. That's right.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. MH. Charles James Hall. That's right. And if you can imagine being that guy, you know, just some doofus in the Air Force that's running a weather monitoring station, and then these aliens start coming toward you. I mean, can you imagine how fucking frightened you would be?
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean,
this guy had like a 20-year relationship with these creatures.
Yeah.
That's scary as fuck.
Yeah. Kind of like me in my dream when like that guy popped the sentence. I'm like, there's that flood of stuff out of
so
his.
Do you think that dream was in some way a warning or had some bearing on reality?
No, I believe it was probably some demon or some negative and influential energy.
It was attached to you.
Yeah, and like again, you know, when I cleaned myself, you know, suddenly like it disappeared.
Oh, so, you did like fuck, what is it called?
Well, see, I did sort of like this, you know, kind of the sign of a cross, but it was really more of a
but you went through a ritual with the heat, the sweat lodge, right?
Oh yeah, pipe ceremony. You're thinking, yes, yeah.
And how did that work out?
That actually, like, I've been to one lots of times actually, and like, honestly, like, to me,
have you been to one since that experience that you had of the being that was attached to you, the demon?
No, I haven't. That's why I say.
Do you
I mean,
think you
like that's
should
why.
go again?
Yes, I can't honestly. Yes, I've talked to my friend, and I can't wait to go again. But I mean, like, you know, no, I mean, like, I know that thing is not attached to me anymore. But I mean, like I said, I
Oh,
mean,
it's
like when I
not.
did,
Okay.
yeah, like when I did that cleansing, and like put up the energy shield. No, like I know it's gone.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I do the
Yeah.
exact same thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
I'm not a First Nations person.
you don't
I'm
have to.
Jewish. I'm just a white guy, but I had 2 psychic tutors. When I was
Yeah.
16, I had a psychic tutor, and when I was 18, I had another psychic tutor, and I learned how to see auras. And I've told you all this stuff before. And
Yes.
I intuited how to change the weather by doing ideograms in the dirt or the sand. When I was in Israel, like the last day that we were there,
Yeah.
the waves weren't big enough for us to body surf on. So I did
Yeah.
a little, ideogram and made the waves
Yeah.
bigger, and then I kind of brushed it all out. And then the waves
Yeah.
got bigger and we could body surf. And
Yeah.
I started and stopped the rain. And I did this with a Native American guy, an Indian guy, whose grandfather was a medicine man. He was a shaman, and
Yeah.
he was really
Yeah.
freaked out because I asked him what I could do to make him believe that I did have control over, the weather and certain forces. And he said, well, make the wind stop. And I did. And he said, make the wind start. And I did. And he said, make it start raining. And I did. And he said, make it stop raining. And I did. And I didn't even know what I was doing. I just intuited it. And it really broke him out, because he was like, white men aren't supposed to be able to do what you're doing,
Right.
and my grandfather is a shaman, and, you're not supposed to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And, I like I said, I didn't even know what I was doing, but I found out later that that's what Wiccans do. And I had no
Yeah.
idea. I just had these 2 psychic tutors to help me see my aura.
Yeah.
And of course, then I could see everybody else's aura, like when I was 16 years old. And
Yeah.
one time when I was in high school, I saw this kid who was wearing a leather jacket, and he had no aura. And I reported that to my first psychic tutor, and he said, you stay away from him.
Stay with, yeah.
That's the sign of somebody that sold their soul to the devil.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I never ever messed with that guy again.
Well, yeah, no, because he's got some powers behind him, whether he knows it or not.
Well, he sold his soul, and so he got whatever he wanted. But when he dies,
he's going
to
be that guy.
It's not going to be a cozy situation.
Yeah, he's going to be somebody's bitch.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Say, as a thing, how many patrons are you? I mean, like, I followed, like, I'm a patron of Doomcock. I'm a patron of Cameron Pasha.
I have 2 patrons on my Patreon.
Well, for me, it's Doomcock, Cameron Pasha, and Script Doctor. And actually, after he went on strike, I became Script's. I went to Script's highest level because want to support that guy.
Yeah, well, Cameron Pasha was really smart in, putting together all these different tiers, and I'm a subscriber to his Patreon as well, and
I'm a subscriber.
I pay one phone call a month, either half an hour or an hour, to talk about my story and all that kind of stuff. And he's very smart, because he set all this stuff up in advance of the strike. So he's got money coming in where other people aren't allowed to, write, and they're not allowed to come up with ideas or write anything down. they have to, you know, go on the picket line. And
Well,
Cameron Pashaw
yeah.
is sitting pretty, and he's got, you know, hundreds and
Yeah.
hundreds of dollars coming in through his Patreon. I think that's outstanding. I don't have a problem with that.
No, that's awesome. I know. Same thing with Script Doctor. You know, again, money coming in, but like, I like Cameron's idea though. Like, he came out. He was the one that came up with like, you can just pay a bulk sum right up front. You know, like, and I'm one of those guys that like,
yeah,
I paid him like, I think it was like 130.
You saved
bucks
like
or-
20%.
Yeah, exactly. You pay 120 bucks, 130 bucks rather,
And then you get one phone call a month.
Yeah,
Or
you know,
or depending on how high up you go, you know, maybe more.
Yeah.
I actually I subscribe to his Patreon at the half an hour phone call a month, and
Right.
he spent like 45 minutes to an hour with me almost every time. He's extremely generous with his time, although he's very busy.
The only thing I will say though is like, I've been disappointed.
I understand
actually,
he gave you some really good advice.
he did actually, and like it's helped me with my newest book, you know, and I'm almost done actually, you know, but
Hey, if you need a beta reader, I'm here for you, man.
I will keep that. Yes, actually,
Honestly,
I'll keep it in mind.
sincerely and true.
Yeah, because again, I mean, what I'm doing is like
I read fast, and I've done a
Yeah.
lot of editing.
Yeah, each of my books is going to be like a different chapter in like the saga, but I mean like
Right.
But each chapter is going to stand on its own. You know,
I wish you could get away from what's the book company called?
Oh,
Friesen Press. I wish you could get
Yeah.
away from Friesen Press and submit your stuff, you know, to any regular publisher, because I think by now at this point they would greenlight you, you know. I'm not saying Friesen Press is bad, you know, the good distribution and all that, but
yeah,
I think at this point you're a mature enough writer that you know, you could get in there and swing with the big boys.
Thanks. Oh,
No, I
thanks.
really do.
That's awesome. That's awesome advice. I appreciate it.
It's
Yeah,
just I feel like Friesen Press is kind of a stumbling block for you somehow, and maybe I'm
Okay.
wrong. You know,
I'll keep that. I'll keep that in mind.
maybe
though.
I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about.
I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, but I mean, like, yeah, both Script Doctor and I have both been disappointed in Cameron's. Shit. Even like it was like Friday or Saturday, he came out with another big Barbie plug. You know, because Barbie.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, because now,
he does have very high opinions of stuff that I don't, and so I've
Some stuff.
learned not to trust his opinion about films and TV shows, especially Star Wars and stuff like that. But you have to understand, like when he talks about Kathleen Kennedy, he says Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Iger and things like that, and he's really he's hedging his bets because he knows that at some point he may have to work for Ms. Kennedy or Mr. Iger.
Exactly. You know, I mean, that's something that's
He
at first puzzled me.
he doesn't totally lay them on the carpet and crush it beneath their, you know, his boot.
Yeah, but by the same token, he does. You're absolutely right. You know, and like, yeah, you know,
That way, nothing that he says can be taken as negative. You know,
exactly.
He can't be quoted as saying something negative.
Exactly. You know, I mean,
although the things that he says do, you know, reconcile with the people that tell him the rumors.
Yeah.
All he says is what he's heard, but he makes sure to call them Ms. Kennedy and Mr. Iger and Mr. Chapek.
Yeah.
So
See,
he's being I don't know, polite in a societal sense, but he doesn't want to burn the bridge, that might be his next paycheck. And I understand that, I understand what it's like for a working screenwriter.
That's fine. And this is why I find like the genius behind Doomcock. Some would say he's hiding behind the mask, but no. It's I don't know if you ever saw
Doomcock has everything to lose.
But I don't know if you ever saw like the Fifth Estate. But Benedict Cumberbatch or whatever.
Cumberbatch.
Like you said, give a man a mask and he will tell you the truth. And
yes. And Doomcock has everything to lose. Early on, sort of jokingly, he said, at 1 million subs, I'll do a face reveal. I don't know if you remember that. That was like 3.5 years ago.
I don't. You kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. He said that, but it was sort of in jest. It was sort of in jest.
But it's in the back of my brain. But trust me,
he did say that, and I don't know that he would, even if he ever got to 1 million subscribers, which I think he should be by this point. 4 years in, 5 years in, he should be at 1 million subscribers. I know for a fact that YouTube has fucked with his numbers, and
I agree.
They've shed hundreds and hundreds of subscribers from his channel. I have a friend that's not even subscribed to my channel, and he said he happened to be watching one of my episodes and he saw 10 subscribers deleted during the live stream he was watching, just all at once, all at one time.
Wow.
And there's no way for me to know that unless he had told me that. And can you imagine what that's like for Doomcock? It's not 10 people, it's 150 people.
Yeah, probably 200.
By now, he should have 500,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Exactly.
Yeah. And it's all politics, and it's all, he says, I've asked him about it. I've sent personal messages to him. He and I are friends. It's no secret. He's been on my channel several times, and I've been on Pop Culture Breakdown, stuff like that. It's no secret that he's telling the truth as best as he knows it, and that he does have a secret cabal of Hollywood spies that come to him with news, and 99.9% of the time he's right. They're right, and everything that has happened when James Mangold said, to Doomcock, Doomcock's wrong. We didn't do reshoots. We didn't do, rewrites and blah, blah, blah. And obviously by the time Indy 5 came out, it was a modular movie, and the end didn't make any sense. They had like a which way book of 6 different beginnings, middle, and end.
Like choose your own
the
adventure.
First act, the third act, the second act. It was all.
You could feel like go this way or that way, or straight ahead, or like whatever. You could fucking tell that's how it was.
The original thing that they were going to do was Fleabag. What's her name? Phoebe Waller-Bridge. She was going to be the new Indiana Jones. She was going to grab the fedora and the bullwhip, and it even showed her going through time, doing all the things that Indiana Jones had done, except it was going to be her that did it. And
then she was going to undo them.
She is another self-insert of Kathleen Kennedy. She's a brown-haired British woman that's a Mary Sue, and she didn't need any training. She's
she knows
a graduate
everything.
Student of Indiana Jones, and the entire time in the first draft of the movie, she was knocking him down and saying how old and slow he was and all this kind of thing. And then the young Indy and the old Indy got into a fight and they killed each other. And that opened up time so that she could,
and then poof, and then like he picks up the hat.
yeah, she could do all of it as the bestest ever, you know.
Yeah.
And they even had green lighted, Kathleen Kennedy had even green lighted a TV series on Disney Plus that was going to be basically Indiana Jones Tomb Raider with a female protagonist that was going to be Phoebe Waller-Bridge. And then Bob Iger came back and he was like, and cut that shit out. And that's why they had to move it back a year, because they had to do all these rewrites and reshoots.
That's funny.
Yeah, it would be funny if it weren't so sad.
Well, that's what I mean. It's funny because it's sad, you know. And again, it's, you know, and because now that Indy's down, well, you know, here's another thing that really pisses me off too is like my brother, not the one who lives in my house, like upstairs, my native brother, Kevin, he loves Indy 5. Like, he's seen it 4 times already.
How can you love Indy 5 if you've ever seen any Indiana Jones movies?
You're absolutely right. But
did you know that George Lucas tested 5,000 actors to be Indiana Jones because he didn't want Harrison Ford to be Indiana Jones? He was just using him, just like he did with Star Wars, to test the other actors. And after 5,000 actors, he gave up and said, "You're Indiana Jones." Did you know that?
Well, remember actually too, like he actually landed on one, but Tom Selleck was
and he couldn't do it. He had a previous engagement.
Yeah, with Universal doing Magnum PI, and that is the one thing that stopped him from being Indiana Jones. I don't know, man. Honestly, like I'm
not saying he wouldn't have been a good Indiana Jones, but the snarky, you know, comments and the stuff that he says to the Nazis, you know, those one-liners and stuff. Only Harrison Ford could have delivered those the proper way.
I wouldn't. Okay, I won't deny it, only because like that's all we have to, you know. But I mean, I'll say this: I think that Tom Selleck would have been good. You know, I mean, like I don't know if you've seen.
I think Tom Selleck's a great actor, but I don't think that he had the physicality and the snarkiness. I mean, Tom Selleck is a pretty straight up and down square guy. You know, he's a good actor, but he's a square, you know, and Indiana Jones calls for somebody that's got a really snarky, sarcastic sense of humor, who is willing to have a rocket propelled grenade aimed at the Ark of the Covenant and saying, you know, call my bluff, I'll blow it up. And I don't think that Tom Selleck could have pulled that off. He would have tried, but I don't think he would have sold it like Harrison Ford did.
Yeah, okay.
That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, I loved him as Magnum PI. He was great in that Down Under movie, whatever that was.
Quigley Down Under.
Yeah, Quigley. He's a great actor. He's a good guy. But I think Harrison Ford proved that he owned the role. And he said more than once, "I am the only person that will ever play Indiana Jones." Have you heard that?
I actually didn't hear that. No, actually, but I mean,
he has said more than once, "I am the only actor that will ever play Indiana Jones." That's how much it meant to him personally, and that's why after decades he went, you know, and did Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which I hate because they had John Hurt in the movie and he was silent during the entire movie. When you have an actor like John Hurt and he doesn't say a single fucking word of dialogue during the entire goddamn movie, you're doing something wrong. Plus the refrigerator scene kind of pissed me off.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one.
I don't have a
However,
problem with the aliens, with the crystal skull and the aliens and all that. I thought that was a cool ending, very Spielbergian. But you know, if you think about it, Harrison Ford has said he has a rule that he won't play a sequel to a character that he's been in if it's 20 years or older. And they just got him in Under the Wire in 2008 to do Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. And they just got him in Under the Wire to do
the
Dial of
Destruction.
Destiny. Yeah.
Dial of Destruction.
And that's why they had to rush the production. And that's why they had to do all those fucking reshoots and rewrites, because they didn't have a decent script. That's what your friend Script Doctor is all about.
And I don't know if you saw it too, but like Robot had the really, really good takedown of Dial of Density. You know,
I haven't seen the movie, and I haven't seen that review.
Oh,
I refuse to see the movie. I want to keep my head canon straight.
My brother Don.
Although I'll tell you what, I think that Mads Mikkelsen is the perfect antagonist as a Nazi, even though it's a time traveling plot. I think it involves Die Glocke, the Nazi bell.
That's exactly what Robot had. Had said,
and they end up going back to Archimedes because he wanted help from the future to fight whatever the battle he was in. That's all cool, but it was still like the Force is female. The Lucasfilm story group was all women, and they were all women that weren't writers. You know, they had written for the Golden Girls or whatever, but they weren't people that could write, you know, compelling drama.
Exactly.
They couldn't write Indiana Jones. And so I refuse to see it. I don't want it to infect my headcanon. Just like The Rise of Skywalker. I didn't see that because The Last Jedi was enough for me.
It's, you know what? I walked out of TLJ. Like, I mean, I honestly came this close to walking out of TLJ, you know, especially like when Luke is like sucking back on that blue alien titty milk. And I'm like,
actually, something people don't know is in the first movie, Star Wars, Aunt Beru serves him blue milk. People don't remember that. People don't remember that.
No, I do. I do remember that.
It was that long, but Aunt Beru served him blue milk.
I do remember that. That was fine because, like, you know, again.
But yeah, straight from the manatee. That's a little weird.
Yeah, no, I just it's like, you know, and like, but then like the other part of me is just kind of like, because there was another movie. I can't honestly remember what the hell the name of the movie was.
See you, Mr. MH. Thanks for being here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we still have an audience. Go figure.
Yeah, no, like there was another movie I saw way back in like the early mid to early 90s. I forget what the hell it was. It was some sort of like sand.
Was
like,
it the King Solomon's Mines?
I don't think so.
There was one that was King Solomon's Mines with like Michael Douglas.
It was a science fiction one. I can't remember what it was. It was just kind of like in the middle of the desert or whatever. And like, I just remember a lot of like.
You're not talking about the Mummy, the new Mummy movies.
No. I fucking love
the Scorpion King and all that.
Well, not the Scorpion King, but like I did love like the Mummies and Mummy Returns. No, those were awesome. It was another movie. Like I said, I'm like, it's probably about 5 or 6 years earlier. You know, like in the like 90s. Mm-hmm. All I know is like it was so goddamn bad. I'm like sitting there, I'm just kind of like in the theater. I'm just kind of like, you know, part of me was like rooted. It was like, I want to fucking leave. But then like, there's another part of me just kind of like, you know what? I must see this movie. I've already paid my money. I must see this movie because if people, because I believe that people need to hear about how fucking bad this movie is.
That's why
I have
Doomcock
to,
started his channel.
exactly
Because
I
of
have
Star
to
Trek
report
Discovery.
This. Exactly, I have to report this to everybody else. Like anybody who's anybody that I talk
I gotta
to
warn
must,
people against this shit.
Exactly. You know, I'm like, yeah,
And
like,
I'll tell you
I
what,
remember
that's why Doomcock started his channel, and it's very close to the reason I started my channel.
Yeah, you know, good, awesome. That's, you know, yeah. It just, I was just so like, this movie is so bad that people must hear about this.
It
So
wasn't
everybody,
King Solomon's Mines.
no, it was. Like I said,
It
it
was
was
a
like
science
early.
fiction movie. Was it Pitch Black?
Oh fuck no! I fucking love Pitch Black. That
I
was an
thought Pitch
awesome.
Black was awful.
Really?
I walked out on Pitch Black. It was so bad.
Oh no, I liked it because like you could see it was low. You could see that it was filmed on a low budget, and like, you know, it's
Yeah, but at that
Yeah,
time, Vin Diesel could not carry a movie.
okay. I'll give you that one.
He was just a fantasy role playing game guy that
was-
worked out, and you know he wasn't an actor yet.
Now that I
At
think
this
about it,
point,
was
I
the
think
year-
that he knows the ropes. But back when he started out, he was not very good. I'm still trying to figure out what the movie was that you saw that you almost
Now
walked
that I
out
think
on.
about it, I can place the year, and that is it was like 1989, the summer of 1989, and I just can't figure out what movie
Was
it
it
was.
the class of 1999
I'm not sure. I mean, because I was working
with
for
Malcolm
Alberta-
McDowell?
Again, I'd have to see a trailer of that or whatever. But like,
Yeah,
it was.
You just don't remember.
It came out. Yeah, it came out in 19. In
Do you remember
summer
any of the plot at all?
Again, all I remember is just like it was like
Hating
in
it.
that, and it was in a desert. You know, like a lot
Oh,
of
was it
sand.
Soldier with Kurt Russell?
Again, I need to. It doesn't sound like it. No, because
You
it was a bunch
you
of
just don't know. Okay.
it was a bunch of actors that like
I'll stop trying to guess.
It was a bunch of actors that I don't recall any. Like there was nobody familiar in it. Nobody that I remember, like no name actors. Nobody
It's a
that.
bunch of familiar unknowns.
Yeah. You know, I mean, yeah. That's the all I know is like I said, I remember like seeing.
I'm
like
like you.
It was a mostly empty theater too. Like there was probably like maybe like
I'm a guy
3 or 4 other
that
people that
hates to walk out on films that I've paid for.
Yeah,
but I've walked out on films and asked for my money back and gotten my money back because the manager of the theater knows it's a really shitty movie. And if you ask for your money back, they've been told, don't make a scene, just give them their money back, you know? And once I realized that they would do that, I felt a lot better about going to see films that I didn't know if they were going to be good or bad, you know, before the World Wide Web or whatever.
Yeah.
When all you got was a trailer and that's it. You know,
Yeah.
like the trailer for Pitch Black was great, but the movie was a piece of shit. It was horrible. And I can't believe that they made more movies after that because it bombed at the box office. And Vin Diesel was trying to make himself, you know, like a leading man and all that kind of thing. And it just, you know, they packed it with stars.
It made its money back, but that's
they
it.
had Dame Judi Dench in there and everything, and it couldn't save it. It was a horrible movie. They should never have cast it. They should never have greenlit it. They should never have looked at the fucking script.
I'll agree.
Horrible
Like
film.
the second one was horrible, though. Yes,
Second one was awful. Oh my god, it was bad. And I didn't see it either, but I did watch the trailer and I did read the script because the script was online, and it was awful.
What I hated about the second one was the fact that they gave Vin Diesel. It turned out that he came from a race that he had
that light sensitivity.
Yeah, he had the ability to see in the darkness. Whereas
Right.
and like they also recast the actress who played the young girl, who like she kind of idolizes Vin Diesel's character in Pitch Black. They recast her. And which like, first of all, it sucks because like if they were gonna remake or like make a new movie, fine, but like
a sequel.
Yeah, like first of all, like the the one they recast her, in the new movie as like a lot better, like like gorgeous little woman. But like first of all, like why didn't they hang on to like the first one? Because like like if you look at her on IMDb, the gal who played the young girl in 1999's Pitch Black,
has lots of credits to her name.
Yeah, she looks pretty goddamn good now.
There might have been a scheduling conflict. Maybe she was already booked for another movie.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
Anyway, but like, that's all I wanted to say about that. Which is simply like, why didn't they recast? Like,
I don't think that Vin Diesel is a bad actor. I think that Pitch Black was just a horrible mistake. I think that he wasn't ready to be a leading man. He couldn't carry the movie. He had very little dialogue in the first film, because I eventually did watch it.
That's right.
He had like 12 lines of dialogue during the entire fucking movie. In the second film, you got to look at his eyes when he takes the glasses off, and they're just like these two little pinpoints of light, and it doesn't sell the character at all. And it is just a piece of trash. It was just bad, now with the fast cars movies.
Fast X.
What is it?
Fast X. That's a 10th movie.
All those movies, he got better, and he got better material, and it's really all about the writing. And I think Pitch Black was just horribly written and horribly cast, and whoever the director was behind it didn't have a vision, and they just stumbled through it, and it was just a 1 out of 5 film. And
I don't know if you saw the Cinema Sins, but like when they did the original Fast and Furious, and like at the
Fast and the Furious.
Yeah, near the very end of the movie, Vin Diesel was being chased by like the police, and then he comes up over a hill, like as he's coming down the side of the hill. Again, there's a tractor trailer, a truck, like something I would be driving,
right?
And like, I fucking love how Cinema Sins takes it down, where it's like, like a Vin Diesel, like he goes past the tractor trailer, but like, again, how Cinema Sins
through it.
Yeah, how Cinema Sins said it, they're just kind of like, and like he has a big arrow to like the big tractor trailer, and he says, and this truck driver is sitting at a stoplight, and he says, okay, nobody coming towards me, so I might as well turn left and right into the traffic. It's perfectly okay, like, also like. And that's when like the cop car behind Vin Diesel runs into the tractor trailer. That's just like,
right. Perfect timing.
Like, yeah, it just fucking fits.
Yeah, I mean, he's made some bad career decisions. I can't say that I feel too bad for the guy, because I mean, I really don't think that he had his acting chops when he was starting to try and get lead actor roles in movies.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that he really had a long way to go to learn how to carry a film.
He
And
needed to do more roles like Saving Private Ryan, where he was like the side guy.
And another franchise that comes to mind, and I don't know if you've seen it, but it's the remake of Death Race 2000.
Oh, yes.
That had Ian McShane.
Why didn't they? Yes.
That was a solid movie franchise. That was the kind of franchise that Vin Diesel should have been in.
Should be a franchise right now.
They did 3 movies.
Yeah,
and that was a movie that Vin Diesel could have carried, you know.
Yeah.
But they found somebody else. And unfortunately, you know, it wasn't Vin Diesel, but I think that Vin Diesel would have been good in that role. I don't even remember the name of the actor that did it, but
sorry, playing with
those movies were good. I think they were even better than the original Death Race 2000 with David Carradine and Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, and you
that
know
was
that,
like
that's
what 1974.
1989 or 79. I remember.
No, it was earlier than that.
Okay, I'm just gonna. I'm
gonna look it up.
I just remember because also what's his name? Cinema Sins did a.
And James Caan was in it.
Yeah, Cinema Sins did a episode on that, and also Cobra Kai Sensei was in there too. What's his name? But
Mr. Miyagi.
No, the other guy, the Cobra Kai dude.
I haven't seen Cobra Kai. 1975.
Okay,
Death Race 2000.
Yeah, in between the both of us, you know, like you said 72. And
yeah,
I said 7. Yeah. But yeah, no, like
that was a great fucking movie.
Martin Kreese, that's his name, Martin Kreese. He's in it.
All right, we're gonna have to watch a song because I've got to visit the little Martians room.
No, that's great because I was going to ask. I need to get some more beer, so
I'll play a long
go
one.
to the outside. Yeah,
Let's see if I can figure out a good long one here.
Dance with me is too long, eh? Or not long enough, I should say.
Let's try this one.
Sometimes I am amazed to hear the things you say, and I love the things that you do. There's nothing I would rather do than spend my days being with you.
right. I know about you. Never thinking what you're doing, let it go away. Never wondering what you're doing, let it go away. Come on, baby. Come on, never thinking what you're doing, better turn out the lights. People singing, never rising, always reaching the heights. Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
And that was a song I wrote called Landfill. And it was about global warming, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
That was in the early 90s. God, I'm old.
Huh. Ugh. Wow, 30 fucking years. Ugh.
Yeah, plus.
Yeah.
But I like those 2 Mile Death Plunge videos from down the hill because my brother recorded them and he found the sweet spot and they sounded pretty good considering it was a mono VHS camcorder. It upscaled very well. And B, there's no other record of that band other than one show in the basement of a skull hall that was not a very conducive building for sound. I mean, it was just a concrete basement and it sounded like shit, so you couldn't hear anything. So, you take what you can get, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah, But good stuff, though. Like, it produced some really damn good stuff, man.
It does the job. Yeah. Gets the job done. We were a working man band. That's what we used to say anyway.
Yeah. 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 I suppose every band is like that, really, when you think about it.
I mean, I'm still impressed by the fact that to play Day on Green Hill, where this footage was shot, we beat out 600 local and regional bands. However,
yeah.
I heard from our bass player that there were 1 or 2 people on the committee that really liked our band. So they were probably biased. But still, I mean,
Yeah.
600 local and regional bands, there's got to be some standout acts,
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm just glad that we got to play in front of 6,000 people.
Yeah.
That was a big step up, for me as a musician and for that band.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, hey, I wanted to ask you, have you checked out cardinalsin.net yet?
Oh, I have not. I will make a point of it afterwards.
Jill made this really kick-ass website for me, and it's up. It's not 100% there. It's functional, but you can, browse videos and some of my writing and stuff like that. And I'll be posting blogs, semi-regularly there. And of course, all of my science fiction and social satire will end up there. Excuse me. And, when you've been talking for almost 8 hours, sometimes your voice goes out a little bit. But
I hear you. Yeah,
we're still only barely halfway to our record of 16 plus hours. But people might be waking up
coming up on 8 hours. So
on the Pacific side, people might be waking up. You never know. Or in England. Yeah,
I like Albert Rosales, man. I mean, I'm gonna say
he's great.
I know it sounds weird, how you don't have him on enough, but man, you've had him on 4 or 5 times by now.
I've had Albert on actually about 24 times.
Yeah, see, I fucking love him. He's a great guest.
He is.
He's
got great cases, and I mean.
And he draws
when people
people
ask questions about the new UAP and the fighters from the Navy that paint these tic tacs with the radar and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah,
all you have to do is go look at the cases that Albert Rosales has come up with, and they're all either firsthand or secondhand encounters.
Yeah.
And you're done. You don't have to go to any congressional hearing. You don't have to fucking worry about, a skiff, a special compartmentalized intelligence facility. You just look at, the shit that, he's got. They're documented, well-documented cases. Albert is the shit, man. He's really good. And he always brings the spooky, which is one thing I really like about him on Into the Frame.
No, that's right. You kind of get this chill each time you listen to it.
It really is scary stuff. And the last time that we had, you were talking about Christopher O'Brien earlier. The time we had Christopher O'Brien on, I asked him if he would relate the story that happened to him when he was almost 7 years old, and he was stalked by creatures that he described as stick figures. They were two-dimensional, and they had little rods in their hands, like wands or something. And if you looked at them the wrong way, they would just disappear like two-dimensional objects. But they were keeping him from getting to his house. He lived on a cul-de-sac when he was a little kid, and they were preventing him from getting home. And eventually he got home, and uncharacteristically, his parents sent him back out during the night. They said, go out and play. And he was like, something's fucking wrong. Even at almost 7 years old, he was like, something's really fucking wrong here. These stick figures are following me around the cul-de-sac. So he went to his neighbor's house, and he got his neighbors to call his family and say, your kid is out here after dark, and he's got really disturbing stuff that he's talking about. And eventually he got back into his house, but his parents didn't remember any of it. He remembered all of it, but he generally doesn't tell people about it, but as with most people, he had an early encounter when he was very young, 6 or 7 years old. And most people that you run into do. I remember being at a Fortean convention, and Mark Davenport was there, and he and I were already friends because I'd put on a couple of his lectures here in Lawrence. And he just sort of mentioned to me that I was an experiencer. And I was like, why do you say that? And he said, well, you just have this haunted look about you. And he died very rapidly and mysteriously a couple months later. And so did Carla Turner, whose book my show is an homage to. She wrote the book Into the Fringe, and it was about abduction experiences. And I named my show.
Carla passed on?
Yeah, Carla Turner died very, very quickly. By the time I got the postcard about her cancer condition, she was already dead.
Holy crap.
And Mark Davenport followed her very quickly. He died of a very fast-acting cancer. It's almost like what happened to Abby Hoffman. Like the CIA gave him the heart attack pill.
Wow.
Something happened to Mark Davenport because he got too close to the truth. You know, there's a book called "They Knew Too Much About Flying Saucers." Well, it's not a game. It's not fun. It's not funny. It's real. You know, if you get too close to the truth, they fucking snuff you. And it's all over ufology.
Wow.
It's not even funny. I mean,
no.
The people that got closest to the truth have died in very mysterious ways. They reported clicks on their phone. Their phone would ring, they'd answer it, and there would be these robotic voices on the phone. Carla Turner reported that the house that she lived in Arkansas, black helicopters would buzz her house and go like 50 feet above her house. No tail numbers, completely black, you know.
Wow.
Very, you know, intimidating kind of procedures. And she was like, fuck you, I'm going to write my books. And her second book was called Taken, and it was self-published, and it was a cross-section of 8 women's different experiences. And there was the part in the middle where the photos usually go. There were database entries, and almost every box was ticked for every single woman about, you know, missing time, marks on their body, you know, scoop marks, et cetera, intimidation techniques, all that kind of shit. And Leah Haley, who Mark Davenport married, has an incredible story where she was abducted by aliens, and then she was let go on the beach near Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, and then she was taken in a small boat to a much larger naval vessel where they debriefed her, and they wanted to know what the aliens had told her. So this is a case of the American government harassing an abductee who's just been harassed by aliens about what they said to her. And so anybody that's saying, oh, this is a government plot, it's kids in you know, suits, you know, that have the eyes stitched on them and stuff like that, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
This whole UFO, UAP, alien thing is very real. I personally agree with Mark Davenport's theory. He wrote the book Visitors from Time, The Secret of the UFOs. And it was his contention that they were us from the future coming back to get DNA because they had reached a genetic dead end. And that was my entire idea since I was a little kid. I thought that they were coming back from the future to reinvigorate their species with DNA because, you know, like he said in his lecture, the cancer gene is the same as the gene for hair. So if you make sure that everybody, like using CRISPR technology, except we didn't know that in the 80s. If they're using CRISPR technology and they delete the gene for cancer, it means everyone will be bald. Okay, so all the grays, they're bald. No grays have ever been reported that have hair. And then if you continue your sort of experiment to involve the other parts of grays, maybe they come from a planet that has low light. And so they have big eyes.
Did you know that native part of the reason why natives have long flowing hair is because hair itself is connected to the nervous system, and therefore long hair is associated with
mysticism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's all I can say, really. No,
I believe it. I believe it.
There's something by having long hair, your brain can conduct on a different level. Is all I can think of. And I believe it. That's how your brain operates.
I mean, the thing that Mark Davenport was talking about was that, at that point we were just starting to get interested in I don't even know if they'd mapped the human genome yet when Mark was touring and had written his book. But if you've never read Visitors from Time, The Secret of the UFOs, you should. And if you want to get that content for free, you can go to my channel, Cardinal Sin, youtube.com/Cardinal Sin. Go to the playlist Into the Fringe, go all the way down, and you'll get to episode number 4, and that's Mark Davenport's lecture. And I include everything in there. And he talks about stuff that makes total sense, including why UFOs power fail cities, power fail cars. When people are on the highway and they see a UFO, their car completely dies. It's because there's a space-time field around the UFO, and they've run into it, and so their car isn't existing in the same space-time as it was before. It's included in this bubble, so of course it power fails. You can't start the car or whatever. And many times, I mean almost every time, when a UFO leaves the scene, the car starts right back up as if it was never down. I mean, it's 2 + 2 = 4 type shit. It's not difficult to understand. As a matter of fact, one of the things that Mark Davenport was lauded for was breaking down difficult to understand concepts to the point that the layman could understand. He was an electrical engineer by trade, and he had his degree in electrical engineering. And he was a skeptic, but he was also a believer, and he was also an experiencer. And he was married to Leah Haley, who is a legendary abductee and experiencer. And when she was abducted and then let go on the beach near Eglin Air Force Base, and then immediately soldiers took her and put her in this boat that went out to a huge naval vessel, and she was debriefed and screamed at and yelled at by Navy officers that didn't have name tags and wanted to know what the aliens told her. I mean, it was an extremely frightening experience for her, because she had just gotten done with being abducted by aliens. Then she was abducted by the military, and this is all in her first book.
Do you want to hear my encounter?
Yes, please.
Come up again. Okay. I was coming home from Kalmar. It's like about 14 miles away, town, on like back to the farm again, and
this sounds a lot like Walter Bosley's experience.
Yeah, no, I was literally like a quarter mile away from like the farm, the farmhouse, and suddenly,
how old were you?
I was, now that I think about it, 18 or 19.
It always happens. It always happens in three.
Oh, I'm sorry,
in sixes, in multiples of 6.
I'm sorry. Like,
hey, Michael Pilmer is here. Good morning, weirdos.
Nice. No, actually, now that I think about it, it's like 98 or 99, but like the year. But I was coming home. I'm like, suddenly, like, I'm like driving along. All of a sudden, like, my car didn't stop. I just suddenly, like, well, I personally stopped because, like, suddenly it was just kind of like, you know, like it felt like it was
wait a
daytime.
minute, Rod. You had a UFO experience?
Didn't I tell you this? I swear I did on one of your.
I don't remember this at all.
Really? Okay. Well, okay. I'm gonna explain this again.
Did you have an encounter with like the occupants?
Yes, I did. Yes. Well,
Holy
I didn't
shit.
see anything, but like, here's what happened. You know, like I'm driving home. I'm like literally like a quarter mile away. Like I'm probably 800 meters. 800 meters. 800 meters or
we'll
less.
call it 800 yards because Americans don't know anything about metrics.
Yeah, but like, yeah, like I'm literally like I can see the gate. You know, I like off to my left, I can see our fields. You know, like, and yeah. Anyway, suddenly, like I'm driving, like I'm like probably like quarter mile away from where from the house is. You know, also like I'm like, it's like suddenly I'm just kind of like I'm like blinded for a second. I'm just like, you know, it's like
very bright light.
Yeah, it felt like it was daytime. Suddenly,
wow.
Like, but then suddenly, like the more and more, like my eyes like adjusted. Then suddenly I realized that a powerful light was being shone down on me. I'm like
from
because
above.
Because I could see darkness from like beyond the light. You know,
outside that. Yeah.
Right. You know, then I put 2 and 2. I'm like, okay, something's being shone down on me. You know,
What was your first thought? Is this some kind of experimental thing?
You're right. Exactly. Part of me was just kind of like, it's a fucking Air Force. They're doing some
kind
bullshit.
of new testing.
They're testing in an airplane, some sort of like radical airplane in the middle of the night. Like, why wouldn't they? Because like because like
why wouldn't they do it in an Air Force base?
Well,
that's the question I always have when people report these things over their houses or over Phoenix, like the Phoenix Lights. Why wouldn't they just do these things over Eglin Air Force Base or
You're not wrong, but
Dayton,
my personal thing
Ohio,
is like,
No,
you're not wrong, but my personal feeling is like, you know what? They want to go out into like the public. They want to go out there. You know, like they want to scare the fuck out of like,
yeah,
they want to scare the fuck out of like, like in my own.
I don't know if they want to
to
scare the fuck out of anybody. They just.
I think they do. Because
they're inscrutable.
Like, you know what?
Aliens are inscrutable. Who knows what their motives are?
Okay, aliens, yes, but like this is where I was just kind of like the Canadian or U.S. military. You know, like they're like, ha ha ha, yeah. Look
well,
at
you know that NORAD is North American
air defense.
Yeah, it's Northcom is both United States and Canada.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like
and you probably knew that at the time, didn't you?
Of course, like way back when, like even back when, because like ever since I was a kid, I was always one of those like, what does NATO mean? What does NORAD mean? What is this? Like I always dug into like why.
So you knew what was going on. You knew the score.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm like, so anyway, like I said, I'm coming home. Here's why I never related this to anybody. And the number one thing why I never told anybody, well, it's I was coming home. I must have
Didn't
had
want to
like
suffer ridicule.
that, and I probably had about like 6 to 8 beer. I'm like,
Oh yeah, like anyone has ever hallucinated on beer. That's one of the things that really bothers me about debunkers is they always ask, "Were you drinking?" Like I had 5 beers and that made me see UFOs.
Well,
come on, man.
I mean, now, yeah, I guess.
Were you on drugs?
Right.
Oh yeah, I
right.
was on ketamine. I was rolling like a motherfucker, and I saw a UFO. Well, that might explain something. But you had a beer or two? Come on, man! For fuck's sake!
What does that have? You're absolutely right. By the way, like that's how my brain looked. Oh, sorry. That's how my brain looked at it. Though, I mean, like you process it was like, well, I had a few beers, so like maybe
you can have as many beers as you want, and you're not gonna fucking see UFOs.
No,
it's not like
right.
It's not like you. First of all,
yes.
It's not like you're gonna hallucinate drinking beer, and second of all, there's no such thing as mass hallucination. If there is such a thing as mass hallucination, it deserves investigation every bit as much as UFOs.
A friend of mine.
If there's some kind of mass hypnosis or mass, psychosis, that it's as deserving of study as anything else.
A friend of mine told me that, she said that what you should have done was make a note of like the time and the date.
That doesn't hurt. But when you're in the midst of it,
and then turn around and she said I don't know about United States, but Canada is a lot more open in terms of like if they're testing like a radical new spacecraft or whatever, they tell the public, and it's on their website, and whereas and that's what she said. She was like, if you had encountered something
reported
that was not,
I agree. I think everybody should report anything they see. I actually reported to New Fork the I don't remember what New Fork even stands for, but it's the UFO reporting database, and you call in or you can go on their website and you can report what you saw. And I went on and reported this thing that I saw that I knew was not a flying saucer. It was a very brightly lit helicopter that had just taken off from across the street from where I used to work, and I was taking my girlfriend home, and I reported it because I knew it wasn't a flying saucer, but it could have looked like that from a distance, a couple miles away.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, I was scared stiff, but there's part of me oh, sorry.
Literally, probably.
But suddenly there's a part of me that says let's get out of the car. Is what my brain was telling me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Because the car wasn't going nowhere. Now that
that's not uncommon. That's been reported many, many, many times.
Yeah. Anyway,
as a matter of fact, abductees that were in the back seat of a car have reported that the person in the front seat would get out, they would open the back seat and let the person out, and then they would get back into the front seat while that person got abducted. The car would stay there. Everybody was turned off, right?
Wow.
And then, an hour and a half or 2 hours later, that car was still there. And then that person would get out and, you know, open the seat for that person to get back into the back seat, would get back into the front seat, close the door, and they would keep going on their way. And then eventually they would kind of wake up and go, oh shit, we've got 2 hours of missing time.
Yeah. See, as I said, I mean, like, I got out of the car. It scared the fuck out of me because, like, there's a part of me that's like, like, I seen fire in the sky.
Did you feel like you were being motivated to get out of the car?
No, actually, maybe. All I can say is, like, there's a part of my brain, I'm just kind of like, I was like, if you get out of the car, you're going to be like, sucked up. Like, was part of what I was thinking.
So part of your brain was screaming, don't do this, right?
Yeah.
It was against your will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I got out of the car, then something like, as soon as I got out, like, opened the door and, like, right, suddenly the light that was being shone down, it stopped, and then like that's where I'm looking up, and that's when I see an object, like, it was in the shape of an isosceles triangle, like a,
yeah,
like a very, very long, but like, like pointed, like I'm sitting there, I'm looking up, like I'm sitting there, like I'm staring hard, and like, and like suddenly I realized, like, each the end of the object that's in space, like, there's a little red light on each part that's like outlining, and like I said, it was in the shape of an isosceles triangle, and here's the interesting / scary thing,
Rod,
which is, yeah.
Did it look like this?
Close, but it was an isosceles triangle.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't an equilibrium type of triangle like that. It was like, as I said,
different shaped triangle.
And yeah, but it was an isosceles type of triangle.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a long point of the top, but like, very close, like the.
It was a more narrow triangle.
Yeah, and like I said, like, also because, like, there were little lights on each point that made it look, there little points of red light, like dot 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 dot, like it kind of outlined
like
the whole
separate
thing.
craft or on the same craft?
No, on the same craft. And like, here's the thing, like, all I heard was this little sort of like, like this whoosh,
whoosh,
and like,
yeah.
And it moved suddenly, like, it moved to like the east of where I was, and then suddenly, like, the whole thing, like, turned around, right, and suddenly it went north, and like, when it went north, it went like that, like.
How fast would you estimate?
Like, in the space of time it takes to blink.
Like Mach 7, Mach 8?
All I know is, like, in the space of time
have you
blink.
ever seen a terrestrial plane or other flying object from the Earth move that way?
No.
So
Nothing.
it basically
I've seen.
it moved out of sight in the blink of an eye. Is that right?
Yeah, I've seen.
Am I
nothing.
putting words in your mouth, or is that correct?
No, you're absolutely right. Like it in the space of time that you could blink, it just went. You know, I'm just kind of like, you know, and you know, and of course,
that's a very close encounter, my friend.
I'm like,
you've never told me this. As far as I can recall, you've never told me this.
Really? Because like that's what I try to tell you.
I have a really shitty memory. It doesn't mean you haven't, but I don't remember you ever telling me this.
I'm pretty sure I did because like we did a show on it. Also because like
we might have done a show about it.
I said that I wanted to tell Albert Rosales as well. I told him on like many other times, and like,
oh,
he's
trust
like,
me, dude, you would be one among thousands that
okay.
told him their story.
Okay,
I'm not trying to denigrate your story or make it seem any less important, but he's heard it all.
I get it.
He's heard it all.
Yeah, that's what like from his perspective, it's like, oh, okay, right, another person who saw so and so.
Well,
and he probably
one of the important things. The reason that I bring it up is that the reason that I mentioned, you know, that I wrote the sighting that I had, which I knew was a very brightly lit plane or a helicopter, was because I wanted to make sure that anybody else that had seen it from miles away knew that it was just a helicopter.
Yeah.
So I even report stuff to, it's the National UFO Reporting Center, NUFOR. That's what it is. It's Peter Davenport's thing. But the reason that I mention it is that it's important to make sure that whatever you see jibes with other people's experiences. So if somebody else saw something that they thought was a UFO, and I knew that it was just this extremely brightly lit advertising, you know, helicopter that took off from across the street from where I worked, that could be important, you know.
Right.
But what you went through is much more important.
See the triangle off the Cuban flag.
Yeah.
This is the exact shape that the object that I saw. That's exactly the triangle shape that it was.
Huh.
Yeah. It again, it scared the fuck out of me. Like, but yet at the same time,
it scared the fuck out of you. Yet you were able to get out of your car.
That was the part that I was fighting in my brain. I was like, "Why are you getting out? Why are you getting out?" But like the other part of me is like, "No,
do you
I
feel
need
like
to see."
You were, Rod? Do you feel like you were compelled to get out of the car?
I can't say whether I did or didn't.
Would you normally have just stayed the fuck inside the car?
You know,
you had no reason to go outside the car. You were scared shitless, right?
Okay, I'll agree
There's
with you.
no reason for you to go outside the car, right?
I'll agree with you on that one. Yes.
Okay. So you were compelled to leave the car and go outside the car.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, you see it just going away.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
first of all, like I said,
is there any missing time in between those two events?
Maybe, because I did have to get up and milk the cows the next morning. You know,
you had to smell the cows.
No, milk the cows.
Oh, milk the cows. Okay.
Yep.
So, did you lose any time as far as you know? Because that sounds to me like a classic abduction.
I don't think so, but I mean, like, I might have. If it was so goddamn good that, like, I don't.
Could you have lost an hour and a half to 2 hours?
Yes, actually, I don't. I agree. I don't disagree with that. There's a good chance that I might have. I don't. But that's what I mean. It's like I don't even recall. You know.
Would you be willing at this point in your life to go through hypnotic regression and explore that incident to see if you have screen memories or if you would?
Actually, yes, actually,
as long as you were in the hands of a good hypnotherapist that's on the level.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Sure.
I encourage you to do so.
Okay.
Because I think you might find out something in that experience that's a lot deeper and frankly probably a lot more frightening than what's been blocked. But the good thing is
I think
that
you're probably right.
you've already been through it. It didn't hurt you or kill you or anything like that. It might have scared the fuck out of you, but because you've already been through it, you know, hypnotherapists that are trained in this kind of thing tend to just ask very broad questions like, what happened next?
How did you
where were you? They don't ask leading questions like, what did the aliens look like? You know, they just they very gently take you through, you know, the period of blocked memory, whether you blocked it because your subconscious couldn't deal with it or because the aliens you know blocked it so you wouldn't remember.
Yeah, you know,
if I could, I would be happy to pay for you to go through that experience with a
thanks, man. No, I'm going to look into that now.
A recognized hypnotherapist.
Yeah.
But I don't have that kind of money.
Yeah.
But you know, if you went to Canadian MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network in Canada, and you said that, you know, you've had this experience and you'd like to be hypnotically regressed by a professional that does this, you know, as a matter of course, they would probably do it for free.
Well, okay, I'll look into it. I promise you, man.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, Rod. You have to ask yourself: are you willing to see and experience and remember what actually happened?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Or would you rather not remember and just keep those screen memories blocked like they are now?
No. Are you shitting me? I want to find out more.
No,
of course.
That's a standard question that's asked of abductees that have had these kind of experiences. Some people
I want to know more.
I don't want to fucking
sit there and like want it haunting my brain. I want to know more.
Good.
It's not, no. I want to know more.
You know, some people, it haunts them their whole lives and they don't want to know. They want to turn away and not understand the experience. And
I want to fucking know what's happening. What the
that's
fuck
great.
happened?
I really applaud that. You know, it can be extremely frightening. You know, you could end up face to face with a mantid being, you know, that's this close to your face. And
I don't care because I
is controlling you through your optic nerves, you know, and has complete neurological control of your body and your mind. it can be extremely frightening.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you're not man enough to deal with it. I'm just saying, saying no, I'd rather not go through that isn't
No,
a
some
coward's
people, I
way
get
out.
it. I get it. Some people just kind of like they don't want to know.
I don't want to fuck with it. Yeah, I'd rather not know.
Yeah,
but I applaud your
thanks.
ability to say whatever, come what may, whatever happens. That's what brings light to these experiences that we can eventually bring out to the UFO community.
I'm so glad that, honestly, thanks, Cardinal. I'm so glad, Gil. I'm so glad that we kept going. I mean, this is great. I love this shit.
I'm glad.
This, like you've done time and time again.
As your friend, as your good friend, I can't recommend. Excuse me. I can't recommend. Go and get hypnotic regression and find out what happened, because a lot of people, if, for instance, you're familiar with the Betty and Barney Hill abduction case, right?
I probably am, but
the book was called The Interrupted Journey. James Earl Jones optioned it in 1975 because the experience happened to an interracially married couple. Betty Hill was white, Barney Hill was black, and he played Barney Hill. And if you listen to Barney Hill's hypnotic regression tapes, he's scared out of his mind. He's yelling and screaming. And James Earl Jones replicated that in the movie, which was called The UFO Incident, and it came out in 1975. And the actual experience happened in 1961 when they were driving back from their vacation in Canada, in New Hampshire, and they had this feeling like they needed to go on this frontage road that wasn't really used for anything. It was just kind of there. It was like an old timber road or something. But Barney Hill got his binoculars out and he looked inside the craft and he saw creatures that had he described them like Nazis because he fought in the Second World War, and he said they looked like they had Nazi hats on. They were black uniforms, and then they came out, and there was like a roadblock, which wasn't really there, and they looked at these creatures, and they didn't look human, but they didn't look like grays. They were dressed in these black, sort of Nazi-looking uniforms. And then when he was put under hypnosis, and if you ever hear his hypnosis tapes, he's screaming and crying, and he can't get over the fact that, this is real and this is happening to him. And they don't look like creatures with hats and Nazi uniforms. Now they look like gray aliens, and it's not fun. I mean, it's extremely disturbing when you listen to the audio tapes that Dr. Benjamin Simon made of Barney Hill's hypnotic regression. It scared the fuck out of me just to listen to it, Right. So it's not something that I would necessarily recommend to anybody hey, you should go do this. It might scare the fuck out of you. And you're a really brave guy. You're a man's man, and I'm not saying that you're any kind of pansy or panty waist or whatever, but I do have to warn you.
Why.
I do have to warn you.
I'm one of those guys. Like, I can't sit there and I can't sit there and be like, no, I'm scared. Like, I'm one of the guys. Like, I need to know why.
Okay, good. That's what I would do. However, I can't encourage anyone to do that because
yeah,
I get it. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. A lot of people talk about false memory syndrome and stuff like that. So you need to make sure that if you do go through this, you do it with somebody that's, been around the block a few times and they know what they're doing. It's not their first rodeo. And you have to be okay.
Absolutely.
You have to be okay, Rod, with remembering the stuff that you don't remember now for the rest of your life.
Why wouldn't I? No. You're absolutely right.
Because it's terrifying. Because it's terrifying.
Some people, yes. But
because you'll probably end up on a slab with people that don't look like people doing medical experiments on you.
Yeah. I'm one of those guys, like, I need to know. What the fuck? I can't just sit back and, like, say, hey, this... I can't just sit back and say, like, hey, this happened.
Let me tell you something, Rod.
I've only told this to a few people too, by the way, Gil.
Let me tell you something. You have the best event to go into in hypnosis, in regressive hypnotherapy, than I do, or most of the people that I know that are actual abductees that have gone through it and had, their experiences unblocked so they could tell what really happened to them. Your experience is a very prime one to have those experiences unblocked. But I have to tell you, because you're my good friend and I love you, that once you see these things, you can't unsee them. Once you find out what actually happened to you, you find out what actually happened to you, you can't unsee it.
Well, let's face it. It's like we say, like the mind, once it's stretched beyond its borders, once it sees things that it has not seen before, cannot go back to its original state.
Like, yeah,
that's fine.
And we think the aliens are responsible for blocking our memories, but it could be possible that the human unconscious or subconscious blocks the trauma itself.
Want that.
We don't know which one is responsible.
I mean, I don't care. I'm strong enough to believe.
You could wake up from understanding this situation scared out of your mind for the rest of your life. And that's something that you should consider before going into it.
Okay. I believe you on that score, but it's the old do or
do not.
Do or do not. Like what? I can't sit back and be like one of those people. Like, I will not be afraid of what I don't know.
Well, I'd rather and like I said, you're obviously okay now. You were returned. You weren't killed or hurt.
Yeah, I won't. That's the other thing too. Like, you got a really good point. Like, what if I was taken and I didn't know this? You know,
and you had medical experiments. You know,
yeah.
One of the things that Stanton Friedman said, who used to be a really very serious researcher, who was by trade a nuclear physicist who worked on rocket engines for subcontractors to NASA and Aerodyne and companies like that. He said that there's no way to understand why these creatures do what they do, but it's beyond proof that they are here and that they do take people aboard the craft, and they do these medical experiments, and they include sexual experiments where they take sperm from men and ova from women, and they make hybrids so that they can insinuate themselves into modern society. And if you follow the books of Dr. David Jacobs, especially his latest book, Walking Among Us, you discover that post-menopause, the abductees that used to be taken aboard craft and had to hold the hybrid babies to get them to take their first breath and things like that. They would wake up in the middle of Walmart, in the middle of the night with a hybrid, and the hybrid would be asking them, like, what kind of clothes do I need to wear? How do I pay for it? Why do people wear clothes? And all this kind of thing. And also people would wake up in apartments, and apparently the hybrids, or as Dr. David Jacobs referred to them, hybrids, because they look completely human, but they have all of the mental and neurological control of the aliens. They would wake up in these apartments where the furniture was all piled up in the middle of the room, and the aliens or the hybrids would ask them, where does the furniture go? Why do you use furniture? Because they were raised on the ships, on the saucers, on the UFOs. and they would have a TV, and they would say, who gets to watch TV? How long do they get to watch TV? They don't know anything about regular human life. They had to ask, abductees long after they'd been used for sexual experiments and hybridization. They would ask them really ridiculous questions like, what is time? Why do you follow time? Where does the TV go? And where do the forks and the knives go? And just they didn't understand anything about human civilization, but they are insinuating themselves into human civilization.
Did you know that my Nana told me too before she passed? She said that too, that like people who are crippled, mentally handicapped, or whatever, right? She said that these people are actually planted here from other worlds, because it's their way of looking at us and how we treat the downtrodden,
Actually, I'll tell you something that lines up exactly with Missing 411, David Pilates.
Yeah, see,
there's two types of people that go missing in these situations where they have cadaver dogs and bloodhounds and helicopters and search and rescue teams patrolling the whole area, And the people, there are two types of people that go missing: the disabled and the extremely intelligent.
Yeah.
For some reason, they pick the top and the end side of the scale. And if you've tuned into any of David Pilates' YouTube videos, his most recent film is called 411: The UFO Connection.
Right.
And it's a great documentary that I recommend everyone should see. You can watch it on iTunes or Amazon Prime, anywhere. It's a very important documentary.
Right.
But it sounds to me like what you went through is a cut and paste abduction situation, especially if you ended up not knowing where the hell you've been and missing a couple hours of time. You should go to a reputable hypnotherapist to get regressive hypnotherapy. And like I said, because you're still here, you're fine, you're safe, that person will be able to tell you, we're going to take you back to this incident and break through the screen memories. And just remember that nothing happened to you. You're fine. You're okay.
Like I said, I mean,
there's probably going to be some amount of fear, but you just have to push through it. You're a brave guy. You're a man's man. You're a manorama guy. It's something that will cripple the strongest of men. Paul Bunyan would be brought to tears by something like this. You just have to surrender yourself to the idea that something happened to you that was taken away from you, that was blocked from your memory, and you're going to go into it and you're going to look for it, and you may not like what you see. It's not a lot of fun, but I've been there. I've been through shit that I remember. For instance, I remember I've been an insomniac all my life since I was a little boy. I take sleeping pills, and I've been on sleeping pills for like 30 years. And one night I was. Say again. What'd you say?
I said you've had problems sleeping.
Yeah, ever since I was a little kid.
I've
taken sleeping pills for 30 years.
Wow.
Since I was old enough to, see a shrink and get a prescription. But one night when I was going out with my girlfriend, Amy, who I dated for 3 years, and she was definitely an abductee. I used to drive her into Kansas City so she could get hypnotic regression from a guy that worked at UMKC. And every time I would drive her back, I would ask her, what'd you find out? And she wouldn't tell me. She just clammed up. But anyway, when I was dating her, a lot of weird stuff happened to me. And one of the weirdest was I was actually pretty scared because I had just been reading like an alien abduction book, and I think the miniseries Intruders had just come out. So I was like kind of shaken up and just weirded out. And I heard this beeping inside my wall, like 6 inches inside my wall. I heard beep, beep, beep.
Wow. Really?
Like a trash truck backing up.
Wow.
But because I'd read all the literature, I knew what that meant. People that have been abducted and people who are abductees report hearing those tones just before their incidents.
Wow.
And so I became instantly terrified. I rolled over and I went right to sleep. Do you know what that means?
Oh,
do you have any idea what that means?
Honestly, I do not.
I was forced to go to sleep when I was out of my mind with terror because I knew I was about to be abducted.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. And people report hearing those 3 tones, dee, 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 just like a trash truck backing up, just before and just after abduction experiences. And I was very, very well versed in the abduction literature. And so I knew what it meant. And I was terrified. And I turned over and I went right to sleep.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow is right.
Holy crap.
And that's just we're not even scratching the surface of what I've gone through. And I wasn't the abductee. Amy was the abductee. My girlfriend was the abductee. I was the guy that got turned off. You know, if you've ever read any of the abduction literature, the spouse or the boyfriend or girlfriend of the abductee gets turned off. And the abductee will yell at their spouse to get up, to wake up, and they'll shake them and wake up, and they'll just be literally dead to the world because they're not after that person. They're after the one that's trying to get them to wake their spouse up. So I was one of the ones that was turned off. And not just that, I've had a lot of very weird helicopter experiences with things that weren't actually helicopters.
Wow.
There was one situation when Amy and I...
Thanks, man.
There was one situation where Amy and I were living in her mom's basement. We were paying rent and living in the basement apartment. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I heard this very heavy breathing, like from a hellhound, like, and it just came out of nowhere. And immediately, Amy started talking, and I couldn't get her to shut up. I was trying to listen to whatever the fuck this was, and she just was talking and talking and wouldn't be quiet. And I kept asking her to be quiet so I could hear it, and she just kept talking and talking and talking. And that wasn't the only time. You know, it happened with another experience as well. And I could go on and on and on. The time that I spent with Amy was really fucking scary. I saw things on my television when it was turned off. I saw a quarter-sized alien, like a gray alien head, go up into the middle of the screen and down to the left and then back, almost like Pong, you know, and then back down to the right. And I thought to myself, that's not what you really like. That's not what you really look like. Show me what you really look like. Wow. And then there was this sort of holographic projection on my TV, which was still off. and
wow.
there was a 360-degree like holographic projection, and instead of having the gray alien, I saw a creature that had elephantine skin. Like, it was very old, you know, it was very wrinkled, super, super wrinkled. And then I knew that it was showing me what they really looked like. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it showed me what it really looked like. Because initially I was like, I don't believe that's what you really look like. I know that's not what you really look like. Show me what you really look like. And they did. And it scared the shit out of me. And I could go on. I've got lots more. And if you go back into the fringe, you'll find me talking about personal experiences that I've had throughout the years. It's not fun. And it's not something that I can recommend to my good buddy, Rod Thunderheart. Hey, just go to a hypnotherapist and find out what happened.
No.
It'll scare the shit out of you.
Like, I get it, but like, no, you're absolutely right. But like, I'm one of those guys. Like, you know what? I don't. Yeah, exactly. I don't care if I'm gonna be fucking scared to my bones. I need to fucking know. I can't sit there and like figure out what, you know. I need to know.
I understand.
I mean, this is why, and I don't mind saying, like, I'm really proud of this, but like, first of all, I love the Adjustment Bureau. I don't know if you saw that. But, yeah, but B, Cameron Pasha, he saw it and he loved it too, and actually, also so did Script Doctor. They loved he loved it too. Like, he thought it was a great
except
movie.
You know what? They're not believers.
Okay, well,
Cameron Pasha believes in the jinn, and he thinks everything has to do with the jinn. Script Doctor, I don't think believes in the paranormal at all. He's just a good script doctor. And to be honest, I'm a script doctor. I've worked on other people's screenplays, and I've helped get them into shape. And I would never call myself a script doctor, even if I had a PhD. I wouldn't call myself script doctor PhD. Anybody that puts author in front of their name isn't an author. It's bullshit. I've been published 9 Ways to Sunday. I've been published in Arizona Highways magazine. I've been published in, local and regional music magazines, and I've had my fiction published all over the place. I would never put author behind my name. That's ridiculous. It's so arrogant. It's just like, oh, I've got to make sure people realize I'm an author. It's pretentious as hell.
Okay, I don't dispute you on that one, but I'll put it back to like I said about Doomcock, which is like Doomcock, like, he has a mask, and in the very same way, like Script Doctor, we don't know his real name, and for the very same
I have no reason to disbelieve that he's been a script doctor or that he has a PhD, but putting script doctor and PhD in his name is pretentious as hell, and it's bullshit. You don't know what kind of degree I've got, although I graduated from the Center for the Study of Science Fiction at the University of Kansas. I don't put that before my name. I've been published 9 Ways to Sunday. Cameron Pasha doesn't put author Cameron Pasha behind his name or in front of his name. He's Cameron Pasha. Everybody knows that he's been widely published.
Right. Yeah.
There's no reason to put, that kind of a declarative in front of your name.
Okay, no.
Otherwise, you would be author Rod Thunderheart because you've had a book published. You know, it's bullshit. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Anybody that has to put doctor or PhD or script doctor or whatever before their name on YouTube isn't one.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I've been a ghostwriter. I can't tell you about what I ghost wrote for, but I got paid for it. I'm a professional ghostwriter. I can't say any more about it, but I don't make a big deal out of it on fucking YouTube. Yeah. I've taught screenwriting many, many times. I've edited professionally many, many times. I don't put editor Cardinal Sin on my fucking name. It doesn't matter.
No, I hear what you're saying.
People that do that aren't really writers or editors or screenwriters or script doctors. They're people that want to be.
I don't disagree with you on that score, but on the other side of the coin, like,
you're a writer. You've been published. You don't put author Rod Thunderheart on your name. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're absolutely right.
There's no reason for you to. Everyone knows you've been published.
Yeah.
Everyone who knows you either has your book or knows that you've published a book.
Yeah, but by the same token, I mean, again, I've said this fucking again before. Like, Pasha likes Barbie, and like, I swear to fucking God,
that's okay. He has a stake in making sure Hollywood doesn't shut him out. He has a stake in making sure Hollywood doesn't shut him out. He's a Hollywood screenwriter.
Yeah.
And I've experienced the benefit of his wisdom myself, as you have.
Yeah.
And but you'll notice he doesn't put, screenwriting instructor Cameron Pasha in his name.
Yeah.
Or published screenwriter or whatever, working screenwriter. He's just Cameron Pasha. Everyone knows that he's won awards for the 2 books that he's written. Huge fucking novels.
Yeah.
And that he's worked on Roswell, New Mexico and The Bionic Woman. Everyone who knows him knows that. He doesn't have to put that moniker in front of his title. Anybody who does that does it because they're weak and they haven't published anything.
Holy hell, we just I just realized we're 2 minutes past 9 hours.
Yep.
All right. Hey man, I fucking love this. I don't mind if you want to. Maybe you don't want to, but like, I wouldn't mind trying for your record, man. 16 hours? Because we're only 5 hours
good
away.
If you are.
Sure. I'm only 5 hours. We're only 5 hours away. I'm like, I would fucking love to do that, man. Like, to bust your own goddamn record, man.
5 hours and 15 minutes. But I would really like to get some more people on the panel, to be honest.
Yeah.
If we're really going to shoot for the record, and in a little bit here, in a couple hours, YouTube will stop recording. I would really like to reach out to some people and get them on the panel.
Sure. Yeah.
Not that I'm not interested in what we've been talking about. I'm very interested in it, and it's why I think that you should,
Thanks. I'm
go
really,
and follow the muse, especially in regards to what's happened to you. If you think that you can handle what you've been through and what's been blocked from your memory. And I know that you think that you can.
No, honestly,
I think you should go for it. And I can recommend some very good people that won't take advantage of you and won't implant false memories. They'll just kind of gently dig a little deeper and find out more if that's what you want.
Sure. Yes, absolutely. I'm not trying to brag, but like, I believe I'm a strong enough person. Like, I don't care what they reveal to me.
I do too. However,
I don't. Yeah.
No matter how strong you think you are, this kind of situation is beyond the ken of mortal men. And if you are allowed to see the entire experience, even though you've been through it and you know you're okay, and it's really gentle and all that kind of stuff, you may find yourself waking up screaming and crying, because a lot of it is not very fun. And that's something you have to justify with yourself. There's no dishonor in saying I'm good with it. I'm done with it. I don't want to see any further into it. You know, there's a reason there's a screen memory covering it. I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
that's fine. Nobody's going to think any less of you. You know, but if you decide you have to know, you have to be willing to understand that once you cross that Rubicon, there's no coming back. Once you remember what really happened, you can't unsee it. You can't unsee it.
No, that's exactly. You know, like, trust me, there's been a lot of time too. It's like in my life too. Like, I've had these moments where, like, you know, shit. Well, let's face it, you, me, and the gay post. Like, there are times that, like, we sit there and, like, we look at the world around us, and it's just kind of like, some part of you wants to be like, you like and appreciate the fact that there are some people that are like, hey, right on, like, they love how everything is going, like, whatever, you know.
Sure.
But then there's the other half, you and me, who look around and, like, we're like, where the fuck are we going? You know, and, like, we know that what's happening. We know what is going to, like, there is a fucking time limit on what's happening, but the others don't get it, you know, but we do, you know. Like, this is what I'm saying, you know, and this comes back to, like, what you were saying, you know, like, do you want to know or do you not want to know? You know, like,
you know, absolutely. I'll tell you what, I consider myself to be one of the most mentally stable people,
right,
you know, I've ever met. I when I was a kid, I had solipsistic thoughts. When I was 4 years old, I thought about the possibility that I might be the only human being in the world, and I'm being observed by aliens to see what my reactions would be and things like that. And and I'm not sure if that's healthy for a 4-year-old to think, or if it's natural.
My God, yeah.
But I did have those ideas, and you know, it was a small percentage of 1%, you know, and as I got older and grew, you know, I still had those thoughts, but they kind of faded away. And then, you know, when I became affiliated and I understood what's going on with alien abduction, those thoughts returned. And the whole idea of whether or not the human beings that were abductees are repressing those experiences, or whether it's something that the aliens do to keep us from remembering, I didn't know. But now, after being in this field for as long as I have professionally, I think it's something that the aliens do to keep us from remembering, because when we remember stuff, just as a matter of course, going through our day, we happen to remember, like, oh, I remember like being on a table having medical experiments done and being like, there's a really bright light or whatever. Sometimes people can handle it and sometimes they can't. There are a lot of people that go through hypnotic regression, and like I said about Barney Hill, the tape, if you ever listen to the tape of Barney Hill, he's screaming and crying. He can't deal with the fact that this is happening in reality. And Betty Hill had no problem with it. She was like, where are you from? And he, one of the aliens pulled down a star map and said, do you know where you are on this map? And she was like, no. And they said, well, why should we tell you where we're from if you don't even know where you are on this map? But she didn't freak out like Barney did. She was just curious. And, a lot of people will enter into the whole ridicule curtain. And that's something that you have to be aware of, that, you might be labeled as the guy that believes in little green men and all this kind of stuff. I think you're strong enough to withstand that, but psychologically, it's a whole different story from how strong you are and how beefy you are as a wrestler and a pro wrestler, and physically, it's a whole different story. You might break down in tears when this thing is revealed to you. I have no way of knowing that, and so I can't recommend it. All I can say is be very, very careful. It's not something you need to know. You can live the rest of your life without knowing it and be just fine. But if you have to know it, if that's actually, like what you said, you've got to get at the truth, then you got to get at the truth. You just have to make sure that you have the right hypnotherapist and the right person that's going to take you through it and is going to tell you, you've already been through this, you're still alive, you haven't been harmed, you haven't been injured, just calm down, everything's fine, and tell me what you see. It's not something I can recommend to anybody, but if you're bound and determined to do it, I can give you some good names of people that you should see. I've been doing this for a long time. I know what I'm talking about. Ultimately, it's up to you. Rod, are you still there? Hello? Hello? Rod, hello? I've just been talking to no one for the last 15 minutes. Rod Thunderheart, calling Rod Thunderheart.
Yeah.
Oh, you are there. Okay.
Yep. No, of course.
Well, you were incommunicado for a little while.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I was asking if you were still there, and I didn't get any response.
Oh, sorry.
So, did you hear what I said?
You know what? Sorry, I didn't. Actually.
That you have to be sure that this is something that you want.
Oh, yes.
To undergo and go through, because
I do.
No matter how
Yes,
physically
you're right.
strong you are,
You're right.
psychologically, this could ruin everything. This could just break you psychologically if you found out what really happened to you during that missing time. I mean,
it's the
you have a
universal.
classic case of missing time.
Yeah, but it's a universal question of like, why?
What the fuck happened to me? Yeah, I understand.
I can't live with that. We have to.
Okay.
You know.
Then
That's how it is.
I have some great, contacts that I can advise you to, and they'd probably refer you to some people in your area that are very good. But you have to know going into this that once you've seen it, you can't unsee it.
Yes, I get it. I know, but like, I can't get past this. I have to know. It's I mean,
if that's how you feel, I understand.
Yeah, thanks. I have to know. I can't sit there and like, it's been bugging me for fucking at least a decade. Over.
Okay, let me ask you this, Rod. Have you been watching my episodes of Into the Fringe lately?
Here and there, yeah.
Have you seen the episode about the Calvin Parker abduction with Philip Mantle and the story about Charles Hickson and the abduction in Pascagoula, Mississippi?
This sounds vaguely familiar, yes.
They went through an extremely emotionally harrowing ordeal. And Calvin Parker was like 19 and Charles Hickson was 27 or something like that. And Charles Hickson had gotten Calvin Parker a job at wherever they worked. And at the end of the day, Charles Hickson said, "Do you want to go fishing to kind of blow off some steam?" And
yeah.
And they did
fishing.
And in Calvin Parker's book and the graphic novel, which was just came out and was the artist was Jason Gleaves, and he did an outstanding job. I'm gonna try and pull the one frame of his graphic novel out because it's really, really good. Give me a second here. I'm still thinking about Fish Sticks songs. Dun 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 dun. Here we go. Okay. And I mean, when you see this, it may scare the hell out of you. You may see this and go, "Oh my God, that's exactly what I saw," and it may come flooding back. I don't know. Or you may go, I don't know.
Do you want to know something really funny?
Okay, here it is.
You've seen the 1967 Spider-Man, right?
1967 Spider-Man.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, have you seen it or not? No.
1967 Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the cartoon?
Yeah, the cartoon. That's what I'm
or
saying.
the Japanese live action thing?
No, the cartoon.
1967? I don't think so. I was born in 1968, so I probably didn't see that.
Really? Because they played it up to like the mid 80s, but yeah.
I don't think I saw it.
Okay, here's the thing. I found it really goddamn interesting that an old cartoon, like they managed to get it like perfect. Like when you get hit in the head with something, 1967 Spider-Man, they got it right. Like when you get hit in the head, you get this. I can't even begin to describe the sound.
I got hit in the head with a baseball that was a foul tip from over the backstop, and I was sitting in the bleachers, and it hit me right in the head. Explains a lot, huh?
Yeah, like when you get punched, when you get hit, when you get this, there is something like I don't get it, but like it's fucking. I mean, I remember when I was a kid, sometimes that happened. Like he gets smashed in the head for something or other, and like that is exactly the sound. I don't know how they did it, but like that is exactly the sound that your brain comes up with. Like I mean, props to like whoever did it, but like wow, it's that's all I can say. Yeah. Anyway, but like you were going on with something else too. Sorry, I kind of interrupted you. Go ahead.
Yeah. God damn it! It's not letting me.
Sorry.
Oh, there it is. Okay, we'll try this and see if you can. Can you see that?
Oh, wow. Wow.
So the important thing to me is that there's this woman. It's not really a woman. And it scares the hell out of Calvin Parker. And all he can think of, he was a very religious guy, and all he could think of is that she's an evil bitch, and I want to bash her head against the wall.
Right.
And he did. He's one of the few abductees that actually gained some utility of his body. And if you look at this this part right here, it's talking about how she's wearing a mask to look human.
Right.
And she's not. And the reason I bring this up is, again, not to try and scare you, but because I think there are some things that are better left alone, and some things that, especially with abductees, and I count myself in that number. At least I dated a girl for 3 years who definitely was one. There are things that you can't unsee, and if you go through this process, you're going to cry, you're going to scream, because reality is going to bend in a way that it's not supposed to, and you're going to be very emotional, even though your hypnotherapist will be very gentle and assure you that you got through this experience and you're okay now and all that kind of stuff. But who fucking knows what happened to you? You know, what happened to Calvin Parker is fucking terrifying.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have to caution you to be extremely careful about what you decide to do. And I know I've done that like 5 times now, so
Yeah.
I'll shut up. But I can give you, I can put you in touch with people that will put you in touch with people that are rock solid in your area, you know, and this happens all over the world. You know, this abduction phenomenon just doesn't happen in the United States alone. It happens in China and France and Germany and Australia and all over the fucking place. There's some kind of genetic hybridization program going on. And because I've read all the literature I can get my hands on, and I'm a voracious reader, I understand what the end game is, why they're doing this, and what their goal is, and it's fucking terrifying. And I love you, buddy, and I know that you're a very strong man physically, and I would think psychologically, but like I said, once you see this, you can't unsee it, and it could break you psychologically. Sometimes it's better left alone. If you have to get to the bottom of it, and there are a lot of people that have said that, I understand. But just be prepared to have your socks rocked off. It's not a game. It's not a game. Just be very careful what you decide to do. That's all. I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I'm not going to tell you to do it. I've got very good people that I can get you in touch with.
Sure.
But like I said, once you see this, you can't unsee it.
You don't. That's the first thing that's on my mind. It's like, yeah, obviously, like, it's been in the back of my brain since like 1999. You know, like, the other part of me is just kind of like, well, you can't unsee it. You know what? I don't fucking care. I want to see it. I need to know. You know, it's the only. I need to know.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Just hypothetically. Right. Just hypothetically.
Oh, okay. Sure.
If you see yourself in front of a 6-foot-tall praying mantis that's got complete neurological control over you, you're paralyzed, you can't move, and there's this huge 6-foot-tall praying mantis being that happens to be at the top of the chain of what we think of as aliens. The little 3-4 foot tall grays are just biological androids that they make, but the taller grays are real. I mean, biological, and they're the ones that are hybridizing with humans. But the ones that are in control of the whole show are huge 6-foot tall praying mantid beings. And I remember my mom showing me a praying mantis, just the insect, when I was like, I don't know, 6 years old. And it scared the fuck out of me. I can't imagine seeing a 6-foot tall one. But apparently that's what people report as the top of the food chain, if you'll pardon the usage.
Right. Yeah.
That would scare the fuck out of me. if you think that that's what you have to go ahead and go see, you know, like I said, I can put you in touch with people that'll gently move you through that, because you've already been through it. You know,
Right.
That they tend to tell you everything's fine, you're safe, this is all in the past, blah blah blah. Like I've said before.
Right.
But I have to tell you, I'm incredibly and profoundly and deeply moved by your courage to want to seek deeper into this experience. I don't know that I would have the guts to do that.
No, thanks. I honestly, no. I appreciate it, brother, but like, I can't move forward because it's now been fucking just about 20 years. And like, you know, here's the other thing too, is like, fuck, man. You, me, anybody, we could die tomorrow. You know, I could be walking down the street and like, I could be doing like my regular runs. Like,
actually, strangely enough, a lot of people that are abductees report being made to drive flying saucers or UFOs, especially to round up humans that are trying to get away. They're made to move to those people and get them back into the you know, herd. It's not fun. It's very real, but it's not anything I would wish on anyone.
It makes me think of like the movie. Have you seen Nicolas Cage in Knowing?
I've seen Knowing, yeah.
It somewhat makes you think of that too, you know? There it is, you know? I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but like, it's not hard to think that it might, you know?
All I can tell you, buddy, is once you've seen it, you can't unsee it.
Yeah, well,
you know,
again,
you're
same thing with the movie. You know, like
your hypnotic
like,
regression therapist can tell you once you've said everything that you've seen. They can tell you you're not going to remember any of this if you want, but otherwise you're going to remember everything. And I honestly don't know if the reason that we don't remember these encounters is because we can't handle it, or because they make the screen memories.
You think so?
People remember seeing owls, like huge 6 foot tall owls in the road, and have these big black wraparound eyes. And they're like, I saw this owl and it was really big. It was bizarre.
Yeah.
There are no such thing as 6 foot tall owls. You know, Messengers of Destiny. It's a great book about owls, barn owls. And, you know, the guy that wrote this book, you know, saw all kinds of animals, deer and owls and all kinds of things that had really big black eyes. And you know, thought to himself at the time, wow, that's a really big animal. It's really strange that they're so tall, you know, that they're just going across the road. And, you know, there's no such thing as a 6 foot tall fucking deer or a 6 foot tall fucking owl. But that's what's in the abduction literature. People see this shit all the time. And like I said, when I heard that beeping 6 inches inside my wall, I was familiar enough with the abduction literature that I knew what it meant. I became terrified and I instantly turned over and went to sleep. So just
wow.
All I can tell you, my friend, is be ready. You know, if this is really something you want to pursue, be ready.
Well,
if you can't not know,
it's
I understand.
okay. Hey, let's face it, another thing. It's tearing me apart. Like, why wouldn't I? It's been over 10 fucking years. Why wouldn't you? You know, like, I know you're trying to like take it down as like, well, you know, like, you don't want to know this, you don't know that. Like, honestly,
I'm not saying
it's
you
been
don't
10
want to know it.
fucking years.
I'm just saying once you see it, you can't unsee it.
What?
I'm not discouraging
you don't think I don't know that?
I'm not trying to discourage you from
You don't think I don't
exploring
know that?
this experience.
Wow. No, I understand, but it's like, you don't think I don't know that?
No, I know that you do.
You know, thanks.
But
still,
it's extremely scary.
I know.
It's fucking terrifying. There's a reason we block it out. Or
you
that
think
they
I'm
block
excited
it out
about the
for
fact
us.
that I want to die and like I didn't know what the fuck happened? You know?
Okay. Then more power to you. A lot of people feel that way. A lot of people have gone through the regressive hypnotherapy and found out what happened.
Yeah.
But you know, they're not the same on the other side. They know.
That's fine. I get it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm not trying to
apologize
be
for repeating myself.
I'm not trying to be like a dissuasive or like, you know, like throw some shade on you or anything like that.
No, I know.
It's not that at all. I understand it. I get it. But, you know, there are some things like I can't not know, you know.
If you want to pierce the veil and figure out, you know, and find out what happened to you after your memory stops, you know, that's an option that's available to you.
Exactly. Thanks. Yes, I believe it.
But only you can take that step. All I can do is give you the benefit of my experience and tell you, you know, once you take that step, you can't untake it.
Yeah.
It may be horrifying. It may be run of the mill. It may be you're just aboard a saucer and you see some other abductees being taken into a medical room and experiments done on them, and you know, you find yourself back where you were. It may be more intense than that, but I honestly can't say whether it's something that I would elect to go through or not. It's different for every person. You're a very brave guy. You're a very strong guy.
Thanks.
And like I said, psychologically, it's a whole different ball game.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure that you're in the tender, loving care of somebody that's gonna, you know, take good care of you.
I try to be.
And like I said, I can hook you up with people that will hook you up with people in your area that are, you know, trustable and, you know, have done this kind of thing before. There are abductee support groups. I've been to some, you know, one of the abductee support groups that I was in, the person that was the leader of it wrote a book about it and included me in it and didn't ask me. And I remain really angry about the fact that she did that. I don't know if she named me by name or not, but she didn't ask me if that was okay. But that's nothing compared to the mind-shattering reality that you may have been involved in situations with non-human intelligences.
It's not. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be. But like, it's not going to be anything that my brain has not already thought
Conceived
about,
of.
or or absorbed. So like, again, I'm not trying to like dissuade you or like throw shade on anything like that. But on the other side of the coin,
You have to know.
Yeah, my brain.
I get it.
Needs,
I get it. I really do.
Yeah. Thanks.
I just, I personally, like I said, the experience that I had when I heard the beeping 6 inches inside my wall, and I knew what that meant, and I was terrified, and I went right to sleep. If I were to dig in with a regressive hypnotherapist, that's where I would start. But I probably wouldn't be really happy with what I uncovered, because I know that's, even then in the 90s, I knew from reading the abduction literature that beep, 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 that a lot of abductees report that before and after abduction experiences.
Yeah.
And because I knew that at the time, I was just scared out of my mind, and I turned over and went right to sleep. And that's not normal, That's fucking crazy.
No, exactly.
So you got to be strong. You got to be mentally prepared, And like I said, once you cross that Rubicon, you can't come back.
Exactly. I hear you.
And I hope that, we can arrange for somebody in your area to, help you gently go through that. I'll certainly do everything in my power to
hope so.
To do that.
Yes.
And like I said, I've been doing this for 25 years. I know people in the community that will be able to find people that will help you out. But it's a step that only you can take, and you can't take it back. And as Tiger Stripes has said, I sound like an 8-track repeating itself. Rod, I can't say enough how much this is important for you to understand that once you take that step, it's done. You can't undo it.
Oh, I hear you.
I don't know if I would be up to it, and I know there's shit in my experience that, I've been through. And like I said, I just told you where I would start if I decided I wanted to go through this.
Yeah.
The beeping in my wall, that's a pretty fucking dead giveaway. A lot of people don't remember anything. Some people remember one or two things. Some people have scattered memories. A lot of people have complete recall, of the experiences they've been through.
Yeah.
And the screen memories or whatever didn't work on them. There's an entire spectrum,
Yeah. Can I tell you too? Like, I have a really, really he's really more of an acquaintance, but like, he's an acquaintance of a really, really good friend. Like, this good friend, he came up with like, I can't believe this. This good friend of mine, he came up with like, he took some AA batteries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all he did was like he put them on a circuit. Like all I can say is like a circle, circuit, right? And like he connected them to each, dead fucking batteries,
Right.
And like ultimately, like by putting them on a circle or circuit, right? It recharged the batteries to the point where like they were suddenly fucking full batteries again. And like,
right.
And like a good friend of his, actually, he came up with something like I can't even begin to describe it, but like it was something like he had other like battery, not just batteries, but like also like rechargers or whatever, and like ultimately it created a sonic boom. It has when it happened, like. But the point was like after like the quote unquote sonic boom happened, the next morning he started seeing like things that were out of place. Like he started seeing like people that were there that were not supposed to be, and it bothered him for obvious reasons. Like, and he didn't. And like he stopped working on his project as a result. But like again, like he saw those people that were not supposed to be there, but they were there, and like it was disturbing,
Yeah.
And again, like after approximately like 2 years, not 2 years, sorry. Approximately about like 6 months, those quote people disappeared, but it was just interesting, like how they followed him for so many months and weeks. Like it was just, and again, he came up with the idea of like I'm not gonna say free energy, like Tesla, but I mean like it reminded me of like how my good friend Dusty came up with the fact like with like AA batteries, like all he did was like he put them on a loop, and like each all I can say is like each battery powered the next battery onto it each other, and like as a result, like each got stronger.
What is your point? What are you driving at?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say it's like it's just funny, like how like people noticed this, like not Dusty, but like the other guy, like his friend, like again he created like I'm not gonna say a sonic boom, like something happened, and like ultimately like every day, like he woke up and like there were people that were there in his neighborhood that were not supposed to be there, and
in what sense were they not supposed to be there? Were they not real people? Were they other kinds of people?
Real people. Like if you walked up and like, hey, what's going on? And I'm like, but they were just, like it felt like they were spying on him. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
So he was paranoid, but that didn't mean that they weren't out to get him.
Yeah, this is definitely going in my book, by the way. Books, actually.
I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, thanks.
At least, and I feel very strongly about this, at least if this kind of shit is happening to you, you should be able to put it into a book and sell it. And I'll tell
Thanks.
you another thing.
Yeah.
Rod.
Yeah.
There are very few people that have made a lot of money from telling their story about, encounters with non-human entities.
Yeah.
Whitley Strieber made a lot of money on his first book, Communion, but every book that he wrote after that was kind of pissing in the wind. He didn't make very much money on them.
Yeah, exactly.
There are other investigators that have written books about abduction, but they never made Whitley Strieber Communion kind of money.
Right.
And I've communicated with Whitley Strieber once or twice, and
really,
he admitted to me that Communion was a bestseller, and all the books that he wrote after that never really came even close to the kind of money that a writer of his ability, who had written a ton of books before that, would need to rely on for income. It's a fallacy that people think that people that write about their UFO experiences, do it for the money, because there's no money in it.
Right. Yeah.
It's a total fantasy that people think that people that come forward with their UFO stories do it for fame or fortune. It's neither of those things ever happen. It's always ridicule for the rest of their lives, unless they get excuse me, unless they get other people to verify and validate their stories. People that say, yeah, on that night I was here and I saw that, and
right.
2 or 3 other people or whatever, groups of people say, yeah, I was on the Pascagoula River and I saw a light in the sky and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And before Calvin Parker passed away very recently, he put together a documentary of people that did see the craft that he was abducted into from miles away and different points not far from where they were fishing. He and Charlie Hickson were fishing.
Right.
And I remember seeing one of these documentaries, and he thanked them, and he said, thank you for helping me realize I'm not insane. And there were like a dozen people around the table that, one of these investigators had found one way or the other. And it speaks a lot to what he went through, that all these other people, verified and validated his experience. You may not have the benefit of other people seeing what you went through, but the Pascagoula abduction case is a famous one, and an early one that took place in between Betty and Barney Hill and Travis Walton in Snowflake, Arizona. And Calvin Parker and Charlie Hickson never changed their story. As a matter of fact, they went to the sheriff's office right away, and they were put into a room where the sheriff's deputy had put a cassette recorder underneath the table that they didn't know about, to see what how they were going to talk about their story and how it would differ, and they were scared out of their minds, and they didn't change their story, and everything that came out on that tape verified what they thought they saw and what they thought they went through, and that tape stands as a piece of evidence of what they went through.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
I mean, there have been a lot of people that went through what you've been through, my friend. But going through it after that memory has been blocked and unblocking it can be really scary.
Yeah. Hey, can we have a break and also like play here? Fuck, man.
Yeah, let's listen to some fucking punk rock.
I've been waiting all night. Let me hear Dance With Me Tonight.
Dance With Me Tonight. Oh, that's
my favorite fucking song from you.
That's an 11-11 song. Let's see if we have that queued up. I don't have Dance With Me queued up.
Oh,
but I do have One Worldwide Ocean.
Millions of lakes and streams, thousands of rivers, oh, 7 seas, one worldwide ocean. Dreamt he was a butterfly, and in the morning he tried to understand. Was he a man who dreamt he was a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming he was a man? Millions of lakes and streams, thousands of rivers, oh, 7 seas, one worldwide ocean. Said the blind man. An elephant is like a rope, said another blind man. An elephant is like a wall, said the blind man. An elephant is like a snake or a fan, said another blind man. Chuan Joe dreamt he was a butterfly, and in the morning he tried to understand. Was he a man who dreamt he was a butterfly, or a butterfly dreaming he was a man? Millions of lakes and streams, thousands of rivers, oh, 7 seas, one worldwide ocean.
Love them.
All right. So that was One Worldwide Ocean by 1111.
You need to really put out a CD, man. Like, I fucking love these songs.
You know, I was going to put out a double album, a double vinyl gatefold album, but it was really expensive. So I decided not to.
GoFundMe, man.
Yeah, that's a possibility. That's a possibility.
Something to think about, brother.
It is.
Awesome. Something to think about.
It is indeed.
Yeah. I fucking love those songs. Like, you know, like, again, I don't know if you're gonna play it, but like, you know, what my personal favorite is Dancing with Me Tonight.
Yeah, I tried to find that one, and I wasn't able to because it's connected to another song, and I didn't have time to separate the two. But I did work really hard on mastering the sound because 1111 broke up in the studio, and I was the producer for the CD.
Yeah.
And or for the album, and I ended up doing the backing vocals at a friend's house in a little glass booth that we made, and I did the backing vocals and, you know, put stuff to the right and to the left and to the middle, and I think it turned out pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. Good stuff.
I'm glad you like it. Well, do you want to hear some more?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes I am amazed to hear the things you say, and I love the things that you do. There's nothing I would rather do than spend my days being with you, being with you. We have some high times. Devatani, Devatani, Tunde, Devatani, Ding. We have some high times. You and I, Devatani, Ding. You and I. Sometimes I close my eyes to the world around. I close my ears to the fear, casting out the broken shadows of my heart. You within, you within, you within. We have some high time. Teletoni, teletoni, doomday, teletoni. We have some fine time. You and I, teletoni. You and I.
And that song just kind of goes on and on and on.
That was an awesome song. I loved it, brother.
Yeah,
Well,
thanks. It's kind of a jam band, and it goes on for a long time.
again, I like the jam. The jam. Again, like you said, the jam. I loved it. Like, yo.
I'm glad you dig it, brother.
I'll remember that for the next.
Let's see what else we can find to titillate your ears.
Well, like I said, like dance with me tonight, but like I know you're all already having problems with it, but
let's see if you like this one.
Say what I
joke.
pretty little light. I can see it in your face, your eyes. We're walking through the city night. I got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your lies just send me oh, my pretty little liar, you've got me climbing the walls of desire. But I just smile when I look at you, because you know that I'm lying too. We're walking through the city night. I got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your life will send me high. Your pretty lies like fire to me. Your pretty lies, well, they set me free. Stimulating words I wish you meant. It's all again to you, that's what you said. We're walking through the city night. I got you and feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your life will send me oh, my pretty little liar, you've got me climbing the walls of desire. And I just smile when I look at you, 'cause you know that I'm lying too. We're walking through the city night. I got you and I'm feeling alright. When we touch, well, I'm on fire, and your life will send me high. Your pretty lies like fire to me. Your pretty lies, well, they set me free. Stimulating words I wish you meant. It's all game to you, that's what you
Now, I think of Western pictures, and the first thing that comes to my mind is that immortalized whistle. It's like he took the sound of Western music, but updated it for the time, almost giving it a James Bond sound.
Rod, do you have something playing in the background?
Incidentally, the idea was to make the main theme sound like a howling
Rod?
coyote. The score was actually being crafted before the shoot took place, with Morricone and Leone working on the themes and notes. Hence that Leone would play the score while filming certain scenes, which, as mentioned, led to the dubbing issues. But the beauty of being here is sweater weather.
There we go. Well, I got one more for you, and then we're going to call it a night. because we've only been on for 10 and a half hours. So let's close with, let's see.
I was too in love and so distraught over you. I cut my place and some with my own new colors. That's all I had to temper my tail. You wouldn't just let it be. You wouldn't leave it alone. You had to take what we had, turn to something bad. No one let me go too far, but I did nothing else. I broke up, but I shouldn't stand for you. That's what I said. Now I just want to get away. So love and let that if I can just get one thing, and that's enough of you. Fuck! Now I just want to get away. So love and forget me. If I can just get one thing, and that's enough of you. Go, Scott, go! You wouldn't just let it be. You wouldn't leave it alone. You had to take what we had, turn to something bad. Yeah, I was too in love and so distraught over you. I cut my tail and turned with my own colors. That's all I had to temper my tail. Now I just want to get away. Turn up and forget me. If I can just get one thing, and that's enough of you. Funk. I still feel your caress. I still taste your face. I still run for your touch. But it doesn't mean that much. Now I just want to get away. Turn up and forget me.
All right. Well, I think we're going to call it a day. 10 and a half hours is pretty good time. I don't know if Rod Thunderheart is still with us. But I'm ready to thank everyone that was on the panel and in the chat. Mucho gracias. And for Rod Thunderheart, it's Cardinal Sin out.